As I indicated earlier, I wanted to start by 10:30. Our stakeholders are still on the way, but what we've agreed as a collective is that we don't want to waste anyone else's time who is here. So maybe just to give everyone a heads up that we will have people who are going to be coming in. So maybe not the department, but I'm thinking if there are other people who are sitting on this side, my left, your right, to maybe just move in so that when the stakeholders do come in, it's going to be a minimal disruption. That's just a humble request from us as the Portfolio Committee. I'm going to start by declaring the area, and then I'm going to ask honourable members to introduce themselves thereafter. But it is a procedural importance. We're not in the provincial legislature today, we're not in parliament today, but as per the rules we have to declare the area as one that would be of a parliamentary or legislature precinct, and that means that the rules do apply. So I'm just going to go through that. In terms of Rule 56(1) and 2, we're going to declare this venue a Gauteng Legislature Precinct as follows. I, Fasiya Hassan, Chairperson of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, hereby declare this Protea Hotel, or the Parktonian City of Johannesburg Metropolitan as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56(1) and 2 of the Standing Rules of the Legislature, version 5, revision 8. Read together with Section 2(1) and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and the Provincial Legislatures Act. And for the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Legislature, and thus the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all engagements of today. With that, I've officially declared the area. I'm now going to open up for us today for our Sectional Titles Amendment Bill. Before we even acknowledge the stakeholders in the room, I want to officially welcome everybody to the space. And it's part of how we've been wanting to do public hearings in this new COVID age. So we've decided last week we had a virtual hearing in which we had a number of different representative bodies. But today we're having a physical hearing in which we want our community members, our public, and most importantly the people of Gauteng to give us their thoughts on this new piece of legislation. There's constantly parts of legislation that are being passed, and so often we sort of go through the process, but we never really hear enough or meaningfully from our community members, and that's really why today is about the community. You're going to see we're going to speak very little. Our job today is to listen, and we are really just going to be focusing and putting emphasis on community members. So I'm going to ask honourable members to introduce themselves. My name is Fasiya Hassan. I'm a member of the Provincial Legislature. I am also the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and I'm going to pass over to my left first.
Abshin, good morning, goeiemorgen. My name is Honorable Pinky Mngobe. I am a member of this portfolio. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bishop Dalton Adams. I am a member of this committee.
Ndimacheloni dzina langa ndi Azwi Chitangano, ndi member ya committee eno nda.
Thank you very much. I also want to let everybody know that we do have translation services. It's all the boxes behind you. So you've got your earphones or headphones on the table. I want to tell you the different channels that translate into the various languages. Channel number 1 will be translating into English. Channel number 2 will be translating into Sesotho and Sepedi. Channel number 3 into isiZulu and Xhosa. Channel number 4 will be translating into Afrikaans, and channel number 5 will be translating into Venda and Tsonga as well. So if you need a repetition on that, no problem, we can. If you have any difficulties with the device, you can always just raise your hand with the headphones in it, and then one of our technical team will come and help you out. Like I said, we really want to make this as accessible as possible. So we're covering English, we're covering Afrikaans, we're covering Sesotho and Sepedi, we're covering Zulu and Xhosa, and we're covering Venda and Tsonga as well. So we're trying to make it as open as possible. Honourable members have introduced themselves today, and I want us just to look at the program. Can we flight the program behind me, if that's possible? Because I see, we're also trying to move into a more green space, so we're trying not to print things. Therefore, everything will have been emailed both to members and to those who are here today. But if we could flight it, that would be excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, I see. Okay, that's good enough, I think, for now. It's not a huge venue. Today we've got the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill, which is actually what we call a Section 76 bill. That means it's a national piece of legislation, but it affects all of the provinces. And that means that even though it's coming from the National Assembly or the National Council of Provinces, we as the provincial legislatures are the ones who deal with the everyday sort of implementation or the everyday effects of it. And that's why there's such a big focus on provincial public hearings as well. So that's what I thought is important to really realize. And you can see from our program in front of us, we're going to take you very quickly how the bill is processed. So often people tell us, how do you come up with this legislation? What's the process? Why is it like this? I've never heard of this piece of legislation before. Why was I not contacted? So this is one of the ways. The first thing, we're going to tell you how we process the bill. And then we're going to get the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, who's going to be taking us through it. And we also really do want to appreciate the time from this department because we know that there is, of course, the crisis of the foot and mouth disease in the country. So we know that the department has its hands full, even though it's a different competence of this particular unit. And then we're going to hear from the Gauteng department. They're going to tell us a little bit about how it's going to affect the province, but also what our views are. And then the most important part of today, and you'll see we've dedicated the most amount of time to it, that is our stakeholder input and discussions. And hopefully by then our taxis will have arrived and we'll have everybody in the room to be able to actually discuss it. And then we'll get something from members if there is anything, and then of course responses. So we do have a bit of a jam-packed day, but it really is to try and empower members of our community with all the information that's necessary to actually make comment today. So I'm going to hand over to the NCOP unit of the Gauteng legislature. Oh yes, I'm going to hand over to the NCOP unit, but before we do that, I have a list of stakeholders who should be in the room or who have been invited today. And members have just reminded me that I do need to, of course, acknowledge. And I think there's another physical list that will find its way to me from the team by the time I finish the other list in the meanwhile. So who we've invited between last week and this week, but also for today. The Law Society of South Africa, the Legal Resource Center, the National Association of DOP. So really taking it is in fact not going to be useful to you either. So that was just a round of general announcements while we buy time. Can we also, while we have other presentations, team, make sure that whoever's presenting next is on standby so that we don't have this kind of delay moving forward? Can we get a roaming mic here to the front for the presenter? All right, there it is.
Testing, testing. Okay, it's working. Oh, wonderful, thank you. Great, thanks. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, colleagues from the department and stakeholders. My name is Winnie Ngubane Sambo. I am a legal advisor within the NCOP and Legal Services Unit in the GPL. And what I'm presenting here today is just a brief overview of the, the process that we follow when we are processing these bills, these Section 76 bills within the legislature. Just to give you some context, when we are now deliberating on the actual substantive content of the bill, you should be able to have in the back of your mind a process map of how these bills are going to be processed in the legislature. Our chairperson has already, made a lot of, the introductory remarks that are covered in the presentation. So I'll just skip to the salient points that I wanted to cover. And the first one, I just wanted to introduce members of the public to the different types of bills we have. That's in terms of the Constitution. So just as an introductory remark, a bill is a proposed legislation in draft form which is under consideration by a legislature. So we have, different types of bills. The first one, we'd have Section 74 bills, which are bills amending the Constitution. Then we have Section 75 bills, which are ordinary bills not affecting the provinces, so we don't deal with those as a provincial legislature. Then we have Section 76 bills. These ones are the ones that are highlighted in red. Sorry, let me just put it in. Here we go. This is the one that we're actually currently dealing with. The STA bill falls within this category because it affects provinces. That's why it's before us. Then we have Section 76 bills, which are money bills. I then go to part 2, which is processing a Section 76 bill in the GPL. Now, how do we actually do it? Can everyone see it? Is it too small? Yeah, okay. Yeah, wonderful. Yes, I will. So the first part is the first section, or the first part in this long chain of a process is the informal referral. So the NCOP, that's the National Council of Provinces, informally refer a bill to provincial legislatures before it has been introduced or tabled in that house. Then once the Speaker of a provincial legislature receives that bill from the NCOP, the Speaker then also informally refers the bill to the relevant committee and relevant MEC for information and planning. So this is just a heads up to say, hey, there's this bill in the pipeline, get ready, it might come your way soon. Then after that, once the bill has been introduced or tabled in the NCOP, then the NCOP will formally refer the bill to the provincial legislatures, providing time frames to process the bills. And those time frames are very important because they also inform our program in how we process the bill. The next section, the next step rather, is that once the Speaker has received that formal referral, the Speaker will then refer it to the relevant committee. In this case, it's this particular committee, and the relevant MEC for processing. And that's in terms of Rule 245 of our standing rules. And then once the committee has received this bill, the committee will then sit down and prepare a very detailed plan on how to process the bill, which will include, time frames. How many public hearings are we going to have? When? how, where, etc. Once that plan is in place, the committee will then sit down and have a meeting. It will receive a briefing by the department and the NCOP special delegates on the bill. It will receive the legal opinion on the bill. It will receive a socio-economic analysis on the bill. And you'll also receive views of the provincial legislature. What is the attitude of the executive, a provincial executive, with regards to this bill? So all of those will be received at that particular meeting. And then the next step is very important. And this is where we are actually right now. This is where the committee solicits inputs from members of the public through submissions or, public hearings. And that's where we are. And that is part of, our constitutional duty to facilitate public involvement when we are processing legislation. Once the committee has received, all the comments from the public, it will sit down and deliberate on the matter, and it will actually take into account all of those submissions that are made. So the submissions that are made here today, and even the submissions that we receive, through written form, are actually very important. The committee does actually sit down and take them into consideration. In formulating its negotiating mandate. And that leads me to the next, step, which is the negotiating mandate. So this negotiating mandate, it indicates the parameters for negotiating and proposed amendments. So this is the document that we actually sent back to the NCOP Select Committee to indicate, the position of Gauteng with regards to the bill. And then after that, the next step would be the final mandate. This is where the committee will indicate whether it's voting in favor, against, or abstaining from voting on the bill. And then the next step would be, voting in the NCOP plenary. And as you know, each province has one vote on a bill. And at least 5 provinces must vote in favor of a bill to pass. And that's in terms of Section 65(1) of the Constitution. The next step would be if the bill passes and everyone else, oh, sorry. What happened there? Okay, back to the presentation. The next step is if the bill passes in the NCOP and, at least 5 provinces have voted in favor of the bill, then the National Assembly will pass the bill. And then the bill thereafter is submitted to the President for assent, and it becomes an act, and then a signed copy is then entrusted to the Constitutional Court for safekeeping. This again is a very high level overview of the processing of the bill. There are a lot more intricacies involved, but I just wanted to highlight on a very high level what the process entails. Thank you.
I'll use this, yeah, now I can hear myself. Okay, let's just make sure this one is working for members as well.
I'm gonna keep this here so that in case any of these goes off, you just press and hold it until you see command.
Excellent. Excellent. We've got an on-the-ball team. Thank you. All right. Members of our community, you've received this presentation now from the NCOP, a little bit of an explanation of how we got here. Remember, any questions, any thoughts, just note them down. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to speak a little later in the program. I'm not going to suppress anybody, so just keep a note of it if you have any questions on the procedure. I'm now going to welcome the National Department of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development, and that's where this bill is coming from. It's coming from our national department, and they're going to take us through it. Now, it's okay if it's a bit technical. Even us as honorable members who do policy making and law making have found the bill very technical. So if you don't understand, it's really not a train smash. We've asked 50,000 questions 50,000 times. The department will tell you. So just make a note of it. Anything you don't understand, it's really not a train smash. That's why we're here today. But I thought I should give a little bit of a heads up because the bill is a very technical one. So we might have a lot of questions back and forth, but that's why we are here today. I'm not sure who's presenting from the National Department side, but if you could make your way to the front, and then we can also make sure everything works in terms of the technical element. I've also been provided with the list of stakeholders who are also in the room. Remember, those who are not here yet, I'm still awaiting that list for when they sign the register. But right now, we've got some Yeovil backroom dwellers, we've got Turfentine backroom dwellers, we've got Mr. Malvin, we've got community members from Kagiso. I know there are some community members from Sidibeng who are also coming, or I think it's Mohale City. We've got Ms. Onika Maseko from the Home Builders and Maintenance. And like I said, there are going to be more people who are coming in. So when they do, I'll also acknowledge them as they come through. And if I haven't acknowledged you, not a problem. You can just tell one of our team members. We'll take a note of your name and details. And then I can also acknowledge you in our public hearing as well. It would have just been an omission from our side. Yeah, let's also remember we're also online. So whenever anybody speaks, we must be speaking into a mic. Otherwise, two things. The first is it's not recorded for our transcripting purposes. But number two, it means that those who are tuned in virtually, both members and some members of the public, are also then unable to hear. And from what we could tell, we've got Mr. Magaziwe Ntuli, who is a stakeholder online. So we're also acknowledging you, sir, on the online platform. I'm going to give over to the National Department now. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the invited guests and the members of the public. My name is George Soteti. Okay, my name is George Soteti. I'm from the Office of the Chief Registrar of Deeds in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I'm here today to make this presentation, which is in relation to the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill 2020. Now, as a matter of introduction, I just want to share the fact that the Sectional Titles Act of 1986 provides for the acquisition of ownership.
One moment, sir. We're struggling to hear you.
Oh.
So I don't know if it's a matter we must bring the mic closer or
okay.
If it's a technical. Yes, that's better.
Is it better now, Chairperson?
It's better because our online guys are saying they couldn't hear you. And
all right.
If it happens in the presentation, I'll just politely let you know because we've got those online telling us, hey, we can hear, hey, we can't hear.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now, the Sectional Titles Act provides for the acquisition of full ownership in the parts of a building that is coupled with joint ownership in the common property. That is the land that is comprising a scheme and parts of the building that are not included in a section. Now, the acquisition of real rights over the common property, such as exclusive use areas, for example, parking bays, garden areas. Now, continuing with the introduction, the Sectional Titles Act is legislation that is on surveying matters. It relates to issues of sectional plans and registration matters. That is, matters that relate to activities like opening of a sectional title scheme, the registration of a sectional plan, the registration of transfer of ownership in respect of units and other registration matters that are provided for in the Act. Now, we must listen carefully here now. This is very important. The Act does not deal with matters pertaining to the management of the schemes and dealing with disputes. The Act that deals with those issues is the Sectional Title Schemes Management Act 8 of 2011, and that Act provides, amongst other things, for the establishment of bodies corporate for the purposes of managing and regulating sectional title schemes, and for that purpose to apply the rules applicable to such schemes. The issues around establishing sectional title schemes management advisory council, and to provide for matters that are connected therewith. On issues of dealing with dispute that may arise in the sectional title scheme, there is a specific act that is applicable, which is the Community Schemes Ombud Service Act number 9 of 2011, and that act aims to provide for dispute resolution mechanisms in community schemes. As a matter of example, if maybe there are two neighbors staying in sectional title schemes and they've got a dispute, maybe one of them is having a dog that is barking all night, those disputes can be referred to the community ombuds. Now, we have given here contact details of the community ombud, which is an email address, which reads as follows: ombudsman@dhs.gov.za. That DHS is Department of Human Settlement. Now, coming to the bill that we are really dealing with today, that is being the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill. This bill, it seeks to amend certain provisions of the Sectional Titles Act for the objective of improving and enhancing the application and the implementation of the Act. Now I'll deal with Clause 1. In Clause 1, we are dealing with the definition of exclusive use area. Now, exclusive use area means part or parts of a common property for the exclusive use by the owner or owners or more of sections. Now, as the definition currently reads, it refers to owners, and it's creating certain problems which are intended to be solved by this amendment. The amended definition then now will include occupant or occupants thereof. As an example, I might be the owner of a unit and the exclusive use area, but it happens that I lease it out to a lessee. So now this definition is amended to include that that lessee is also entitled to use this exclusive use area. Now the effect of that amendment will be to protect the rights of the occupants of these sectional title schemes, such as lessees, as I've already made an example thereof. Continuing with Clause 1, which deals with definitions. The definition of Sectional Title Schemes Management Act, will recall that I've referred to this Act as Act number 8 of 2011, but currently in the Act it has been referred to as Act 8 of 2010. So this amendment intends to rectify that error. Coming to Clause 2, which deals with the amendments to Section 4. Section 4 is dealing with issues around the approvals of development schemes, and it provides for developers to have meetings with lessees where part of the building is wholly or partially let for residential purposes. Now, let me give you a live example. There is a building that has been built, and there are lessees in that building. Now, the owner of building intends to have this building sectionalized. So, for the purposes of having this building sectionalized in terms of Section 4, he has to call certain meetings of the lessee, so for the purposes of advising them of his intention, and as well as to give them a right of preference, so that to say that when the units are registered, they've got a right of first refusal. That is, he has to offer those units to them before he can offer those units to somebody else. Now, in terms of the current wording of the Act, it can be read to mean only the lessees, but you'll recall that, colleagues, that some of the lessees won't be in a position to understand the dynamics that are applicable in the sectional titles environment. Then they would need somebody to assist them for those purposes. So in terms of this amendment, this section 4 is going to be amended to also make provision for representatives of such lessees. So whenever I'm a lessee in that building that is to be sectionalized, currently the access, I must be there myself, but now with the amendment, the intention is to have my representatives who understand maybe sectional titles issues better than me to be part and parcel of that meeting. Regarding clause 3, which deals with amendments to section 14, that section 14 deals with the amendment and cancellation of sectional plans. Now, just for the benefit of all of us, sectional plans are those plans which are drawn up by professionals like land surveyors and architects. So there's a lot of technicalities around issues of sectional plans, but those sectional plans are the basis of the whole principle around sectional title schemes, because you will recall that in the absence of a sectional plan, there can be nothing like a sectional scheme. Now it happens that if in the opinion of the Surveyor General, any person could be prejudiced by an incorrect sectional plan, he shall advise the registrar as to which sections are affected, and thereafter no transaction in such section shall be registered until the defect has been rectified. Just to give an example, what happens in the sectional plan, it does happen sometimes that a section has been referred to as section 1 because of maybe some kind of a numbering mistake. Now, once that mistake has been identified, what is going to be happening is that there won't be any further transactions in relation to the section that has been incorrectly been numbered until such time it has been referred to the Surveyor General to approve the amendments. Now, what we are doing with the amendment is that currently this section 14 only relates to sections, but it does happen in practice that at times even exclusive use areas get numbered incorrectly. So the amendment intends to include the renumbering of exclusive use areas that have been incorrectly numbered in a sectional plan. Continuing again with issues around clause 3, we have just realized that currently there are no procedures that need to be followed in the event of a cancellation of a sectional plan by a court order in instances where a body corporate is in existence. The amendment now provides for procedures to be followed. So this is just about getting the right administrative certainty on issues relating to amendment of sectional plans. Then there's clause 5 of the bill that deals with section 17. That section 17 relates to issues around the alienation and letting of common property. Just for the benefit of all of us, by this common property in a building, it's those parts of the land or rather a building that do not form part of a section. Just for instance, to make an example, things like a swimming pool in a sectional title scheme will form common property. Now it happens that at some stages it becomes necessary that the part of the common property should either be alienated. By alienation, we are saying maybe sold and transferred to somebody else, or perhaps maybe it would be necessary to have it leased to somebody else. Now, section 17(4)(b) currently stipulates that if it is sought to let land or part of land in the scheme on which a section or part of a section is erected, the lease agreement must be made subject to such right of the owner of the section affected. Now, the amendment provides that the lease agreement must also be made subject to the rights of holders of exclusive use areas and the holder of a right to extend the scheme if those are affected. Just to explain issues around the right to extend the scheme. In terms of Section 25 of this Sectional Titles Act, when a building has been erected on a piece of land, and a developer, that is who happens to be the owner of that building, may also reserve a right to extend the scheme by building further buildings for the purposes of creating further sections that can be built later on in future. That's what we're referring to by the holder of a right to extend the scheme. On clause 5, we continue on issues affecting the alienation of common property. The current position is if an exclusive use area or part of an exclusive use area is situated on such portion to be alienated, the registration of such exclusive use area or part thereof must be cancelled. The effect of the amendment is that if only part of an exclusive use area is situated in such land, the registration of the whole exclusive use area must be cancelled. Now, just to give an example, the intention here is not to cancel part of the exclusive use area. Say, for instance, maybe that exclusive use area is the garden. Now, the common property that is going to be alienated also goes in part of that garden. Rather than to have it cancelling part of the garden, we need to have a procedure whereby the whole garden is now cancelled and a new garden will be created later on, which is much smaller than the original garden. Continuing with clause 5 that deals with the alienation of the common property, we will be amending section 17(4)(c), which is thus rather consequential to the amendments that are referred to above. With legislation, if maybe you touch one corner of the act, it does become necessary at sometimes that the corner that you have touched in terms of amendment affects the other corners. So for the purposes of streamlining legislation, other amendments are done as a result of the amendment that has been done on section 17(4)(b). So the amendment of section 17(4)(c) is just consequential. Now, coming to clause 6 of the bill, which relates to amendments to section 18, and section 18, as it currently stands, makes provision for the applications of the provisions of sections 56 and 57 of the Deeds Regis Act to be applicable. Just for the benefit of all of us, those sections 56 and 57 of the Deeds Regis Act are sections that provide for the cancellation of a bond in instances where property that is subject to that particular bond is to be alienated. Now we're amending section 18 to make those provisions applicable when cancellations of sections and exclusive use areas as contemplated in section 17 have affect the alienation, and section 18 is to amend it to also provide for bonds registered over such sections or exclusive use areas that they also need to be disposed of. As an example, if the the exclusive use area which is affected by the alienation of the common property was subject to a bond. Now, in terms of this amendment, that bond must either be cancelled or alternatively the exclusive use area must be released from the operation of that particular bond. Coming to clause 7 of the bill, the owners of sections may, if they are authorized by the body corporate, just let me explain this notion of body corporate so that we are in one on this one. A body corporate is comprised by all the owners of sections in a sectional schemes. So if there is a block of flats and there are 10 owners and 10 flats, those 10 owners comprise what is called the body corporate. Now, in terms of this clause 7, one is entitled either to extend a section or perhaps maybe consolidate two sections that he has into one section. Now, in terms of section 21, as it currently reads, okay, section 21 as it currently reads makes the developer to also have the right to have the subdivided sections or to consolidate sections. Now, the effect of the amendment, will recall that we said that section 21 as it currently stands, it only permits owners of the sections before the establishment of the body corporate. But now in instances where there's no body corporate and the developer intends to subdivide or consolidate sections, then there's a necessity to have section 21 amended by the insertion of subsection 1 capital A, so as to enable also the body corporate to exercise its right as to whether it can extend a section and or rather consolidate sections that are there. Now there's clause 8, which deals with issues around section 22, which talks to the registration of subdivisions or of sections. Now what we can highlight is the fact that we are going to be inserting section 22(1)(a), which is consequential to the amendment to section 21, and that will be making provision for developers to apply for the registration of a sectional plan of subdivision. And we're also going to be inserting section 22(2)(c) capital A, and which also requires, in views of section 22(5), that the title deed of any lease or real right or over a section to be subdivided must be lodged. If it is not available, then an affidavit to that effect will have to be lodged. Continuing with clause 8, section 22(2)(d) will also be amended to rectify the position, namely that in the event of the subdivision of a section upon a partition agreement between two or more co-owners, each certificate of registered sectional title must be issued in the name of all co-owners. Now, let me give an example of what we're talking about here. If there are two people who are co-owners of maybe a particular section, and they've maybe agreed that it has to be subdivided, and each one of them has to be issued with a certificate of registered sectional title in respect of his share, then those certificates of titles will have to be used in the name, issued in the name of all the co-owners. So there will be co-owners of the subdivided portions as well. There are no other documents or particulars prescribed in the regulation, and therefore section 22E must be deleted. A need has arisen that we must be deleting section 22E, and the amendment is intending precisely to do that, to delete that section 22E. Well, the purpose of inserting section 22(2)A in clause 8E of the bill is to protect the rights of purchasers of units who have not yet received transfer thereof at the time of the developer applies for the registration of the sectional plan of subdivision. A deed of alienation in which the subdivision has not been disclosed shall be voidable at the option of the purchaser. To explain this, it happens that now there's no body corporate, and the developer has taken a decision either to consolidate sections or maybe to extend a section. Now, in order to protect those who have bought sections in the scheme but have not yet taken registration, we need to amend the legislation to say that whenever the developer is going to be exercising this right to consolidate or subdivide sections, he must make it a point that in the deeds of alienation of other sections, he discloses that fact, because by extending a section, he is also affecting the rights of the prospective owners in terms of their participation quota. Just to highlight the issues relating to participation quota, a participation quota is a certain formula that is used in sectional title schemes for the purposes of determining a contribution that an owner would make to the body corporate for issues around the maintenance of the scheme. So for the purposes of protecting those prospective owners, it is now necessary that the developer must disclose in those deeds of alienation. A deed of alienation is nothing else other than a deed of sale. The fact that he's going to be extending some of the sections, and we're also giving a right to those prospective new owners to resile from those contracts if they realize that these extensions were never disclosed by the developer. Coming to clause 9 of section of the bill, which will be dealing with amendments to section 23. Those amendments are similar to the amendments that are in clause 8. That is, because we will be amending the section 23, we'll also need to have the consequential amendments made therein. So what these amendments deal with is the same principle that is being dealt with the amendments in clause 8. So I won't waste much time on this because the principle is the same. It's just that it's amendment of different sections for the same reason. Now, whilst continuing with the amendments that are contained in clause 9, we'll realize that the purpose of inserting section 23(2)A in clause 9C of the bill is to protect the rights of the units who have not yet received transfer at the time of the developer applies for the registration of a sectional plan of consolidation. This principle I've already discussed it in relation to the amendments of section 22. I won't dwell much on it because the principle is the same. If the developer wants to consolidate sections, he must also disclose that intention in those deeds of alienation. Coming to clause 10 of the bill, that clause 10 relates to section 24. Now, section 24 is a section that deals with extensions of section in a scheme. The nature of the amendments in clause 10 is similar and serve the same purpose as those in clause 8 and 9. So I won't dwell on this. It's just that we also need to amend section 24 for the very same reason that we had to amend section 21 and 22 and 23. Clause 11 of the bill, which deals with amendments to section 25. That section 25 is a section that deals with extensions of schemes. I think I've already explained this principle of extending a scheme. There are a number of ways a scheme, in terms of which a scheme can be extended. One of them would be maybe, for instance, to buy adjacent land for the purposes of incorporating that particular land into the scheme. But now, with regard to the insertion of section 25A, to provide for the replacement of lost or destroyed documents contemplated in section 25(2) A, B, C, D, or G. Now, let me give an example of what we are trying to do here. In terms of section 25(2), there are certain documents that must be lodged in a deeds registry whenever there's a reservation of a right to extend a scheme. Some of those documents include things like certain plans. Now, it does happen once in a while that maybe some of those plans, by some mysterious reason, they get lost. Now, the purposes of this amendment is to make provision for a mechanism in terms of which replacement documents can be lodged in a registry for the purposes of supporting the right of extension. Coming once again to section 25(6), sub 6, which deals with the vesting in the body corporate of a right to extend a scheme in certain circumstances and obtaining a certificate of a real right in respect thereof. Let me explain this, how this happened. When a developer at some stages ceases to be part of the scheme, the body corporate, if it intends extending the scheme, it may also apply for a right to extend a scheme in terms of section 25(6). Now, the amendment to section 25(6), which is contained in clause 11C of the bill, has the effect of restricting such body corporate from alienating that right without the consent of the bondholders and holders of real rights over units and holders of real rights over the scheme. What we are saying here is that in instances where a body corporate has reserved a right to extend a scheme, and now it is intending to get rid of that right, maybe it has sold it to some third party, then for it to do so, it must also have the consent of the bondholders in relation to the section, because there are also interested parties in the exercise. That's the reason why we are amending section 25(6). Currently, it does not provide that it must have the consent of those bondholders. Now it will have to do so. So this is enhancement of the rights of the bondholders in respect of units in a sectional scheme. Continuing with clause 11, there's a need to substitute sections 2510C and 2510DA of the bill, and by doing so, we just need to eliminate the duplication regarding the lodgement of and the endorsements of mortgage bonds. So we have identified that there is some duplication which, for purposes of certainty, we want to eliminate. Clause 12. Clause 12 of the bill relates to amendments to section 26, which currently makes provision for the extensions of schemes by the body corporate by acquiring additional land. As I've already made an example, if there's some kind of an adjacent piece of land next to a scheme, the body corporate is, in terms of the Sectional Titles Act, entitled and permitted to acquire that adjacent land for the purposes of extending the scheme. Maybe, for instance, they need more parkings. They don't have parkings in their scheme, and there's a piece of land that is available next to the scheme. They can purchase that piece of land, and it gets incorporated into the sectional scheme for the purposes of creating parking lots. Now, what we're doing here is that there has to be some protection that has to be afforded to the purchasers, as mentioned in clause 8, 9, and 10. Here, what we are saying is this, that as and when the body corporate purchases land in terms of section 26 for the purposes of extending the scheme, it must disclose. It must be disclosed in those deeds of sale in which some of the sections have been bought, that the body corporate has now exercised its right to purchase land to extend the scheme. The reason here is simple. Once that happens, the scheme becomes bigger, and that affects the participation quotas. So those who have been paying, maybe say, for instance, 10 rands as a levy, will now have to pay something more like maybe 11 rands because the land has now become bigger. So they also need to consent to those issues. In clause 13, which deals with sections 27.5 of the Act, which currently provides for the cancellation of a right to an exclusive use area by the registration of a notarial deed entered into by the holder of such right and the body corporate. Now, the insertion of 27.5a, as provided for in clause 13 of the bill, will enable the developer to cancel a right to an exclusive use area prior to the establishment of a body corporate by means of the registration of a unilateral deed of cancellation. Just to explain here, there's a developer who has an exclusive use area, but for one reason or the other, you will recall here, there's no body corporate. He decided that, I think it would be appropriate for me to cancel this exclusive use area. In terms of section 27.5, that act is an act that is normally done by means of a notarial deed, which is a bilateral notarial deed between the body corporate and the owner of a particular exclusive use area. Given that in this case there's no body corporate, the act has to be amended to give the right to the developer to do so by the registration of a unilateral notarial deed of cancellation. So we're enhancing the powers of the developer to do as he deems fit with his or her property. Clause 14. Clause 14 is a clause that seeks to amend section 32, and that particular section 32 deals with issues of participation quotas. You'll recall, colleagues, that I've mentioned the fact that a participation quota is a certain formula that is used for the purposes of determining the size of the contribution of an owner of a section to the levy. So what we have discovered that there's been a reference, an incorrect reference to a particular act in that section 32. Now we want to rectify that by removing the reference to the incorrect act and making reference to the correct act. Clause 15. Clause 15 of the bill deals with the amendment of Section 54 of the Sectional Titles Act, which Section 54 deals with the establishment and the duties of the Sectional Titles Regulation Board. Now, currently, the Act makes provision for people like the Executive Council of the Law Society of South Africa to be forming part of that board. But developments has been such that the Executive Council of the Law Society of South Africa is no longer there as a body, but the body that exists is the Legal Practice Council, which Legal Practice Council was established in terms of the Legal Practice Act 28 of 2014. Now, here what we are doing, we're removing reference to an organization that no longer exists and substituting same with the organization that currently exists in terms of the existing legislation. So for that purpose, we need to amend Section 54. Continuing with those amendments, there's also a need to remove the requirements that two persons having special knowledge of sectional title schemes as members of the board. Now, you'll recall, colleagues, that I talked about the Sectional Title Schemes Management Act. In that particular act, that is the Sectional Schemes Management Act, there's some provisions that relate to a council. So the intention here is to have the members who were representing society insofar as issues of management be removed from the Sectional Titles Act board to the council that has been established in terms of the Sectional Titles Management Act. The other intention here, we are intending to increase the number of conveyancers from 1 to 2. Currently, this section 54 says that the Sectional Titles Regulations Board there has to be one conveyancer who represents the legal fraternity there. We're increasing that representation from 1 to 2, so we're giving them an extra muscle than they have currently. And now another intention, we're intending to make provision that a registrar of deeds has also to be a member of the board. Currently, the membership of the board is not open to a registrar of deeds. Now we are opening the door to include a registrar of deeds. And lastly, in this regard, we are amending the section to make provisions that apply to board members should also to be applicable to the alternate members. Now, alternate members is that whenever there's a member of a board that has been appointed by the minister in terms of Section 54, there is an alternate member for the purposes of making the administration of the board effective. It happens that in life, I am a member, but on that particular day when a meeting has been scheduled of the board, I become sick. So there must be somebody who's going to be taking my place there so that the board is always constituted as per the Act. That's what we're talking to when we're talking to an alternate member. It's for the purposes of convenience, making a point that the work of the board continues and it's not hamstrung by eventualities of life, like things like illness and other commitments and so forth. Now, there is a clause 16 of the bill which seeks to insert Section 55(2) in order to make regulations to be published in the government gazette at least 1 month before the commencement thereof. That particular amendment will align with the requirement of publication of regulations in terms of the Disregisters Act. Here, what we are doing, the Disregisters Act says regulations must be published a month before they are operable. That provision is not there in the Sectional Titles Act. Now we are making these pieces of legislation to be in sync with one another. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much to the department. You've just received a very lengthy presentation on the contents of the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill. You recall earlier I did mention it's a very technical bill, but that's also why we've gone into such extreme detail. I hope that everybody was taking notes. Any questions, any clarities, I'm going to take it in a few minutes. But right now, what I'm going to do is welcome the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development. And they're going to provide a slightly similar presentation, but shorter. And they're going to give us, from a Gauteng perspective, what this bill means. Of course, for each province, it's very different. As many people will know, our province is a very urbanized one. It's a very built-up province. And in many ways, this is probably why the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill is particularly important for us. Because of the high levels of migration and the high population levels, more and more people are living in smaller areas. And that's also why we've also very much pushed to have these types of public hearings so that we can hear from everybody. Can I just see who's going to be representing the Gauteng Department of Agriculture? Mr. Van Wyk, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, honourable members of the
I think
public.
maybe just bring the mic a little closer to your
Okay.
mouth. I think that was
Okay.
the challenge earlier as well.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members, honourable citizens, fellow citizens. Is it better now? Yes, okay. Thank you. Yes, so thank you again for the opportunity. I'm from GDOT Legal Services. I'm Extien van Wyk. I'm just going to give a short presentation. It's much shorter than the National Department's presentation. Yes, the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill is the object of today, or subject of today's presentation and the hearing. Yes, my goodness, this is not the right presentation. Thank you. Apologies for the confusion. Yes, we are confusing the members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature with the different versions of our presentations. Yes, so this presentation is very short, as I've mentioned. As has been mentioned, the bill seeks to amend the Sectional Titles Act of 1986. This is tagged and dealt with as a Section 76 bill. One of the previous speakers alluded to this, so I'm not going to say much. So it's an ordinary bill affecting provinces. Hence referral to the National Council of Provinces and the 9 provincial legislatures, including this one. This is as opposed to Section 75 bills, ordinary bills not affecting the provinces. Yes, I'm just going to quickly say what a sectional title is. This is from the Wits Guide to Sectional Title in South Africa. A sectional title scheme refers to the situation where owners individually own sections of a building or group of buildings, for example, townhouse units in a complex or apartments in a block of flats. A section refers to the space between the 4 walls, including the windows, doors, ceiling, and floor. A sectional title owner owns a unit in the sectional title scheme. A unit consists of a section, such as a flat or townhouse, and an undivided share or percentage of the common property. Or percentage of the common property, i.e. areas that are shared and used by everyone. Some parts of the common property can also be designated as exclusive use areas, which means that just one owner or group of owners can use them. For example, parking bays or private garden areas. I'm just going to give an overview in the form of the objects of the bill. The Sectional Titles Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Sectional Titles Act of 1986 in order to amend certain definitions of the current act. It is to provide for the development to answer the developer to answer questions put to the developer by the agents of the lessees. It further provides for the amendment of sectional plans in respect of exclusive use areas. It further provides for the amendment and cancellation of a sectional plan upon an order of the court. It provides for the noting of a title deed in respect of the lapsing of a reservation in terms of Section 25. It provides for a lease of part of the common property with the consent of the holders of registered real rights. It intends to amend the provisions relating to the alienation of common property. It further aims to provide for the cancellation of a mortgaged section and mortgage exclusive use area. It also provides for a developer to submit a plan for subdivision or consolidation to the Surveyor General for approval to subdivide, consolidate, and to extend the section. It aims to extend the registration of subdivision of a section, the consolidation of sections, and the extension of sections to a developer, and the extension of sections to a developer. Then the last batch. Yes, furthermore, it also provides for the filing of replacement documentation in case there was documents were lost or destroyed. It also aims to amend the provisions relating to the extension of a scheme. It aims to amend the provisions relating to participation quotas of sections. It aims to regulate the membership of sectional titles, the Sectional Titles Regulations Board. And then lastly, it aims to provide for matters connected therewith. As I've said, our presentation is short, so next item is just to basically then give a short summary of what our point of view is. The primary objective of the bill is to provide for matters pertaining to sectional titles and the registration thereof. The purpose and effect of the bill doesn't have a direct bearing on the legislative mandate of GDART. It is a technical bill and relates primarily to issues of surveying and the like. GDART therefore supports the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in pursuing its constitutional mandate. However, the amendment bill will have no direct impact on GDART's constitutional mandate. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Wyk. That was a very short presentation. And I think that's because the National Department did deal with the nitty-gritty of the content of the bill. To our members of the public, I know a few people did come in while we were there. You've received from the National Department the actual content of this bill, the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill, and you've also now heard from the Gauteng Department about how it's going to affect us. And I think also explaining what that sectional title is. Because so often we talk about it and we assume everybody knows, but that's not really always the case. And that's also why we want to invite backyard dwellers, because it's in a similar way about how people have apartments and subdivide and have different types of ownership, in the same way that does happen in our townships and in our communities. It just may not be viewed in the same way, and I think that's part of the issue. Regardless, though, I want to start by welcoming our Chair of Chairs. She's also a member of the Portfolio Committee. I'll just give to her to introduce herself before I give back to our community members.
Okay. Sanbonani Dumelang, good morning. My name is Zagila Nkosi Malobane, the Chair of Chairs, but also the member of this committee. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Today, the whole point of why we came here was for this particular section, and that is to hear from our community members, from our stakeholders, from our guests. I know we have some people online, and I know we had some challenges with the taxis today, but for those who are in the room, now is your chance. I'm going to note you. You can speak in any language. That's why we've got our interpretation, so don't worry. You can say it in any language you want to. And really, our job here is to listen. Because you've got the national department, you've got the provincial department, and you've got us who plays oversight over that department. So you've got different people in the room who are able to make laws, like the one that's behind us. Like I said, we play oversight over the department. And the third thing that we do, in fact, today is a perfect example of it, is public participation. So we want to hear from our members of our communities. Like I said, I'm going to take any and all hands. And also it's important to note that even if you're unable to make a verbal comment today, we still have written comments that are open until this coming Thursday, the 25th of August. We'll circulate the email address that you can send it to. So even if you don't want to make a verbal comment, or perhaps you know somebody back home or someone in the community who wants to have a say on this particular bill, we are still accepting written submissions in any shape or form. I think it's always important to say this. People think there's a particular format to do written submissions. Not necessarily. We want to hear any of your thoughts, even if it's bullet points, even if it's just an idea, even if it's just an experience. We are really open to anything that you might want to tell us. So I'm going to start by noting any first round, and then we'll get the mic to you. So I'm noting you first as number 1, sir, with the green cap. We've got number 2 here. I just want to see if there's anybody else physically in the room. Okay, is there anybody on the virtual platform who might need to be noted? Honorable Albert, if you can just keep an eye there for me, if there's anyone with their hand up or anybody who needs to be noted. Okay, I'm going to assume the silence means it's all good, and we will just get our team to check online if there are any hands. But over to you, sir. When you speak, please just introduce yourself so we know who you are. Thank you.
No, thanks, Comrade Chair, Hassan. Look, man, my name is George Tolelize, I'm from Kagiso. You know in Kagiso, but I don't want to talk about Kagiso, because Kagiso Ritsuika was Hamazam. Chair, look, man, we have been attending these workshops in these bills and so on. When this bill is going to be an act, NCOP, when you'll take it to the National Assembly to formalize this particular item, so that there's a comrade who call Malobani Nkosi. If I want chairperson, can you talk to the lady when you in the legislature to take this bill to be an act? I know she's very active member there. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, she's here. No, it's fine. Look, man, Chair, I want to understand where in the municipality do we place this act? Because in the municipalities, we've got a lot different. We've got sectional division, we've got building division, we've got, there's a lot of them. So if I go here to my municipality, where I going to place it? And then two, in Chief Mukhalida in Kagiso, we've got small farmers around this part in the area that people are making this food gardens and so on. How do we use this act to those particular people so that they can promote themselves? And the issue of this bill, Chair, Ms. Ngube, I want to check, man, to say how this bill work with the infrastructure. Because the infrastructure will say, no, Runa, Fascin, it's Fascin, Chairperson. Fascina, yeah. Fascina is give me this act. And then the infrastructure will say, no, but Fascina do wrong thing. We, the infrastructure, we've got our own thing. So I don't know how this bill work each other to this particular division. And then what I can say, another Comrade Ngube, yeah, but look, man, there's another section, section 15 and section 16. The person from the department didn't talk about those things. They were saying, I don't want to go. So if you can give us a copy. You see myself, when Councillor Ngube, I don't have facilities like yourself. What is these things? The email and so on. How can you get the copy? Or give me an appointment to come to your office on Friday so that you can download me from the department. It's fine with that. I want Ms. Ngube to agree. But, yeah, so okay, if the chairs agree, I will come there. The other issue, Mayor Mamuluban, TB, I mean, high blood. So I see the glass are empty. You normally give me sweets when we speak, but today they are not there. So I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's take our second hand. You'll also introduce yourself. The gentleman's over there in the middle. Can we get a roving mic, or roaming mic rather, to him? There we go. Remember just to introduce yourself before you speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Vusi Pailane. I'm a council member with the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. I'm also chairperson of Identification of Work. Chair, I'm here today to make strong recommendation to include other categories to be included to do sectional titles plans. Currently, we only have professional land surveyors and professional architects to draw up plans for sectional titles. SACEP believes that provision clause or act is exclusionary. It restricts other categories from trading freely, and therefore we would like to make a strong recommendation to perhaps consider senior architectural technologists and professional architectural technologists to be allowed to do work in those within that market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any other hands, thoughts, ideas? I'm also trying to check online at the same time before we get to members. Any other members of the public who might want to speak, or any of our stakeholders? Team online, just keep an eye out there for me. I'm also trying to check. I don't see any hands. Okay. What I'll do is I'll allow the department to respond, and then I'll open up a second round if there is. But let me just quickly deal with the access to the copies of the bill. If we do not have anything printed now, team, I want you to try and print it today if possible, so that you can leave with this copy. If not, we will get you an access to it maybe tomorrow or the next day. But if we can, Lebu, Tabo, the team, please can we try and get one printed, or a few printed for those who are here today? Because I fully agree, not everybody necessarily has access to it. And I would have thought that we would have printed it already. But if not today, in the next 2 to 3 days, we'll get it to you, sir. So let's just speak after, but I would like you to leave today with a copy. and anyone else who wants to as well, because remember you have until Thursday also to put written submissions. So I just want to clarify that. And then maybe just to be clear to both national and provincial department, when answering the SIS question, he's asking who he goes to in the municipality. Because it's very good for us to create a law here, and it happens all the time. We create very good laws nationally and provincially, and then they don't trickle down into our communities. Nobody knows who to go to, they don't know who to speak to, they don't know who to hold accountable because they're sent from pillar to post. So let's think about how we answer that in a way that makes it accessible to our community members. And then I'll leave those other things around section 15 and 16, and then the small farmers. Infrastructure, we'll hear them speak to it as well. And if there's anything left out, I'll also maybe add in because members will speak next. And then Vusi, very good point. What I'm also going to ask, in addition to the response that's going to be given now, if workload capacity allows, I would really appreciate something in writing, even if it's 2 or 3 paragraphs. Because what you're mentioning is a very technical matter about sectional title planning. It will help us to have that thing in writing so that when, remember, this is not the last point. After this, we're going to go back to the department. We're going to, as our committee, put together what we call a negotiating mandate. That means when we go to the National Portfolio Committee, that means all the different provinces and us, we have to motivate for each change. Whether it literally we go clause 1, any changes. Oh, you want to change the word shall to must, why? And we must justify it. So if I have something in writing, it means that we as a portfolio committee on a Gauteng level, when we go to national, we can say the reason why we're motivating for this is because the Council for Architectural Profession has in fact said X, Y, Z, and this is why it's important, because it empowers us to actually fight for that amendment, because you may not know this, but each amendment is voted on by each province. And so there's also lobbying work we do beforehand. We want to go to the different provinces and say, this is the kind of change we want in the clause, we want it because of these reasons, and then we can try and get it through. So that will really help, in addition to what you've said. And we'll give you the email. And like I said, it doesn't have to be fancy, it doesn't have to be on a letterhead, even if it's an email of a couple paragraphs. This is what you want, this is why. You can even send us different links to go and check out those things. We'll do that research and check. But it helps us and empowers us to fight for that change on a national level when the meeting does in fact happen in a couple months' time. Right, let me start with our national team. I'm going to hand over to you, and then we'll come to you, Mr. Van Wyk, as well. And then if there's anything else we want to add on before we give open to another round for our stakeholders. Let's just get the mic, the roaming mic, right to the front. There is one here. Oh, there we go, perfect. And then, Director, you'll just introduce yourself for us, for those who don't know who you are.
Morning, I'm Carlies Knudsen. I'm the Chief Registrar of Deeds. I will speak to Mr. George from Kagiso's questions. When he asked where in the municipality does this bill fit in, he asked about the food gardens and the infrastructure, but maybe it also links to the second question in a way. Remember the Sectional Titles Act and the amendments that is being proposed in this bill is of very technical nature, as has been indicated right from the start. And it speaks to the registration procedures when we in a deeds registry register the opening of sectional title schemes, the plans that have already been approved by the Surveyor General, etc. And we are actually then now amending on some of these procedures. What is required before any registration can happen of those sectional title deeds, as well as plans, and what will be required. For example, what kind of consents by the body corporate, etc., before certain matters can happen like consolidations of units and subdivisions, etc. The planning processes for the development, like building plans and all of those things, other consents that's required in terms of legislation. Let's say, for example, you have farmland on which a sectional scheme is being developed, etc. All of those have already been done, and the process is completed even before the Surveyor General approves the sectional plans. And then it comes to the deeds registry just for registration. So this is to simplify registration processes. It is to cater for matters, as you have heard, where you need more representativity to make things easier. For example, when you need a representative to represent you in meetings, etc. And these things, these technical problems that is experienced are brought once a year to the Sectional Titles Regulation Board, where all the members that you have heard is also being expanded on. You know, the membership of the Sectional Title Regulation Board. Discuss it, the sections, plans of buildings there, but the sectional title, the sectional plan approved by the SG will also depict the units and buildings as they have been surveyed on the sectional plans. Food gardens is not really matters that come into play with sectional title scheme, unless on that farm you are going to develop a sectional scheme, and that is not usually done in the rural areas, but it is not, there's nothing that prevents it. Infrastructure as well, the SPLUM Act, Spatial Planning, Land Use Management Act comes into play. It's part of the planning processes upfront before the Surveyor General approves the sectional plan, and the conveyancer then lodge it for registration in a deeds office. And then I think that also I will almost similarly respond to when it comes to the architectural work and design, etc. But I am going to hand it to Mr. George Totetsi. I'm sure he would want to add something in his understanding to the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The Chief Registrar of Deeds has dealt with most of these matters. I would really like to explain the issue around Clause 15. The sentiment by Ntate Xolilize was that I didn't want to talk to those particular sections, but the fact of the matter is that when we make an amendment, maybe 3 amendments, and the reason for making the amendments is the same. So when I've explained the reason with regard to the first amendment, I don't think it would be a good thing to reflect to the same reason for the second amendment and the third amendment. I think it would be sufficient to say that for the same reason that we did the amendment 1, we are doing amendment 3. Lastly, Chairperson,
you are welcome to use it, and the reason why I'm also saying that is behind me we've beamed up the email addresses that you can send your written submissions to. So you're welcome to do it in that way. But also, we are going to print it, Mr. George, we are, but just for those who may not even want a printed copy, copies of the bill are available on the GPL website in all the different languages. There's also a copy of the bill that is available in Braille. That's for those members of our community who are blind. So that's also available on request. And that's also why I said the Wi-Fi details are there. So if you want to access it today, you are also welcome to do so. But that doesn't mean we won't print it. It's just saying in addition to that, you can use the Wi-Fi here to do that. And then, like I said, we're beaming up behind us the actual email addresses that you can send your written submissions to. Mr. Van Wyk, let's give to you and your team, or before I do that, Chief Director of Deeds, is there anyone else you want to give to in your national department? Chief Registrar. Perfect. I'll call you DDG if I forget. We're now going to give to our provincial team, and they might also just cover things. And if maybe, I know we were not able to answer the question around smallholder farmers, but if we can just talk a little bit to that, so that Mr. George has an idea of where he has to go to for that kind of support. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, is it better now? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. As far as the comments that were already made or inputs made by the National Department is concerned, I have nothing to add. I'm sure they are very experts. They are experts in their field, so I have nothing to add. Maybe I should just meet with the gentleman who has the question regarding the smallholder farms afterwards, so I can just assist him with whom to contact.
So, Mr. Van Wyk, maybe just stand up so Mr. George can see you. Mr. George, this is the gentleman you're
Yes.
going to find
Yeah.
during the break, right?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's it. That's it for me.
Okay. All right. Just 2 or 3 things I want to quickly talk about. Remember our job once this bill becomes an act. So remember, right now it's not yet a law. We're going to go debate all these changes, etc. Eventually, in a few months' time, it's going to become an act. And our job as the Portfolio Committee is to make sure it's implemented. So that's also why we're going to give you our details. If it's not being implemented, tell us, so that we can go to Mr. Van Wyk and Ms. Govender and the people in the provincial department and say, hey, Chief, you're not doing your job. And if they continue, then we go to national. You know, our job is to make sure the department does their work. And that also goes for smallholder farmers, giving you assistance. You mentioned a few issues here that we've noted. It's for all of those things. So our job is to make sure the department does their work. So you can always feel like you can come to us with whatever issue. If we're giving difficulty, we'll tell you, actually, this is a municipal issue. We need to go to this person. Actually, this is a national issue. So our job is to help you. So it's fine, even if it's not necessarily related to the bill. It's important for us to hear that smallholder farmers in Kagiso and Mogale City need help. Because that means to us, where is our next site visit? Mogale City, for example. So that's very important and we appreciate that. I mentioned the stuff around in writing, Vusi, we can even speak offline, just so you can explain it to us. But we are always open to making legal instruments more accessible to people. And that's also why we invited the professional bodies to these hearings, because we're politicians, we're not all experts in the field. And that's why we wanted representative bodies like yourself. So very much appreciated. Right, anyone else who might want to make a comment? It doesn't have to be a question, it can be a comment, it can be a thought, it can be an experience of how you think the bill can work. I'm going to note a last round of hands here, and then online, and then I'll give to honorable members as well. Dr. Malapani made me think his hand is up. As a team researcher, I think he's good. Anybody else in the room who might want to make comment? Okay, that's fine. If the space is a little bit intimidating, you can always come and speak to us after the session officially. Because anything you say to us, it's our constitutional job to raise it on the other side. So even if the space is not conducive, and like I say, any language, you can speak to us in any language, you can also come speak to us after we close this meeting, because like I say, the submissions are open for the written for the next 2-3 days, but our job is always to listen. I'm going to assume online is the same situation. I'm just taking a very quick look. Online team, is there anyone there? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. All right, that's excellent. Honorable members, I'm now going to give to you guys. I know you've asked many questions of the National Department and Provincial. I feel like we're almost close to being tired of seeing each other every other week with the bill. But if there are any questions you might want to raise, now is the time to do so. Can I see if there's any hands here? Okay, just so members of the public know, it's not that members don't have anything to say, it's that this is our 5th or 6th meeting about this particular bill. So we've interacted with it many, many times, and that's why most of our questions will also have been covered. Anything else from the National Department and the Provincial before I close? Okay. Remember, members of our community, even if your friends or people you know in the professional space were not here, we are still open to public comment in any shape or form. We're going to be having our negotiating mandate in a couple of weeks, so you can already see DDG where we're going with some of the amendments and changes because of our public hearings and of course last week's issues as well. And like I say, this process is very much open and we continue to work with each other. And the other issues you've raised, especially Mr. George, we're going to speak offline with the provincial department as well to see what we can do to assist, and then we'll also make sure we get your copies of the bill to you in whatever language is preferred. But with that, I really want to thank everybody for coming. I also want to apologize for starting late. I did explain we had a crisis of a taxi situation. It's the South African story. We all come to a place and there's always some other issue with a taxi or something of that nature, but it just shows us that we also have to be, plan a little bit more and ensure that it is as accessible as possible. Before I officially close, are there any announcements? Lebu, Nozi, the team? Okay, we'll check. Let's get the hotel staff to help Mr. George with the Wi-Fi, because I also had a challenge earlier, and then I put my computer on and off, or the phone on and off, and it worked. But let's get the team there to assist. And lunch is available for everybody who's here. If I'm correct, it's served at the restaurant near the entrance. You can just say you're with the Gauteng Legislature group, but they are expecting us. And we will, of course, hang around here, not just because we have a meeting after that, our portfolio committee meeting, but also if there's anything you wanted to raise or anything you wanted to discuss with us. But really, thank you so much to our community members, to the National Department, the Provincial Department, and of course our team who works here, and the translation services and the audio visual. Thank you very much, everyone. Honorable members, we are not done. We still have a meeting after this, so don't disappear. Have lunch, but don't disappear, and we'll see you guys after lunch. Thank you. Okay, that's much better. All right, good afternoon, everybody. This is the second session of the day. But before I begin and declare, I just want to alert you that if there are any stakeholders or people you came with who are not in the room, we understand that some arrived a bit later and they're getting lunch, but as soon as they're done, we ask them to please come in. So I think it's good we've left that section open for those stakeholders who are going to be joining us. But if you do know anybody who is just hanging around outside, please alert them that we're about to begin. I'm going to start again by officially declaring this area, and that's because we have our official portfolio committee. I, Fasiya Hassan, Chairperson of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, hereby declare the new Protea Hotel or the Parktonian, City of Johannesburg, as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56(1), 2 and 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, version 5, revision 8, read together with Section 2(1) and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliaments and Provincial Legislatures. And for the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and thus the standing rules of the legislature shall apply and govern all engagements of the day. With that, I've now declared this particular area part of the legislature. So I think it's very important, especially for our stakeholders, to be aware that there's a particular decorum, especially in portfolio committees, that we uphold. So today we're going to be hearing from our various portfolio committee, our departments, both economic development and its agencies, as well as agriculture. Because this is a different type of meeting to this morning, you are here in observatory status. What we can do is right at the end, we can see if there's any questions, but it's a little bit of a different setup to this morning rather. Today is more about the department presenting to the portfolio committee, and you will also be seeing us playing that oversight role. I think the agenda, yes, is flighted behind me. So as you can see, we've done the opening and welcome. I think what we'll do is, some of the stakeholders, I'm told, are different. So I'm just going to do a quick round of introductions, and then we can move for adoption after that. Honorable Ngube.
Sanbonani, good afternoon. My name is Honorable Pinky Mngube, a member of this portfolio. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nkosi Malobane, the Chair of Chairs of Gauteng Legislature, as well as the member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Ndimasiyari dzina langa ndi azwi chitangano ndi murado wa komiti nda.
Thank you. And as I said earlier, my name is Honorable Fasiya Hassan. I am the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. We are also joined on the hybrid platform on MS Teams. And to my knowledge, I saw a member Badenhorst is on the line. And I think it might also be Member Alberts. Can I just ask the both of you to, let's start with Member Alberts to quickly introduce themselves, because we have a different set of stakeholders before us today. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair and everybody. I am Anton Alberts, a member of the committee. Thank you very much.
Right, let's get Member Badenhorst. Okay, what I'll do is I'll check who's still on the line and we can take it later, but you have a vague idea of those who are with us. As you see behind me, we've done the opening and welcome, we've introduced ourselves. Can I just get the apologies officially?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, colleagues. We got one apology from Member Silias. She's attending to family emergency. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We also have an apology from Member Adams. He did mention he has to be between a number of meetings as well. Can I get any movers for the adoption of the agenda? Like I said, we're going to be dealing with the first quarter performance report, as well as 2 FISs, and then of course it will be for each department. Members, anyone who wants to move for adoption of the agenda?
I move, Chair, that to adopt the agenda.
Can I get a seconder?
I second, Chair. for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. The agenda is duly adopted. I'm now going to introduce the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. They are led by the HOD. Unfortunately, HOD, she is with us here today. She's right in the front, but HOD unfortunately is not well. So we really appreciate your presence here despite being as sick as you are. I know you can't even speak. Your voice is gone. So I know someone else from our department is going to be leading that presentation, but officially the delegation is led by the HOD. So to our members of the public, this is the first quarter performance that the department's going to be presenting to us. That's for the most recent financial year, and they're going to be telling us or updating us on the work that they need to be doing, and then we're going to be asking some questions. I also see the MEC has just entered and arrived, so we're also going to acknowledge Honorable MEC Dao, who is also a fundamental part and therefore also the lead of the delegation. Perhaps MEC, sorry to put you on the spot, we have some stakeholders with us, so if you could maybe just stand up and introduce yourself to stakeholders, and then we can move from there.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Pax Dao, MEC for Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development.
Perfect. Thank you, MEC. We just had a different set of stakeholders this afternoon to this morning, which is why we needed to introduce ourselves. I'm going to hand over straight to the Department of Agriculture, and we're going to go through that first quarter performance, and then we'll engage thereafter.
Good afternoon to the Portfolio Committee, honorable members and honorable chairperson. I'm going to go quickly through the quarter one performance information, non-financial performance information of the department. And once I'm done with that, I will allow the CFO to come and do the financial bit. So before we go into the actual performance as per the deliverables in the APP, we thought we'd give the committee a brief overview of the progress that we've made as a department in terms of achieving some of our outcomes and high-level targets for the department. So we've got about 5 outcomes in the department. One is to ensure urban food production as a catalyst for food security. Our target there is to decrease food insecurity in the province by 10% at the end of the term. And in the past, MTEF, the department has been able to support producers, household producers, about 26,353 households producers with various support ranging from production inputs, on and off farm type of support that we've provided our household producers with. We've also supported 516 food gardens, and 623 community food gardens have been supported over the MTEF. In terms of what the department is busy with, DID has made available 4,750 hectares of farmland that has been made available in Eguruleni and Mohale City, and the land will be divided. This land has been made available for production, for food production, and it will be divided and allocated to 1.2 young farmers, and we're looking at allocating at least each farmer with 5 hectares of land. So it's young people, it's military veterans, and agricultural graduates that will be prioritized for this. We will prioritize all kinds of commodities in terms of this land that would be developed for urban farms, and we are looking at vegetable production, poultry production. And again, in terms of the development of urban farms, we've identified more than 1,000 sites, of which some are dumping sites that have been identified for the development in terms of the urban farms. And we are in partnership with the following stakeholders. The implementation plans are underway for these urban farms in terms of the Kalium Financial Services, the Integrated Agriculture, FNB, PepsiCo, and all these other stakeholders that we have come into partnership with to ensure that we actually achieve on these particular targets. In terms of the outcome number 2, which is land and agrarian reform as a driver of sector transformation, here the target is to ensure that there's land release of about 10,000 hectares by the end of the financial year for made available for food production. So we have completed, or we have signed an MOA with Egurulen that will allow us to start implementing on this particular target for the department. And the second bullet there is just showing the number of registered farmers that we are targeting to support in the province. We've got about 5,766 farmers, of which more than 50%, 59.4% are females, and they are allocated across all municipalities in the province. In the past financial year, 92 farmers were assisted to access markets through the government procurement. I think at the end of the financial year, we had 1,060 tons of food that were procured to ensure that farmers have have access to markets. At the end of the first quarter, we had already assisted 31 farmers in this regard. In terms of the next step in ensuring achievement on this particular outcome, we are seeking the land the ESCO approval on the land release from our ESCO by the end of this month, and by hopefully we will get by the end of this month. That will allow us to also further achieve on the land release program. And the department is in the process of accepting 2 properties worth about 3,700 hectares from DID, but we are still finalizing the business case in this regard. And we continue to ensure market access through this market access forum that has been established between different government departments, including GDAD, Department of Health, Department of Social Development, and Education, to ensure market access, as I said. In terms of ensuring or positioning GCR as Africa's agro-processing mecca, we have set a target for ourselves as a department to increase the contribution of the agro-processing by 2% to the GDP by the end of the 5 years. And by the end, the provincial agro-processing GVA was 81.5 billion in 2019. In 2020, it decreased because of COVID to 79 billion, and it has since increased to 83.5 billion in 2021, which is a 2% increase against the target of 1 for the month. And we have committed 15 million against the target of 10 million towards funding cannabis enterprise in the past financial year. An RFI was issued by the department, and before I get to that, the increase in the number of hemp licenses that we have issued should contribute to more people or to more funds being raised or investment being raised through this fund. Currently, or to date, 15 medical cannabis licenses and 48 hemp permits have been issued in the province to ensure achievement on this particular one. In terms of cannabis production fund that is linked to the Township Economic Fund has been approved by the board. We are awaiting the finalization of the implementation of modalities between GEP and IDC, and we issued a strategic cannabis partnership RFI that attracted about 184 submissions, of which 147 were complete submissions, and these have been then assessed and categorized according to the areas of interest, ranging from access to finance, aggregation, and etc., to ensure that we are achieving on this particular target. And of course, there are still regulation misalignments that are still a challenge that we are still dealing with in terms of the national structures that are available to ensure that there's achievement on this particular one. In terms of climate change response and waste, green economy, the department has been implementing the industrial symbiosis program that has resulted in the GHG emission reduction of about 2,000 tons, landfill diversion of 3.4 thousand tons, reduction in virgin source use of about 3,400 tons, and the businesses that have been assisted in terms of the waste sector, we are sitting at 13 at the end of the first quarter. I'm not going to go through the rest, but we are busy with the commercialization of the five buyback centers. Business cases with financial models have been finalized with the assistance of the University of Johannesburg. 4 out of these 5 have submitted application with JEP. We are still awaiting the decision. And we have concluded an agreement with Callium Finance for the financing of the GDAD green hydrogen program. And these are some of the high-level outputs that we've achieved as a department. In terms of the commercialization, progress on the commercialization of the nature reserves, we are currently the Sekerpos registration as a triple P with national with provincial treasury has been completed, and we are currently in the process of appointing the service provider to manage the approval process and the management of the appointment of the investment partner, and we are told this is well underway and we should see results soon in terms of this. Okay, if we quickly get into the Q1 performance information, in terms of the APP performance, the targets against the achievement of the targets in the APP, the department is at 85% achievement against the APP targets and 93% in terms of Q1 finance. This is against, the 93% is against the Q1, and in terms of year to date, we are at 20%. However, the CFO will elaborate on that. In terms of the program achievement, in program 1, we are at 43%. We've achieved 3 of the 7 indicators. In program 2, we are at 96%. We've achieved 27 of the 28 indicators that we set out to achieve in Q1, and in program 3, we are at 85%. We've achieved 11 of the 13 indicators for Q1, and in total we had 48 indicators that we were targeting for Q1 of which then is the 85% that we alluded to earlier. This is a list of all the indicators or the targets that we've managed to achieve in the quarter, and it's, like I said, it's a long list of indicators. We have about 42 in total that we've achieved. So I won't go through all of them, but safe to say, if you look at the far right corner, we are likely to achieve, we're in progress to achieve all our targets for the achieved targets will be also achieved for the annual target if you look at our progress to date. If you look at program 1, we've achieved the 8% procurement targets on enterprise in the institution supply database against the target of 0.2. We've achieved the procurement that targets enterprises that are outside institution database with a target of 0.1%. We are at 0.4%, and we've resolved all our Antirisano commitments. If you look at program 2, where we are at 96%, if you look at support through skills development of farmers, if I pick a few, 154 participants out of a target of 150 has been trained in broiler production, irrigation design, marketing and record keeping. We've also conducted 340 capacity building activities against a target of 335. These include your information sessions with your commodity organization and other relevant stakeholders. We also look at demonstration trials and technical advice in general to our farmers to ensure that they are capacitated to increase their production in a sustainable way. And also, if you look at the subsistence producers that were supported with production inputs through the RFQ system, we've supported 812, of which 508 are women. So more than 50% of the people, of the subsistence farmers that we've supported are women. And due to the outbreak in the foot and mouth disease, you will see that we are currently overachieving on visits to epi units for veterinary interventions, and also the samples that were collected for targeted animal disease surveillance is overachieved in response to the outbreak. And lastly, if you look at export facilitation, we've been able to issue 4,730 veterinary certifications for exports against a target of 4,000. If you look at program 3, I'm going to skip the others. If you look at program 3, I think we want to highlight the fact that we are able to we were able to complete all our EIA applications, that we finalized them within the legislated time frame, which is 107 days. However, we want to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee that Gauteng is the only province in the country currently that is able to process these within 30 days and finalize them within 30 days. And in terms of that 30-day target, the province is at 96% to ensure we facilitate the easy facilitation of economic development in the province. In terms of the areas of non-achievement, this is the 7 indicators that we did not achieve for the year. The first one, for the quarter rather, the first one is in financial management. It's invoices paid within 10 working days. So we've pushed ourselves as a department and put in our APP the payment of invoices within 10 working days instead of 30, just so that we ensure that our service providers are paid timeously. So against this target, we have against this indicator, we have a target of 100, and at the end of the first quarter, we had achieved 85%, and that's the achievement to date. However, in terms of invoices paid within 15 working days, the department is at 98%, and of course we've paid all our invoices within 30 working days. And the reason for not achieving on the 10 days is because of the payments that were confirmed, but however the run was not successful. When it was run, it was over the 10 working days. And the other reason is that some of the document had to be manually verified by the EIS team and did not appear on the SEP automatically. As a result, they missed the payment run. And I think lastly was the late submission of that RLSO2 for ESCOM, which then meant we would not achieve on the 10 days. We've made aware as a corrective measure, Treasury of all our, of the system-related problems, and they're working on them. However, these are outside of the department's control. And in terms of the late submission of RLSO2s, we have escalated to the relevant manager to deal with consequence management in that regard. In terms of procurement that targets businesses owned by youth, the target for Q1 was 30%. We've achieved 15% against this target. Yes, in the first quarter, we have not really achieved on this particular target. But if we look at the current reports, month 4 going forward, you will see that the department has started performing against the designated groups, and we are really hoping that we will achieve this particular, we are confident that we will achieve it moving forward in terms of the RFQ process. In terms of work opportunities created through TEPO 1 million, we had a target of 750 for the quarter. We have created 573 work opportunities with a variance of 177. And this is due to the delays in the commencement of work opportunities of various projects. And as a corrective measure, we are fast-tracking the appointment of service providers for land care projects and the employment of environmental graduates and EPWP. In terms of procurement that targets collective ownership or groups or beneficiaries or equipment that is that will benefit more than one beneficiary, the target is 0.1%. We have not achieved against this particular indicator, and the reason for this, the two projects that are contributing to this particular indicator, there were delays in terms of the first one, which is the Rural Social Compact Plan proposal. There were delays in the verification process, and the other project is still awaiting advertisement. And as soon as the advertisement has gone, we will start spending against these two indicators, and we are confident that we will achieve at the end of the financial year. In terms of sustainable resource management, the indicator agricultural infrastructure established, we have a target of 23 for Q1, and we have achieved 1. And this is due to slow progress in the construction site by contractors. With this one, Honorable Chairperson, the number of projects that are at a practical completion, they are at a defect liability stage, so we couldn't count them in the Q1 as being complete, even though that we know that they are being complete until we receive that final certification. So they will be counted in Q2. So we are confident again that we will start achieving on this particular indicator. In terms of number of completed criminal investigations handed to the NPA for prosecution in terms of environment, the target for Q1 was 7, and we achieved 6. And the reason for not achieving on the 1 is because we had problems attaining witness statements or suspect statements that are still outstanding due to not them being available for their statements to be obtained. And we are pursuing warrants of arrest for those suspects that are not voluntarily coming forward to give up their statements, and we will prioritize obtaining those outstanding statements from witnesses, which is a bit difficult because they are not obliged to do so. In terms of the number of Section 24G application finalized within 60 days of payment of the administration fund, we have achieved 4 against a target of 7 at the end of the quarter. at the end of quarter one, and this is because a number of these fines have been issued, but some of them are under appeal. Some of the offenders have requested that they pay through installment, and obviously the 4 of the 10 also has not yet reached the payment date. So we have not achieved against this because of those type of reasons, and we will of course expedite the finalization of this application as soon as the fines have been paid, because that's the only time when we can finalize them. In terms of human resource capacity, the staff complement for the department is 1,059. The number of posts is 1,059. Those that are filled are 969. And the vacant posts are 90, which then takes us to the vacancy rate of 8.49%. And if you look at employment equity for designated groups, if you look at blacks in the department, we are at 95% black complement. That is 922 employees. If you look at total females within the department, we are at 52% against the target of 50. If you look at female SMS, the target is 50, and we are at 62%. And lastly, the persons with disabilities, we are at 2.68% against the target of 2%. So I'm going to ask the CFO to come and do the financial bit. Thank you, Chairperson.
So just to give them a minute, I think we do know the order of our agenda. Maybe if the next presenters can also just be ready, so we can save out on those few minutes in between in terms of the transition. I think that will help us, because we're going to be here a while if we're unable to speed up that process of the transition. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, colleagues from the department. The table of contents for the financial report will be the budget vis-a-vis the expenditure for the first quarter, the brief summary of the under and the over expenditure, which will include the payables not recognized and accruals as at the end of the first quarter, the commitments, the departmental revenue, the 30 days payment report, which the non-financial performance information is already alluded to, and also the preferential procurement and township spend report. On the finances, Honorable Chair, as a department, in total, we are sitting at 20%, and the per program expenditure for the first quarter, budget for program 1 is sitting at 69.2. The actual spending thereof at 74. We have overspent on that, and it was mainly due to the accruals that we had from the previous financial year, which we paid in the first quarter. For program 2, we have a budget of 94.3 million. We have spent 70 million, which is equivalent to 75%. Program 3, which is environmental affairs, we have a budget of 65.5 million. We have spent 68 million, which is equivalent to 104%, mainly due to the accruals that we had to pay as a department. That is the quarterly expenditure. But in total, the total appropriation for the department for program 1 is 262 million. we have spent 74% of that, 74 million of that, which is equivalent to 29%. Program 2, we have a budget of 487 million, we have spent 70 million, equivalent to 14%. Environmental affairs, we have a budget of 292 million, we have spent 68 million, and that is equivalent to 23%. That is the summary for the expenditure per program in quarter 1, and also the total appropriation budget for the department. And the bottom part, Honorable Chair, we are indicating the economic classification. For the quarter, we have a budget of 136 million on conversion of employees. We have spent 135 million, equivalent to 99% of the budget for the quarter. Under goods and services, we have a budget of 86 million. We have spent 71 million, equivalent to 82%. Transfers and subsidies, we have spent we have a budget of 1.6. We have paid 2.4, equivalent to 144%. And payment for capital assets, we have a budget of 4 million. We have spent 4.5 for the quarter, which is equivalent to 112%. That is the quarterly figures. And overall, for the first quarter, we have spent 93% of the budget allocated for the first quarter. And on the total appropriation budget, on conversion of employees, we have a budget of 547 million. We have spent 135 million, equivalent to 25%. On goods and services, 460 million is the budget. We have spent 71 million, equivalent to 15%. Transfers and subsidies, we have a budget of 20 million. We have spent 2.4, equivalent to 12%. And payment for capital assets, we have a budget of 14.2 million. We have spent 4.5 million, equivalent to 32%. And overall, we are sitting at 20%. As per the straight line budget method, Chair, we should be sitting at 25% for the first quarter. However, we have underspent by 5%. We are sitting at 20%. In the main, Chair, we have had our conditional grant tranche, which was only transferred on the 17th of June in the first quarter. And that is one of the reasons why we couldn't spend on the conditional grant, and that also affected our expenditure, hence we're sitting at 20%. And also, Chair, there was an issue of the PPFA Circular 1 of 2022-23 financial year with regard to the Constitutional Court judgment, which halted the procurement in almost all the departments, and that also affected our expenditure in the first quarter. And on this slide, I talked to the issues that I've already spoken to, Honorable Chair, that the department's projected expenditure for the first quarter is 229 million, and 213 has been spent, which equates to 93% for the first quarter. And the underspending of 7%, which is recorded in the first quarter, it's attributed to the issue that I've alluded to on the conditional grant and also the Constitutional Court judgment. And on the expenditure to date as well, the department has been allocated, this is the total appropriation. We've been allocated a budget of 1 billion, and overall we have spent 213 million, which is equivalent to 20%, and I've already spoken to that, Chair. On program 1, we have spent 74 million, equivalent to 9%. Program 2, 70 million, equivalent to 14%. Program 3, we have spent 68.1, which is equivalent to 23% of the total allocated budget. On the conversion of employees, for the first quarter target progress, the department spent 136 million, had a budget of 136 million. We have spent 135 million, which is equivalent to 25% of our COE budget for the first quarter. And on the total budget appropriation, we have a budget of 547 million, and we've spent 135 million, which is equivalent to 25%. And under goods and services, we had projected an expenditure of 86.8 million, of which we have only spent 71 million, which is equivalent to 82%. And we have an underspending of 18%, which is mostly attributed to the issues that I spoke to. And on the transfers and subsidies, We had projected an expenditure of 1.6 million. However, we spent 2.4, which equates to 144% for the first quarter. And this was mainly due to the fact that we spent 2.4 million on the, which is equivalent to 25%, which was on the transfers that we made to the Valley University of Technology and the University of Johannesburg for bursaries and internships. And we also had 38,000, which we spent on rates and taxes for our properties. Hence, we spend the 144% on the transfers and subsidies. And on the payment for capital assets, we have spent 4.5 of the 4 million budget for the quarter, which is equivalent to 112%. And the main total appropriation, we have spent 5.7 million on the budget of 28 million budget, which is equivalent to 20% of the allocated budget. And in the main, the 2 million of that expenditure is attributed to the fence at the AB Bailey and Seger Bosrand game farms, and also the 839 million, which is attributed to the compensation and goods and services for that expenditure. And Chair, on the conditional grants, which I've already alluded to the fact that we only got the transfer from the National Department of Agriculture on the 17th of June. Hence, you see our expenditure is sitting at 1%. However, Chair, the picture is already changed. When I was checking the figures today, we were sitting at 17% as at the 19th of August. And mainly this expenditure, Chair, was due to the fact that we received the tranche very late. We're having the CASP budget at sitting at 86 million. We haven't spent as at the end of June. However, that picture has changed. The ERP budget of 17.7 million, 0%. The Ilima Letsema, we're sitting at 0% as well. Land care, 5.2 million, we're sitting at 0%. But on the EPWP incentive grant, which consists mainly of the stipends that we pay to the beneficiaries, we're sitting at 25%. But overall, for the conditional grants, we have a budget of 149 million. We've only spent 139,000, and which is equivalent to 1%. But in the main, Chair, because of the late tranche transfer which was made to the department, but we have since changed these pictures. End users have submitted RFQs to finance. They've been processed. Hence, I was saying that we're sitting between 17 and 19% as at the 19th of August, 2022. This slide, Chair, talks to the issues that I've already spoken to with regard to the under expenditure of the conditional grants. And on the payables, recognized synopsis for older accruals, we have paid all of those. The prior year, we have also settled all those. And the payables not recognized in the current financial year, we're having an amount of 6.3 million, and we are attending to that. It will be cleared in the second quarter. And accruals, the current accruals of 16.8 million, we don't have any challenges there, so we'll be settling those as at the end of the second quarter. And on the commitments, as at the end of the first quarter, on machinery and equipment, we have issued out POs, and the deliveries were made. However, payments were not yet done. We're still going through the verification process. Hence, we're having a balance of 7.9 million. And on our buildings and other fixed structures, this is on the projects which are being implemented by the DBSA and the Department of Infrastructure Development. We're sitting at 17.3 million. And all in all, our total commitments on capital expenditure are sitting at 25.3 million. And on the other commitments, excluding the capital ones that I spoke to, under goods and services, for the previous financial year, we were sitting at, same period for the first quarter, we were sitting at 31.5 million. In the current financial year, we are sitting at 84.8 million. For goods and services which are partially paid, the first one, Chair, we're talking to the open orders. The partially paid orders in the previous financial year, first quarter, were sitting at 124 million. In the current financial year, we are sitting at 89 million. And in total, for the previous financial year, as at the first of the first quarter, we were sitting at 156 million. In the current financial year, we are sitting at 174 million. Chair, on the departmental revenue, as at the end of the first quarter, under sale of goods and services, this is where we include our auctions, our sale of tickets to our game reserves. We have a budget amount of 1.2. However, Chair, we have over-collected by an amount of the actual amount collected is 1.4. We have over-collected by 283,000 for the quarter. On fines, penalties, and forfeits, we did not budget for that, of which is one item that will be taken into consideration during the budget adjustment so that we can include a budget amount for that item. We have collected an amount of 1.2 million. And on interest, dividends, and rent on land, we had budgeted 2,000. We managed to collect 139,000. In the main year, Chair, it was the issue of the bank balance. As at the end of the financial year, the amount which is supposed to be transferred back to the provincial treasury, we forfeited, we surrendered around 100 million, but that amount took quite some time before it was transferred to treasury. And as a result, we accrued some interest for the couple of days, amounting to 139,000 as indicated there. And we had over-collected by 137,000. Financial transaction in assets and liabilities, we had budgeted 20,000, managed to collect 10,000, and the variance is 10,000. But in total, the total revenue appropriated for the year, under sale of goods and services, we have budgeted 10.9 million. We managed to collect 3.1 million, which is equivalent to 28.4%. Fines, penalties, and forfeits, we budgeted 3.7, and we've collected 3.2 million, equivalent to 87%. Interest and dividends, we budgeted 8,000. We managed to collect 139,000, equivalent to 1,737%. That's the one that I've alluded to with regard to the interest from the bank, Honorable Chair. Financial transactions in assets and liabilities, the total appropriation is 303,000. We managed to collect 169,000, and that is equivalent to 55.7%. And in total, we are sitting at 40.5% as at the end of the first quarter. Chair, we might need to go back during the budget adjustment to adjust especially our budgeted figures that I spoke to on the fines and penalties, interest and dividends, adjust those figures so that they can be aligned to what is happening on the ground. This on this slide, Chair, is what I spoke to with regard to the revenue, indicating that we received a payment of the Section 24G fines amounting to 3.2 million, and also that the collection of sale of goods and services related to the VAT services permits, and also the nature reserves entrance fees, and the issues around the financial transaction in assets and liabilities, and the collection here relates to the salary reversals from the previous financial year. On the 30 days payment report, Chair, nationally, we're supposed to comply to the 30 days payment report. We're supposed to pay all our service providers within 30 days. But there's an EXCO resolution, Chair, that has been taken by the EXCO in the province that we should be paying our service providers within 15 days. However, it was again extended to 10 days. Chair, as per for the quarter or for the month of April, On the 30 days payment report, we complied 100%. 15 days, we managed to achieve 95%. 10 days, we managed to achieve 89%. In May, for 30 days, 100%. 15 days, we improved to 100%. 10 days, we regressed to 82%. For June, 100% for 30 days. 15 days, 100%. And 10 days, we improved to 85%. And in total, for 30 days, we are complying 100%. For 15 days, we are sitting at 98%. For 10 days, we are sitting at 85%. Chair, there are issues with regard to the non-compliance, of which some of them are out of our control. Like, for example, the invoices there were some invoices which were confirmed for payment run of the 17th and 18th of May, but the run was not successful. It was a system failure from the provincial treasury, and the run only happened on the 4th and the 18th of May. That was a day or 2 days after the stipulated date of the payment run, and that resulted in the department exceeding the 10 days payment compliant. And also on the sundry payments, which are supposed to be manually verified on EIS, this is done by the provincial treasury. So, Chair, you find that the service provider submits a fiscal invoice to the department, and they also submit an invoice electronically on the IES system. And sometimes it takes time for the EIS to update that invoice. And as a result, that causes delays on our side. We also had the RLSO2, which is supposed to be issued by which was supposed to be issued for ESCOM, and also that caused delays because the RLSO2 was issued late. This is one of the items that we have control of, and we are working on that to improve the situation. Yeah, on this slide, Chair, those are the issues that I was talking to with regard to the reasons why we did not comply to the 30 days payment report, or 15 days and 10 days. And also, Chair, we having issues with regard to the public holidays. When a payment run, Chair, falls on a public holiday, that payment run will be shifted to the next day. And this is under the control of the provincial treasury. And as a result, that causes delays, especially on the 10 days and the 15 days. The 30 days one is fine, will comply, but the ones which are, the days are very limited. The delay will, the public holiday shifting of the payment run will cause delays on the payment report of the 10 days and the 15 days. And on the screen, Chair, we're talking to the issues around the preferential procurement and township spend report. For the quota, Chair, the total spend on the B targets for 2023, for April, we achieved 73% on our procurement on black spend. For May, we spent 68%. For June, we spent 53%. And for quarter one in total, we spent 62%. And then on procurement on companies owned by women, for April, we spent 42%, May, 28%, June, 49%, and overall, we spent 41%. On companies owned by youth, April, we spent 8%, May, 5%, June, 26%, and overall, we're sitting at 15%. And on companies owned by PDI, people with disabilities, April 4%, 0% for May, and 2% for June. We're sitting at 1.6%. On the TER spend for April, 11%, May, 23%, June, 1.7%, and overall, we're sitting at 12%. And on the bottom part, Chair, we're just indicating the the targets, the BE targets. HDI was supposed to sit at 50%. Females, companies owned by females were supposed to sit at 40%. By youth, 30%. People with disabilities, 70%. And also the township spend should be sitting at 40%. Chair, we have put measures in place to improve the situation. We have scheduled supplier days events wherein we'll be inviting suppliers to attend our events and encourage our suppliers to participate, especially on our RFQs and bids, so that we can be able to achieve the set targets for the department. This slide, dear Chair, talks to the issue that I was talking to, giving the reasons of the under expenditure that we did not manage to achieve the procurement target for youth, people with disabilities, township spend, and also the target for black-owned enterprises. But Chair, like I said, we are making inroads. We have arranged those events where we'll be meeting service providers and making sure that they participate within our procurement space so that we can be able to achieve the set targets. Especially, Chair, the Department of Agriculture and also Economic Development should be the custodian of this item since our MEC is the leader in this, and we should be seen to be achieving, and all the other departments should be following suit on what we're doing as the Department of Economic Development and Agriculture and Rural Development. Chair, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the entirety of the Quota 1 report. Honourable members, I'm going to open up a round for us first, and then we might see if there's anything from our stakeholders. But just before I do that, I do in fact have a list of our portfolio committee, or our stakeholders today rather, for our portfolio committee meeting. At the moment in which this was sent to me, the agriculture, the GDAD stakeholders include Dobsonville farmers. We welcome you, the Mamelodi East farming group, the West Rand farmers as well. And so I know there might be more because there were quite a few people that entered while we had already found ourselves on that train. So that's in terms of agriculture. And then in terms of the economic development stakeholders, we've got Mr. Vusi Matladi, Mr. Dr. Tsotetsi from the Etwatwa Greening team. We've also got Ms. Ayanda Kela, who is a woman in tourism. We've got Tato Matopeng from Soweto Tourism. We've got Scotch Matlope from Ekurhuleni Tourism Association. We've got Paul Maluleke from Alex Tourism. We've got Fezico Communications, who's brought 5 people. We've got Sianda Stakeholders, who's also brought 5 people. And we've got Tukishi, I think that's also an organization that's brought 5 people. If I did not mention you and you would like to be acknowledged, not a problem, just let our team know. And then we'll also just check that register. But I thought it's important for the department, for the portfolio committee to hear that we do in fact have people in our communities, grassroots organizations, and people who actually live the decisions that we make in this space. So those are our stakeholders with us today. We welcome you. Right, so let me start with honorable members, and then we can see if there are any agriculture stakeholders who might want to make comment on what's presented. Members, I'm going to note Honorable Ngube first. Member Chitanga, okay, everyone's going to speak, and then Chair of Chairs will go last, and then we'll take it from there. Honorable Ngube.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, HOT, with your team, about your presentation. I'm happy that today, at least, we have warm bodies that you have been crying to see. However, we don't know whether with these thousands that the department is reporting about, whether some of you or none of you have benefited. We always ask them, where are these people? You are telling us about 3,000 women that you are supporting. Where are they? Who are they? telling us about supporting farmers. Where are they? On what? Money has gone back, Eshoti. And when money has gone back, that money was allocated to be utilized for specific purpose. When it has not been utilized, young sister, when that money is not utilized, what it means, there are intended beneficiaries that have been shortchanged. And it goes back to us. Service delivery, they don't give us service delivery. Then you fight with us, can't you? I see it. Ne? So, worse that you are also charged in interest more, because it could not be sent back to the treasury on time. And my question will be, what has been done with that, either official or CFO? What has been done? What are the measures, as corrective measures that have been done? Stakeholders are going to speak here, and fortunately it's relevant stakeholders. I've been saying to the chairperson, I'm not impressed just to know that they are stakeholders, but I want to know where they're coming from. And as she was reading, it gave me the correct data in terms of why are you here, and the department is reporting in front of you. The chairperson is saying is going to give you slots to talk. And as you talk, Tina will be listening. Next time we'll be asking them that there were these stakeholders that said ABCD. How far have you empowered them or responded to their concerns? You've heard them talk about food security, hectares, and the Egurulin. These hectares are at Egurulin. And we've heard that there are stakeholders that are coming from Egurulin. So maybe some of you will tell us that, no, I'm one of the beneficiaries of this, of 500 hectares or of 300 hectares, and this is what I'm doing in those hectares. Because we are sitting on their necks about releasing this land, and we see new people coming in. Eshoti, you told us that there are 50 dumping sites that you have given permission or certificates. During recess, I've heard that there are fights in these dumping sites. And I was asking myself whether are those fights coming from the dumping sites that have been officiated? And if so, what are the reasons of them fighting amongst themselves? Whether it is the turf, others encroached to a dumping site of others, we don't know. So if maybe you do know, what are the reasons of them fighting amongst each other? You can share them with us. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about 80% youth because I've just said you have to tell us who are these beneficiaries. We have asked them. Chairperson, did they receive our questions before today? The department?
In fact, they did, and apparently they have responded, but it's not been presented. So we're just trying to see if we can get that in writing beforehand. We're thinking about time in terms of presenting. But there are responses apparently to those questions.
Ish. Okay. Yeah, we will hear because it becomes good when they present. Tsepo 1 million, it's a song that you always sing, the premier, to say, but Tina, we don't see these people. And where are they? You gave them opportunities to do what? And we have reported about the mitigating factors. What have you done in order to fast track your linkages with them? I think that's where one is interested also. I always ask the same question to the Premier. So where are they? Where are they? Where do we find them? So if it was not part of those questions that we sent, we'll want to know. The EPWP, what I knew is that the EPWP is Expanded Public Works Program. And when they are deployed in whichever structure and or project, it's for those people that are deployed there to gain experience or gain skills, certain skills, so that when they're out of that project, they're able to utilize those skills somewhere else. However, what I have experienced when I was in education is that when we visit maybe West Rand, we'll find them, 15 of them or 20 of them, loitering in a school. Their uniform, clean uniform. And then you ask them, why are you here? No, we don't know. They said, we must come here. You ask the principal, the EPWP people outside, they say they don't know what they're supposed to be doing. And at that moment, the school, the grass, it's so high, classes are dirty, and you see that there's supposed to be some job. So, not knowing who deploys them there, to say it means there is no communication between where they are coming from and where they're being deployed on that day, on that week. So to me, it then says, they're not gaining any skill because they did not know why are they there. Almost of the time when we visit schools, we'll find them just loitering and not knowing what are they supposed to be doing. So I'm not sure whether they are still, 3 years or what, and then after that others must be deployed. So for those that you are counting on your money, do you know what are these skills that they are acquiring as the state is spending on them? Thank you very much.
Member Chitano.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also welcome the report. Other points have been already put forward by Member Mncube. I'm not going to repeat them. My first one will be around this cannabis license. I think there was a number there which was flighted that is 184, if I'm not mistaken. I just wanted to check, out of whichever number which has been flighted there, how many of those who have been given licenses are black people? The reason being that the MEC has been very much passionate about the spin-offs from the cannabis industry. I should think during the third quarter of previous financial year, we also raised this specific question that it seems as if there is a sort of a red tape in terms of this process which leads towards the licensing. Then we just want to get a feel as to how many, or in terms of percentage out of the number, are black people. Otherwise, it's going to create a mockery out of the intention of the Township Economic Act now. We want to know because it seems as if this industry is being flooded by multinationals. We want to understand how many black people have been licensed out of that particular number? That is the first question which I want to raise. The second one relates to the reporting of the targets vis-a-vis what has been spent. Ne? I just want to get an understanding. When you said year to date is 20% which has been spent, and when we said the target was achieved 80 something, if I'm not mistaken, and the budget spent, it's 80 something, if I'm not mistaken. I do not have those figures in front of me. Does that include, for the reporting purposes, do you include the accruals which are coming from last year, or you remove them so that the target vis-a-vis what you have spent, we can compare them like we are comparing oranges with oranges, so that there can't be something which is a bit skewed there. That is another one. And then the third one relates, just a moment, the procurement, mainly around the township spent, which is 12%. The department is coming here also mourning like us, who are a portfolio committee, and the community and the stakeholders there, instead of coming with a solution. Yes, the department is right that the department is a custodian of the Township Economic Act now. Ne? The reason why there was such an intervention was to address these malaias. But it seems as if nothing much is really happening. If I'm not mistaken, Chair of Chairs, this 12% which is presented here, I think beginning of the previous financial year, it was around 11%. Now is the beginning, we are reporting the first quarter of this current financial year is around 12%. There has been an intervention, there was a bill, there was a public hearing and all, there were inputs as to how we can better procure from a township. Now we are having an act, but the target still remain stagnant, still remain the same. Therefore, there is a problem which ought really to be addressed there. And finally, I sympathize in relation to Ilima, Litsima, and the CAPS, but I just wanted to check, and also maybe to get a bit of a guarantee. Is this 37 point something million of Ilima, Litsima gonna be spent before the end of the season? Meaning before the start of the plowing season, which is going to start around, with all honesty, around October, November. Or nothing will happen and then it will be spent after season, which is just going to be a useless exercise. Those, Chair, are a few things which I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Chitangano. Member Alberts has his hand up virtually. And like I said earlier, this is a hybrid meeting, so I'm going to hand over to Member Alberts. Member Alberts, remember we have stakeholders today, so I'm going to ask you to put on your camera when you speak. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just have two short questions. It's with regards to the filling of positions in terms of affirmative action. I see that we receive total numbers, but we aren't given a breakdown in terms of African, colored, and Indian percentages. How do they make up the whole number? And I would like to know if we can have a breakdown like that. And then I note with concern, and I find this in about every committee that I'm in, that there are that the department don't meet the objectives for people with disabilities in terms of procurement, or even employment is sometimes the case. But definitely with regard to departmental procurement and township procurement, we find that in terms of this presentation, 4% procurement was achieved against a stated target of 7%. I would like to know why is that the case. And of course, there's also a shortfall in terms of the youth. Although the HDI number seems to have been exceeded, the youth and people with disabilities have not been looked after in that regard. So I would like to know more, why is that the case? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Member Alberts. Over to you, Chair of Chairs.
Definitely, Chair, I agree with Member Albert. I actually wanted to ask the question that if we didn't spend on people with disabilities, the youth, as well as in the township, what did you spend? Remember, we've agreed on the priority. We've even put up an act that will govern that to make sure that at least the rent goes to the township and also circulate in that particular area. So I'll be very much interested to know where did we spend our money in. Chair, there's underspending, and of course there are no red lights at the moment because it's the first quarter, but I'm worried that usually there's underspending in quarter 1 and sometimes quarter 2, and during quarter 3 and 4, and particularly quarter 4, there's fiscal dumping. Can we be assured that there won't be any fiscal dumping in the current financial year, since there is signs that we might end up underspending by quarter 4? The other issues, actually the implementation of our township economic development bill. You know, Chair, we should not actually, I had a discussion with member before he left, Member Adams, about certain laws that are brought up to address the challenges of the past or the injustices of the past. You know what I liked with National Party was that they were never apologetic about implementing their policies or their laws. Tina siyanyonyoba, you know, siyafaka mawusizwa ngathi bakunomsindo siyachopela sifake sichopele. And I think this thing is about us being bold in addressing the injustices of the past. If we want to spend in the black communities, particularly the townships, aska nyonyobi, bese siya withdraw, nyonyobe, withdraw. Let's do it. There is laws now that really empowers us to make meaningful changes. You know, bengibheka umunye umama, but angeke ngisho ukuthi umuphi. And you look at this person, yabona ukuthi laba yilaba sibabiza bonokuthula nabo sibona lesikhathi okay. Yeah, yabona ukuthi laba bazanyelwe ne. And now the person is very senior. Bamzamile. And they made sure ukuthi it will take 10 years ukuthi lo muntu abantu katafunde nokuthula or retakalani. But abe ku level ethize, ukuleyo level today. She might be in her late 50s, but at least she was empowered and ugloyo level. When are we going to take care of our Onogutulas and Takalanis? Because those people also need to be taken care of. The reason why we've got special schools is because we want them to be empowered. As fun balogu atumuntana 88, alogat u. We want those people to reach a certain level, and there should be jobs reserved for them. Hence, we've got PW, you know, the disability people. As a farang mistake, it's because those people go to special schools, and when they're from special school, they then need to be empowered, and we make sure that they live a meaningful life. Afrikaners were not locals, were not shy to employ to actually implement. What else? China was a kamgale in the agri forum or Afri forum. That's two such open. Our own people, then Baba disadvantaged. You know, as long as you know what you are doing it according to umthetho, do it. And agri-forum mixer court is fine. Some mad judges might take some wrong decisions, but Oksala Uguti will be able to go and fight it there. Because these people, our people, they also need, our young people also need to be empowered at some point. Our disabled people need to be empowered at some point. Black people in particular need to be empowered at some point. And women must also be empowered at some point. You know, the other issue, Chair, we did an oversight visit and we went to quite a number of farms ingadi azazi ingadi yasibona ingadi ngithi beyikhona ingadi eDiepkloof ugogo kaDanai beyiproduce better than what we visited. Bekunombila kunespinach ekhaya kunomrorho ilo imbuya, you know, kunama anyanisi kunamalo, you know. And Chair and MEC, you know, if we can also and during that period I also visited the correctional services areas, and also addicts corner. Let's partner with those people. Because laba abanye bafuna quick fix, angisho yafustana ukuthi ngithini MEC. When umuntu uthi uzoba ifama ucanga ukuthi umsebenzi wakhe ugcoka ibhruku elifishana afaka amabhutsi afake nehembe lekakhe. That's not farming, you know. Farming is about us seeing the results ukuthi kunamazambane that are being produced in that farm. There's a guy whose farm is actually Portuguese. Ifami yakhe is closer to our Vlakfontein. I buy vegetables every time there's a funeral in our community. I go there and buy vegetables because my last time I'm a tour, but because I attend, that man supplies quite a number of our hawkers. Yeah. Next to Ekenhof. Yes, Ekenhof. You know that road that takes you to Ekenhof informal settlement. He's been there for years. Agna fence in now. So no munga yo chonja makebish tata I-45 base your ham. So we need at least such farms HOT, where our people will then go in and farm. And we give skills during people who are actually arrested, during their incarcerations. I mean, you go to Leokop, you go to Boxbeck, Sun City, a number of prisons that provide skills in terms of farming. Those people, they actually get released on parole and they're supposed to do community work. Such people, you can then link them to our farmers. I mean, I need farmers, I'm talking about black farmers in this case. They will do miracles in that land, and it will also keep them busy. It can also assist us with dealing with issues of addictions. Because when they are in rehabs, not all of them, of course, but they are also given such skills. Let's link up with them and deploy these people through the EPWP. By the way, I hope because it means they will get paid whilst assisting our farmers to grow. So through the EPWP program, you deploy them as member Mncube have said. You'll deploy them kuzokwaziwa ukuthi bazoyenzani. Bafaka kula mafama by 100, they work, they get paid through EPWP every month. Again, the land yasebenza and food is being sold and the farmer grows, you know. Then the farms that we have visited, tobona ukuthi lapana ya stage yiwa yabona. Yambona lo mama lona ukhipha ama tray ayi10 amaqanda yabona ukuthi la buyothengwa la maqanda lanka awazalwanga yile inkukhu. So at least let's do some work in these areas, and there is potential. But also let us be bold and forcefully so do what our laws zithi, you know, as long as yonke into ezayenza within the ambit of the law, do it. Lento ukuthi sizoloku sithusa abo AfriForum na one man ayisebenzeli, and by the way, it's their politics, it's their, they actually want these programs to fail anyway. So if you are Tuga, they are winning. Yeah, so ungathuki qhubeka, and ngelinye ilanga if lokhu siqhubeka nalabo abanye bazosupport, angisho teacher ngani bazosupport because bayabona ukuthi si bold in doing our jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I just have two questions I want to add on because I'm largely covered by other members. The first is around the land release program. That's going to be linked with the process that was initiated by GDAD to the would-be farmers that we have. So basically the ones that are registered in the database, and what the benefit or the order is going to be of that land release project. So I'm just trying to basically understand. Oh, that's okay. We have a little bit of a water situation. That's fine. Okay, so basically I'm trying to understand that the land release program that we initiated in the past to the would-be farmers, have they been registered in a new database in order to benefit, or are they the only beneficiaries that have been listed in the presentation that you gave us? So I just want to make sure that they aren't those that we were meant to give and we haven't given, if these are new or old existing beneficiaries. The second is around this crisis of the foot and mouth disease situation. Has there been a vaccination program that was rolled out in the province? If there was, where and how was it determined? And would this be for all of the cloven-hooved woodstock or livestock? And I say this because members of the public may have heard on the news or even know it because they're involved in this industry. We are facing the worst foot and mouth outbreak or disease outbreak in a very, very, very long time. And there's been a ban on the moving of livestock from, I think it's 21 days. But I really need to understand the vaccination process because there are a lot of, especially smallholder farmers who are suffering from this, who are losing their cattle. We want to make sure that we are doing proactive work to ensure that especially our smallholder farmers are not the ones who suffer from this process. Other than that, I think I'm covered by members. Before I give to the department, I wanted to, we have stakeholders in the room. I think it's best we hear from them and then you guys can respond once because you might find there are some relations to what might be asked. And this is also, I'm asking indulgence of members around me because I know it might extend the meeting, but I do think it's important. The whole point of why we're here and why we have stakeholders in the room is to also hear from them and for them to connect to the department and connect their needs and their requirements to us as well. So I'm going to take a very short round from members of the community. Remember, this is specifically for agriculture and what's been presented in Quota 1. But we really would be keen if there's anyone, I think it's from Dobsonville, there's Mamelodi, and there's another farming organization that I have not included, but there's 3 of us that I know are here today. I just don't want to miss out that last one. West Rand farmers. Right, let me see if there's any hands up. Okay, I'm going to stand. I'm a short person, so I don't want to miss any hands. Okay, I'm seeing number 1. Number 2 at the back, sir, in the yellow cap. I'm sorry, orange cap. Number 3. Anyone on this side? Okay. Okay, I think you're behind the camera person. We'll take you as number 4. Number 4, ma'am. Okay, number 5. I'm going to stop it there because we also have quite a long agenda ahead of us. I'm going to give you strictly 2 to 3 minutes at most. Remember, this is not your last opportunity to engage with the department. This is just a first point and touch of call, because we're hoping to have more and more portfolio committees like this where we invite you on a regular basis and you can come through and bring your issues. And just remember to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from when you speak, and then we're going to keep a look at the time. Oh yes, and very important, you can speak in any language that you are comfortable with. We will definitely understand and make sure we answer as well as we can. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Protocol observed, because you give me only 3 minutes. My name is Vusi Matladi from Etwatwa Greening Team NPC, which is non-profit company. We've been working as volunteers in Egurule Etwatwa, Davidton. In 2013, the local government sector education and training association, they train us in environment for 12 years, like internship. After that, we decided that was for Egurulen as a whole, from Middle East, which is Etwatwa, we call it Gauteng Middle East. And then it will be North, which is Tembisa, and then will be Katoras. So we're 110 students for education in regarding environment and agriculture. We did achieve that certificate. We decided to open our own NPC that will assist to help government to utilize our skills, as one of our colleagues mentioned, one of the officials mentioned, to assist in illegal dumping, cleanups, and climate change issues, waste, and recycling. I will welcome the report that we get from HOD by Samo. I think I see the achievement from the presenter, Samu, from HOD. It says 43%. It covers the illegal dumping, what they have achieved, the cannabis, waste, buyback center, nature reserve. We, as NPE in the ground, we would like to be catalyst. We request to be catalyst or ambassador in partnership with you guys, so that in second quarter, we can achieve 50%. Why I'm saying this? Because I understand that we're working on the ground and we know the challenges of environment and issues in the community. We will make sure that the community, they participate in environmental issues and agriculture and waste. Coming to climate change.
Sir, I need you to wrap up. I've given you 3 minutes already.
Yeah, just last one, ma'am. Please. I'm having a challenge about buyback center recycling. Last time we were promised that they're going to support us with TAC. I think it was during MEC, Lebogang Maile and the Premier. Till today, but we don't need those TAC anyway. We just need the support, the visibility of the department to show the community that they are involved to assist the community on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get the next speaker. You know what I think, Lebu? Let's take the lady at the back because she's on this side. She's right at the back there, behind the, yes, this lady. Then we'll come to the side of the room. Don't forget to tell us who you are. Thank you.
Ndiyabulela che igama lami ndinguNompumelelo Nokhwali
Ndiphuma kwi-Freshly Living Gardens, Western area, West Rand. Kwindawo encinci eyiVaterpan. I-problem yethu thina kwi-area yethu ngizathi Western area as a whole kune-mine industry owner iland kakhulu kwelaa cala. And we've been knocking from 2006 kwi-agriculture. I'm getting old now. Asifumani land. And iland awungeke ukwazi ukutyala kuyo ungena title deed. Even if sowucela ku-government, kwi-private sectors ukuthi ndicela uncedo, uzawuncedwa njani ungena land? Xa siya emine, imine ithi ugovernment akakathethi nix ngale area. So aninayo i-right yokuhlala la, aninayo i-right yokulima. In so much that there were so many evictions there. Xa kuthunyelwa i-red ants kuthathwa kwa izimpahla zethu besinazo zimdaka zindala. Sifumane singena nix. So ubanganokha uqonqoze kuwo wonke lamacango. Up until now, sesifuna ukuya eGauteng straight kwi-Department of Agriculture. Sibuza ukuthi kanti kwenziwa njani? Ngoba kunzima abanye abantu nokwenza i-paperwork le. Ufumanisa ukuthi awukwazi ukwenza i-business plan, awukwazi ukwenza nix. Siyazihamba i-meetings, siyarhalela ukuzenza izinto. But we've been delayed by indlela ukuthi faneke ube njani ukuze wena uqualify kwizinto ezinje. So siyacela ukuhoywa because siyalima. Sinefoto apho singanibonisa khona thina siyakwazi ukulima. Awuthi uma ufika isipinatshi sihleli phansi siyaphezulu. But ke ngoku into sicela uncedo ukuthi senze njani ukuze nathi siqualify so that sikwazi ukukhulisa youth, sikwazi ukukhulisa abantu abadala, because sifuna ukwenza i-food gardens sinceda i-community yethu, not abantwana qha, abantu abadala, abantu kwi-homes nakwezikolo. Siyahamba siye ezikolweni siyocela indawo phaa yokulima. I-problem i-one, asazi processes ekufanele sizihambe, sihamba njani ukuze sihambe right. Ndiyabulela inkosi.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to move to this side. What we're going to do is going to start with the gentleman with the orange cap behind you, Ma'am Nozi, and then we'll move forward like that. So this is now speaker number 3. Thank you, sir. Don't forget to tell us your name and where you're from.
All right. Thanks very much, ma'am. And thanks to the Portfolio Committee. My name is Semi Dladla. I'm from the Rand West City. Particularly host mining communities. I think my view also, it's also familiar with the one which was raised by the later speaker, of which we are left as a ghost town. Our communities are exposed to all various health hazardous activities, and not even the mining sector is attending to our crisis. We currently have experienced a lot of unrest through illegal mining, so to say. Also, we are also exposed to all the mining affected areas, challenges that go through. But most in particularly, our area has been declared as the agricultural hub of Gauteng, which is West Rand. Most particularly in our communities, we are an agricultural holding, but we still remain with the challenge of not having permanent residential permits, and as well as the title deed, or so to say, the lease agreements of which they lasted. And just to say, the agricultural activities have been taking place back in the days, but now that it is us, particularly black people who are there, not even given attention or attended to. So we'd like to put it upon to the Portfolio Committee to please find an alternative way to attend to our situation. It is urgent, and the crises are also growing at high rates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. There's a gentleman here in the front. He's our 4th speaker. I think I noted 5 hands.
Good day, everyone. My name is Goodman Tobata. I'm a youth member of Omkariso Women in Water. So I'm from Mamelodi. So as today we are gathered here and then we are discussing the economy of our country. My question is one, as we are looking into the distribution of income and wealth, especially when coming to land. Because if we work the land, it means we work the future for me. So as we are talking about land distribution, is it possible maybe for an individual who can identify a land which is not part of the land distribution to come into the department and like I've seen the land, I would just want to work this land. Is there any assistance that I can get from you as I've identified a certain land? And then the other thing is that we previously had the Department of Agriculture. They had a program called PAS. So there was various issues regarding the redemption to redeem a voucher, because the challenges were that the suppliers may be far from us. So how can we? And then you find that whatever they supply is not our problem. Like it's not a problem for us. Maybe we are in short of water, but then they want to supply us with seed in which we already have. So how can we get assisted on what we need mostly? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We've got that last hand over there.
Good afternoon. My name is Nomvula Masilela from Omkariso Women in Water. From Omkariso in Water, based in Mamelodi East. So, ngizokhuluma ngomkariso. Umkariso siqale ngo-2014. Si volunteer. Sa adopta i-stream. Yes, saqala lapho sibomama, siqale si-26. So, ukuya nokuya, si volunteer, abomama abanye bayawa, kanjalo abanye sasala. Since then, thina basele saqhubeka ngomsebenzi wethu. Thina siyatshala, sinama food garden, sibesilina ne-stream, sisebenza ne-water and sanitation. Sikwazile ukuthi masisebenza ne-water and sanitation, senza ama-door to door, senza i-awareness ye-global hand wash. Sa-adopta izikolo ezi-3. Sa-adopta iBajabulile Primary School, Buladikoro Primary School, Ramatlali Primary School, sitlina ama-toilet wabantwana besikolo. And then sangenela futhi yama-competition we-water and sanitation. Sawina lapho, sathola i-award plus 5,000, 50,000. Sapinda futhi sangenela ngo-2014. Ngo-2015 sangenela futhi i-land care, agriculture. Sinakhona futhi sa wina saphuma number 1 ku-9 province yonke, sathatha i-number 1, sathola i-award, sathola futhi ne-30,000. Then since then, from lapho, sipartnere futhi ne-Walter Sisulu Teacher Center. So nabo si-conducta ama-awareness wama legal dumping. And then kujitarti nakhona sangena basinika ijitarti yasinika i-program ye cleaning. Sihamba nakhona siklina ama legal dumping. So umkariso sina 20 youth, abantu abadala sina 8. Ngezi 20 this month, tina umkariso sikwazile ukuthi sikwazile ukuhosta women in dialogue. So we have a big event, and we didn't have any support from the Department of. We sent our invitation to Department of Local Economic, GTART. The only department who supported us, it's only water and sanitation. So now we had this youth, about 20, and these youth are volunteering there. So you know yourself that youth, they can't work without any sense. But we just promised them, because of Department of CEDA, CEDA come and visit us, and then she found out to have those 20 youths. They promised the youth that they must just keep on working. Maybe after 3 months, we're gonna get a stipend. So we thank you so much to be here.
Thank you, Mam Numvula. We appreciate that. I think just before I give to the department, if you as community members have events like that, you can also invite us as the portfolio committee. Because we would be happy, even if I can't make it, often between us, we quickly discuss, we'll say, member Chitangano, you available, member Ngube, let's go. Because if we are in our community meetings, we hear very directly what's going on. So I'm also saying we may not be able to provide the level of support the department can, but we would be happy just to attend, you know, to sit there, to listen, to feel a part of that process. So we'll leave our details of the team, but this goes to anybody in the room. If you have an event and you want us there, just let us know. Because we'd be happy to form a part of that. For us, it's not just sitting in meetings here, it must be hands-on in our communities. So that's for anyone in the future who might want to invite us. Exactly, first-hand information. Let me give over straight to the department. I know you've got quite a few questions, so I'm going to leave it with you. And then just for members to know, we did submit those questions. We've gotten a response, but let's keep that in writing because I also don't want the meeting to drag too far. We can always engage on that matter next week if we need to ask follow-up questions of the department on those questions. Thank you. And then just introduce yourself when you do speak so that the community knows. I would prefer if the department maybe could stand, because then everybody sees you. You don't have to stand behind the podium, but just stand.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members and MEC. HODs and all the stakeholders as well as my colleagues. My name is Dora Mudise. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for Environment and Agriculture at the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm responding here on behalf of the HOD who has lost her voice, but she is here as announced earlier on. So thank you, HOD, for being here, even though your health is not well. Okay, in terms of, let me stand here. Honorable Chair, one or two specific questions I will request respectfully a number of my colleagues, the chief directors, to speak to. So as I respond, I'll indicate which ones, and they will quickly, as soon as I'm done, go through that. Honorable Member Ngube, questions on the issues of really who are we supporting and where is the support going, and specifically the issue of TEPO 1 million. And Honorable Member, this was one of the questions that were asked, which we sent the written responses. So TEPO 1 million implementation, we integrate within the different units within the department. So each of the business units have got key targets on what they need to be doing insofar as TEPO 1 million is concerned. So for example, in the past 4 months since beginning of this financial year, we have employed about 70 young people in our reserves as our general workers, they've already started working. And over and above that, we are currently finalizing procurement processes for the EPWP program. So we've got 5 sets of terms of reference, all of them aimed at us arriving at a target of 1,200 EPWP workers, most of those young people and women. So that appointment will be working, and most of it will be on our land care program, the work on rehabilitation of land, clearing of alien invasive species, and so on. We do also we also have another program where we've already employed about 100 young people in Mohale City, Merafong, and Mfuleni. So the project is in progress. It's a program on the Gauteng Innovative Waste Management Program in terms of cleaning up. I hope it's not the team you referred to, Honorable Member, that they sit and not know what they are doing. In terms of our EPWP program, it's got very clear deliverables. There are implementing agents that are responsible for these workers once they are appointed. They are given very clear terms of reference and very clear areas where in work would be happening. So it's also a worry on our side to hear that there would be instances where people report for duty and sit and not know what they are doing. Because over and above that implementing agents, our team are also available, roaming and monitoring that implementation is happening. I'm not going to argue with the fact that we might get chances out there, and therefore when we get these reports, we need to be looking into them. Honorable Member Chintane raises the issue of cannabis. Apologies if I said it wrong. Chitanga. Yes, I think it's my Tswana tongue, the struggling. Apologies, Honorable Member. Yes, the issue of cannabis, I think we flagged that there's about 48 cannabis licenses. It's mainly between hemp and medicinal cannabis that are issued in Gauteng. These licenses, let me clarify, that for hemp it's actually a permit that's issued by the National Department of Agriculture, and for your medicinal cannabis, it's your licenses that are issued by SAPRA, the Medicines Council. So as province, we do not issue licenses. I did get the concern in terms of what are the demographics, how many of these are black people. I'm trying to check if Mr. Magabia is here, if he already has the number, he can shout it out. Okay. Thank you very much. So 29 out of 48 hemp permits, it's black people, and 4 out of 11 medicinal cannabis permits that are available as for is black people. We do note that we need to increase that, and therefore our cannabis program is very much tailored towards encouraging the participation of young people and previously disadvantaged groupings. We have earlier this year issued a request, an RFI, and we've received responses. A good number of those responses came from young black people, and the evaluation is being underway, and most of those are being earmarked for our incubation programs and SMME support program that we are developing. Honorable Member, you also mentioned the issue of licensing red tapes. We do appreciate that it's something that takes time and an engagement that's happening between the MEC and the Minister on the permitting and licensing processes and how we can accelerate the cannabis industrialization program in Gauteng. So those particular engagements are happening to make sure that we get the necessary support from the national government. The second part of your question was around the targets, where we've reported 20% expenditure. We've then reported about 89% performance. And your worry was, where is the disjuncture? Why is it, what have we included? And if we haven't spent, we haven't spent, and yet we report 87%. Let me also first say, most of our performance targets are not linked to expenditure. In simple terms, are not linked to buying something. So you would have targets around EIA, processing of EIAs within 30 working days, for example. So for that, it relies mainly on our officials doing their work rather than us processing tenders. So in most of those instances where you might find that performance would exceed expenditure, it would be mainly on those targets that are not linked to the procurement of goods and services. We do acknowledge that we are a bit below, but however, there's quite a number of tender processes on procurement-linked performance areas, wherein we would anticipate expenditure in the next coming quarters. In terms of whether or not it included accruals, that is a more specific issue, and I'll allow later on CFO to speak to that issue on whether we included accruals on that particular expenditure reporting, as well as the township spend percentage issue. Conditional grants, we would confirm that now the conditional grant transfers, CFO will correct me if I'm wrong later on when he speaks, the transfers have happened now in August. The question is whether or not we will spend before the planting season ends. We are also going to give a chance quickly, 1 minute, to Chief Director Madolo to talk to the processes that's already underway in terms of purchasing seeds and fertilizers as we chase the current planting season. We've actually done a bit of work on that to make sure that unlike last year, this year we get all our inputs delivered in time for the planting season. Honorable Member Albert, on the filling of positions and the breakdown of demographics, we do have that breakdown, which was not projected. Advocate Muleshe will quickly take us through the demographics of the positions that are currently filled. With disabilities, that we struggled to reach those particular targets in terms of procurement and employment. I can only say that we are pushing in that particular space to increase it, including putting in place some training and mentorship programs that ensures that we attract more of these particular groupings, more of the people with disabilities that would participate either through employment or through procurement, but that is part of what Advocate will clarify just now. Honorable Chair of Chairs, where exactly did we spend if we did not spend on townships, on people with disabilities and on the youth? I can say that we have, with the expenditure that has happened, it still has happened within your designated groups. We might have had a low expenditure on those particular groupings. Where exactly we've spent, a CFO, as he speaks, he will give you a breakdown in terms of probably women and black people and so forth. Okay, the use, we will take that as points for enrichment of our program, Honorable Chair of Chairs, in terms of us tapping into and reaching out to people that are perhaps under correctional supervision. We will reach out to social development or people that have just come out of or are part of your rehabilitation facilities, and how they can then come in, especially as we roll out our urban food security program. We take a point that aims to enrich our programs. Honorable Chairperson, Member Hassan, on the land release program, We are going through the EXCO cycle currently, so in September we expect to get approval from the Executive Committee to have a land release dispensation in Gauteng. As you, if you can recall, land release and land reform is a competency of national government. However, our executive authority, the MEC, saw it fit that through the land that we own as province, we might go a long way in enhancing the access to land issue, and which is why we are doing this particular dispensation. Part of that approval of the land release program will include the criteria for who will really benefit from this particular land. It will also include the process that we will undertake, which based on PFMA standards will have to be an open process. So once approved, we are going, so we do not have, to answer your question more directly, we do not have a pre-existing database list of people that says these people are going to get the land. We are going to have to advertise based on a criteria that will be approved by EXCO. There was also a very specific question on the foot and mouth disease outbreak. We've got our resident head of veterinary services, Dr. Dietana. We will ask her also in 2 minutes to briefly talk to that point on foot and mouth outbreak, as well as vaccination processes. Abuti Vusi, who's working with an organization where they're volunteering in Ekurhuleni, and the training that's been received, I think that's been acknowledged. The gist of the issue there is the support that you require. You did mention the issue of ducks, which in the same sentence you said you do not need them anymore. But however, what we will take from there is the need for support. We do have a program that we are now accelerating, which is the support of buyback centers, because we have to reach a target of reducing waste going to landfill sites. So therefore, that application, we would encourage you to really be in contact with us, give the details, and we'll have to see what is happening there in the operation that you have and the kind of support that can be provided, because such support on the ground is already being given to a number of buyback centers. To Mpumelelo, on the need for land, how you then access the land. There's a number of ways, and I'm really not even going to preempt how the mining land can be accessed, because most of that mining land would belong to a number of different entities. We are already partnering with Sibanye, for example, on the use of some of the mining land for a number of programs that we have, but also for yourselves, and we do get that concern, and we get it a lot as a question that says we do need support, but when we go and ask for support, we are asked to provide proof that we've got access to land or some forms of title deed. Even within municipalities, a number of municipalities have got the Adopt the Spot program, where we would encourage you to also look into that if you are able to adopt a spot or get access to some form of land wherein you can get access to that, to the assistance that we can provide. But I've already spoken to the land release program that we are going to undertake following EXCO approval. There was also an issue, I think it's linked to the previous one, around dealing with pollution in mining land and receipt of permits or title deeds, kind of an issue. Abud Goodman in Mamelodi, distribution of land and income, I did sense a bit of it was related to economic development there, which economic development is going to present now, and they'll be able to talk to those, the township economy issues and income distribution within townships. The land part, I think I've addressed already. You've also raised a very important issue on the PESI, the Presidential Economic Stimulus Program that happened during COVID, where vouchers were issued to farmers and subsistence farmers. That was a national program, so the vouchers were issued by national government. As province, we facilitated and assisted in accessing these farmers. And your main challenge is that accessibility to suppliers. So some of those challenges were picked up at national, and which is why that program of issuing vouchers has been put on hold for now, whilst those particular grumblings are being dealt with, to make sure that everybody accesses and uses the vouchers effectively, because we also did get reports that vouchers were being sold for a less amount than what they were worth, and therefore not doing the necessary work it was required to do, which was agricultural production. Honorable Chair, Menomvula's points were really, I think, for us to note the work they are doing, and a point of gratitude, and we thank you very much, Menomvula, for that. If I'm allowed, can I request to start with, I think I started with CFO, to then speak to those two issues. I think CFO, maybe as you stand, you'll speak and then hand over to Advocate Molesha to speak to demographics, and then Ntate Madolo to speak to the issue of the planting season, followed by Dr. Dietana to speak to the foot and mouth disease. I hope I haven't forgotten any of you. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, DDG, and Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, HOD. The questions which were raised regarding the finances of the department. The first question was with regard to the interest charged. Honorable Members, the interest that we spoke about was the interest that we earned because of the positive bank balance that we had. We were not charged interest that we had to pay. That is what we received, and we have to surrender that to the provincial kitty, to the provincial treasury. We are not allowed even to use it. It must go back to the provincial treasury. However, we had to disclose it and talk to it as revenue which was received. And with regard to the procurement on the township spend, Honorable Chair, like I indicated, we have scheduled meetings for supplier days where we'll be convening potential suppliers to the department and taking them through our procurement processes so that we can encourage them to participate in those processes and then also increase the percentages which were flighted there. Chair, we are not doing well, especially with regard to people with disabilities, township spend, companies owned by youth, and also companies owned by women. And hence we have scheduled those meetings to say we need these people to participate in the economy and improve the standard of living for those designated groups within our society. And also we are updating the database of suppliers from all areas within the province.
Let me just ask you to hold the mic a bit closer, because we're struggling to hear you.
Yeah, we are updating the database for all suppliers within.
Yeah, I think also maybe stand up, because what we're finding is we're not able. Yes, now our community members can see you a bit better.
Okay, no thanks, Chair. Yeah, like I was saying, Chair, we are updating the database for suppliers so that we can be able to improve those percentages as flagged on people with disabilities, companies owned by women, the township spend, and also when members of the community were standing up here and presenting their views, you could hear that to a certain extent, as procurement within the department, we need to involve them to a larger extent so that we can be able to have a larger participation stake from the communities. On the CASP spending, I think the Chief Director also talked to it. Chair, in the previous financial year, we underspent on the conditional grant, we had to take money back. However, Chair, we made sure that we have plans in place. Even if the grant was released in mid-June, we have plans already. The RFQs have already been submitted to supply chain. We are almost finalizing them, and there will be an improvement on the spending of the grant in the second quarter going forward. And hopefully at the end of the financial year, we won't be taking money back from the grant to the treasury. Thanks.
Okay, there we go. I was just.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Advocate Sipakazi Molesha. I'm going to be responding to the equity targets. In terms of the equity targets in the department when it relates to employment, we have various targets. One, talking to women in senior management, which is 50%. We are at 64% compliance. In terms of the percentage of people with disabilities employed within the department, Chair, the national target is 2%. We are currently at 2.79. However, the province has pronounced that departments now should strive to get the 5%. We are therefore gearing ourselves to ensure that we meet the 5% target as well. In terms of the percentage of black people employed in the executive management, it's 100%. Sorry, the target is 60%, and we have a 100% compliance there. In terms of percentage of black women employed at executive management level, target is 30%, we have 67%, and I'm talking this target coming from our APP, as well as the percentage of black people employed in senior management is supposed to be 60%, we have 96%. Yeah, I think lastly, I think the other one that I needed to respond to is the question of training. What training do we provide to our partners or the youth or whatever? One of the trainings that we are providing currently, which we found was a problem, because one, we do what we call, we are in the transformation desk, and in the transformation desk we therefore then compile databases for everybody in the department to be able to tap into those designated groups. So part of what we've discovered is that as we were providing SEM with the list, some of the service providers were not necessarily providing services that are done by GDAD. We have therefore streamlined that, and we are in partnership with WAD and YAD, which is the Youth in Agriculture and Women in Agriculture, as well as other organizations. We also have been now tapping into the space of getting putting it together a database for LGBTQI plus groups, as well as women are already there. Yeah, I think I've spoken to all of those. And in the main, the training themselves, therefore, insofar as people that are service providers, your SMMEs, we then training them to be able to develop their documents and register, etc. And we do that with Treasury. But also, in terms of all other programs of the department, people are trained based on what they do. So if there is an opportunity within environment, they will get that training, and we provide that database. Same applies to agro-processing, agriculture, and all other areas. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, honorable members, MEC, HODs, and colleagues. My name is Mncedisi Madola. I'm going to respond on the issues around the grants. Yes, the preparations are underway in order for us to make sure that farmers plant, honorable member, during the planting season, which is upon us, at least starting from September next month. And actually the last planting dates are around December. We are busy right now. Okay. We are busy right now evaluating the advertised tenders for us to be able to procure the requisite production inputs. And as we are doing that, we are also, through the Office of the CFO and Supply Chain, have prepared the request for quotations from other CSD registered service providers in the province so that they can assist us with the supply of the production inputs. Additionally, we are working together with the Land Bank, wherein they are also assessing some of our farmers who require loans with the blended finance. There's a 50-50% loan from the Land Bank, whereby the other part of the loan is 50% and the other one is 50%, which is a grant. A number of farmers are being presently assessed by Land Bank for approval. Thirdly, there's also an agreement that we've got with PepsiCo, whereby some of our farmers, especially the grain farmers, are being assessed for funding via PepsiCo and ourselves, whereby they'll be producing these grains, maize, specifically for manufacturing into, the chips called Doritos, and also potatoes into Simba chips and the Lays. So the last time I checked with them, that is PepsiCo, they were about to finalize those applications. So yes, we will be on time in as far as farmers planting on time. The other thing that we are really working on is, as led by the CFO, as I indicated, is setting up our own panels for 3 years, whereby we don't have to be dependent or delay actually in the procurement of production inputs for farmers. As I indicated, I also apologized to Advocate Muleshe because I was busy evaluating one of the tenders, which will actually make us be able to deliver on time with the delivery of production inputs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, MEC, HODs. Okay, good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, MEC, HODs, and Dumelang Dimasiari to all the stakeholders. Honorable Chair, I'm Dietana Nemuzibadi, Chief Director for Veterinary Services. Honorable Chair, you asked a question on foot and mouth vaccination. Yes, it is true that we are experiencing the worst case, actually, or scenario of foot and mouth outbreak, especially with the history that we are a free zone. And this is happening in other provinces as well. But to respond to your question, the vaccination against foot and mouth is very targeted and only restricted to infected farms. It is not a vaccine that is routinely given to livestock. It is strictly controlled by government and administered by government or under supervision of government. So we are strictly targeting those farms that were infected. We started in Randfontein, the first infected farm, during the month of April. We are currently vaccinating at Beefco feedlot, and we have already vaccinated 2 of its neighboring farms which were infected because of a spillover from Beefco. And all these animals that have been vaccinated have been targeted for slaughter. They cannot remain in the population to ensure that we contain the spread. But also looking into the future, because we do not as yet as a country have a handle on the outbreak, we have been requested on a national basis, that is all provinces, to quantify the vaccines that we might need in future in the case of a worst case scenario. So we have done that, and for Gauteng we've estimated about 400,000, basically allocating half of that maybe to a big feedlot like current beef, should that be the case. But we are hoping that we'll never get to that point. So that is the situation with the vaccination. Thank you. And if I may, Honorable Chair, our weapon with foot and mouth is awareness, and I would like to maybe humbly request the stakeholders that if there's anything, if anything concerning the home that you suspect maybe gore ke foot and mouth, ke kopa le re founele, ke tla sia di phone number tsa rona le the secretariat tsa di state vets tsa rona across all the provinces. So no matter how small you think something is, please ke kopa le re founele, so that we can be able to attend to the situation as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Those were our responses. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, let's do quickly. Are there any follow-ups very quickly from us? Okay, Member Chitano, but let's be fast on that one.
CFO, can you just flight that slide which you were reporting on budget, actuals, and actual? Maybe my question regarding the accrual, maybe I did not explain better because even the DDG, I realized that she could not really grasp what my question was really all about. And the CFO did not even bother to attempt to answer it.
Okay, in the meanwhile, let's get Member Ncube to ask her follow-up while they find the right slide.
Yeah, thank you. Chairperson, I'm not sure whether I didn't hear the presentation, but I thought I heard it in terms of the money that went back. Because he said, because you were late, then there was an interest. But now, the interest has gone to yourself than to the treasurer. How it was presented, it told me that you have to pay interest. However, I'm on the release of land as you are saying the decision must be taken by, subject to escort decision. Without undermining them, we would like the question of the criteria be based on redress, on access, on transformation, on GOD, and previously disadvantaged sectors of people. We know they know it, because I've just heard now from I think CFOs saying there's a loan for farmers, 50-50. How would you charge me, those people there, the others outside these ones that are here? How then do you say, okay, we're gonna give you money, 50%, we're loaning you, where am I gonna get that 50% to pay back? So the question of redress and access must be behind your minds, that you can't compare apples and banana. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have the right slide there for you, Member Chitangana? Over to you.
The CFO, if we take the budget of the Quota, the 229 million there, and the actual spend of 213, my question was, when we are doing this reporting, that 213 million, does it include the accrual? If the question is yes, it includes the accrual. It means that this 93%, which we are saying was spent during this quarter, it's not really accurate, because we couldn't have budgeted for the accruals here, which also translates to the 20%, which was saying we've spent during the quarter. That was my question. I wanted to understand whether when we are doing this, we take the accruals out, so that we do not report things which are not like. I've even indicated that it must be oranges to oranges and then not bananas to oranges, because it will have really grossly understated, overstated that 213 million. I just wanted to understand that.
Okay, let me hand over straight for response on those last two, then we can move on.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and to the Honorable Member for the question. No, thanks, Honorable Chair, and the Honorable Member for the question. Honorable Chair, in government, we report on cash basis. That's point number one. And point number two, for our accruals, our commitments, we apply for what we call rollovers from the provincial treasury. Unfortunately, the rollovers, they are not approved in the first quarter. We just had a meeting yesterday where the rollovers, we applied for a rollover of 39 million. The provincial treasury has recommended 31 million for our rollovers. That will include our commitments at year end and our accruals at year end. So how we report the cash basis that I alluded to, as and when we pay, we report that as expenditure. Maybe, Honorable Member, we could, for simplicity, we could have included a slide where we indicate the total of our accruals at year end and the total of the accruals that we paid as at the end of the first quarter. Maybe that's the slide that would have clarified. But Honorable Chair, with your indulgence, that slide or that information can be provided. But in the main, we report on cash basis, and also we apply for rollovers, which were approved, meaning that from the budget, total budget that we had of 1.042 billion, it will be increased by the 31 million, which has been recommended to take care of the accruals that we had at year end. But that will only be indicated after we have engaged in the budget adjustment process, which will be ending at the end of September, and the figures will be indicated on our reports. I hope that clarifies the question from the member. Thanks.
Okay, all right. Let me thank the department there for quarter one. We're now going to move to the next agenda point, which is the focused intervention study. And we're going to be hearing from the department on the Sacred Bosran commercialization plan. I also see HOD from the economic development side is here, so we welcome you. We are in another marathon meeting, but of course today we have stakeholders as well. So team, let me now hand over again to the department, but we're going to hear from the FIS perspective. There we go, it's been flighted. So I wanted to say to our community members, I think everybody sees on TV all of these portfolio committee meetings, but you don't realize we sit in 7-8 hour meetings like this. Because we're going to be here probably, I don't know, till 8, 9 o'clock. Because we'll do the same thing for economic development. So I just thought it's good for members of the community to see that we do in fact work, that we do sit and we do everything that we can to to try and push the department to do their job. But in the same way, we also put in all of those hours. So I think it is good for members of our public just to see that we are in fact here, we're ready, we're available, and we continue on. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will try to save as much time as possible. So we are mainly responding to specific questions from the FIS and it's mainly on, all the questions are on Segerbos Rand Nature Reserve. So we were asked firstly how we are going to ensure that Segerbos Rand Nature Reserve remains accessible to citizens of Gauteng. Given I think this question was emanating from the commercialization process that we are currently undergoing. So our key response there is that our pricing of gate fees will be subjected to approval by Provincial Treasury. So pricing always comes through from Provincial Treasury. And therefore, there wouldn't be any different fee structure that gets put in place outside of that dispensation. And in terms of guiding our commercialization process, so this process to the members of the communities that are here, Segerbos Rand is our biggest nature reserve, and therefore to render it more economically viable and ensure that it gets to be enjoyed and used by the public also for ecotourism purposes, we are undertaking a process of getting private partners that can come and assist in running, which is not a new process. Most of the other major reserves in the country are run like that, Kruger National Park being the example. So we are following the same model. So we were asked who we appointed as an advisor. We appointed through the Development Bank of South Africa an organization or a company called BDO Advisory Services, and they were appointed for a period of 8 months. And the key question we were asked was whether we'll be engaging the same person for the rest of the process. That person came on board mainly to do a transactional advisory service, to do a full feasibility. What does Segerbos Rand look like? What are the revenue figures? What can we do in order to improve it, the kind of partners that we want? So therefore, we are not guaranteeing, or we do not have any plans to appoint BDO again. A new process altogether is being run again by DBSA to get us an implementing partner. So we were asked to take the portfolio committee on what's this commercialization plan about. The commercialization plan is not finalized, so there is a process that is evolving. Phase 1 involved that transactional advisory service that we've just undertaken, and we've completed the work. We have then also, as part of the process, we've submitted and registered this project with the National Treasury through the PPP office. So it's following the strict processes of the public-private partnership dispensation with National Treasury. We will then, now that we are entering the procurement stage, we've already received approval for, the project has been registered, the feasibility has been accepted. Now we are appointing a person that's going to take us through the implementation process. The key question here, and this, will it be done piecemeal and over a long period, or will it be executed once off, and for how long? The project will be done piecemeal. The time frame and anticipated schedule will be shown now in terms of what we will be doing. We've completed, like I said, the feasibility work. We've done already the registration of the project. We are now in the process of getting the service provider appointed, and that is the process that will then follow. In the interest of time, I will not go through one by one the process map. We were then over and above that, this also still questions, answers the same question on process. The timelines are dependent on procurement processes, so there might be delays or we might manage to speed it up. It's also dependent on the medium-term expenditure framework, budget allocations, especially on the bulk infrastructure projects, the water and electricity infrastructure at the reserve, because even though we are getting private partners, we must still provide that. Amount of money that was paid for professional fees, it's projected there, it's just under 4 million. The findings of the pilot project, and you know, there was no pilot project, so there's no conclusion of a pilot project. So we don't have findings of that. We are mainly implementing. So what we have is the findings of a feasibility study, and therefore, based on what other provincial reserves as well as SENPACS has done, we are following through with the process as is. So we are not piloting anything here. How was the Triple P turnaround strategy decided? It was through the BDO transactional advisory process. We also had a steering committee that had multiple partners that endorsed this particular work, and the feasibility report really will be available for the portfolio committee to look at. Was there any risk analysis conducted to determine what intervention strategy would best fit implementation? Yes, we did a risk analysis that really looked at different areas, and we also did a risk rating for that. Categories that we looked at was on bulk infrastructure, was on, you know, what would happen if we don't get any private party being interested, affordability risk, what it would be, and the rating of that particular risk, cost overrun, market demand, as well as operating risk. So we really identified all the risks. We described what the risk would be, what we would do in order to mitigate that risk, who's owning that particular risk, and whether or not they'd be able to reduce it probably to a bit of a low level. So that was done in detail. Was the strategy deemed to be able to provide the necessary solutions to resolve all problems that the reserve is faced with? Yes, the feasibility report for Suikerbosrand, the strategy was tabled for discussion with the members of the steering committee of this project, and they were all satisfied with that particular strategy, that is all encompassing and it's looking at all the elements of running Suikerbosrand Nature Reserve. So given that the DDAT decided on a Triple P strategy, was this deemed to have been the best suited to Suikerbosrand? Yes, indeed. We actually looked at all options. I must also say to honorable members, initially when we started with the process, we did not even want to go the Triple P route because we thought it was quite a long process. But however, after having looked at all the avenues, it was the best way that we would have that we had to take, and we are working under guidance of Gauteng Provincial Treasury. What is the projected outlook for adopting such a strategy over the long term? This particular strategy is going to be used as a commercialization blueprint, which will be rolled out for all of our other reserves. We've got 6 reserves in total, so once we are done with Suikerbosrand, we are going to run a similar process with the rest of the reserves. What plans do we have in place to ensure uninterrupted continuation of the project once the engagement period or the partner lapses? At this stage, we can't envisage that this is we can't envisage when it will end, because we are still going to enter into contractual processes with the anticipated partner. So we can only tell once we are at contracting stages. Will the commercialization strategy not present an opportunity cost to biodiversity with its adoption? Yes, this will determine when the commercialization strategy is adopted and implemented accordingly. So yes, it will present that particular opportunity. In short, honorable members, and we also have submitted in writing, those are the responses in terms of the commercialization of Suikerbosrand. Thank you very much.
I've forgotten that I'm the chairperson. Now, thank you very much for the response to the questions. I'll first start with the members and check if we are satisfied with the responses, and if there are any questions, further questions, I'll allow them to ask those questions. Second post, yes. Yeah, I'm aware. So there are questions that they were asked by the committee about Second Post rent. And the most problematic. Honorable, yeah, waphendulile kahle futhi, but ma'am, sir. Okay, let me start with my questions. The first question that I want to ask, I'm happy that you have indicated to us how much it will cost, or how much it has cost us to engage BDO. I mean, I'm worried that just for professional advice, we are expected to pay almost 4 million. It's about 3.9 plus million. And with the history of Second Post rent, if we pay this for advice, you could just imagine what we're going to pay for fixing Second Post rent. Remember, we had an experience about this particular place called Second Post rent, where the project started lower. How much was it when it started? Then it then went to 16. Yeah, it went out from to 46. Yeah, now we're paying for advice 4 million. So you could just imagine how much we're going to pay for fixing the problems like. The second question is, like other projects that have happened in that place, will this one be definitely finalized? And what are the time frames? Because I didn't hear the time frames. Maybe when we engage with the advice from BDO, maybe we'll know what is the suggested time frames. But I'm worried that this thing can't go on forever. At some point, it needs to stop. The other question is, I know that there were quite a number of questions that we asked previously, but is there, I mean, having already invested so much, is there any value for money? What I know the benefits will be, we all want nature reserves, we all want our people to benefit out of the, but do you think really we will be able to maximize benefit by investing a lot of money in this project? And last but not least, there is a portion there, and I think that is the one that we're also interested in terms of the advice that comes from BDO. There's a commercial part, which is a hotel. Is there any hope that that hotel will ever be revived? Because for me, that hotel used to function very well. Actually, coincidentally, it was also Proti Hotel that was running it. Yeah, and they actually ran it professionally. And there was a lot of investment from their side, and of course there was an investment from our side. So will that ever be revived? Because I would love to go and sleep in a place like that one, because it will be the second eco hotel in Gauteng, something similar to Thaba Botswana, So we'd love to see, because it used to be like that anyway. There is one in Lapabatole Koni Pogo Kona West Rand. Yeah, I know there are such hotels. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, but I know that if we revive that one, we'll have another beautiful hotel that is, in a way, an asset for people of Gauteng, because it will be owned by us, similar to Thaba Botswana. And maybe you'll also provide some drinks every time you check out of that hotel like Tawaya Wachwana. For those that have slept there before, they know what I'm talking about. So it's a question that will we ever get some, will ever see that hotel being revived, or is dead and that's it? And also the camping site. I used to, when I was working for Kononia, I used to take young people there for camping. So is the campsite going to be revived, or is it already revived? Because at least that part can run without any big investment. Thanks. Chair, Menier?
No, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, but most of our questions were responded to. This is just a follow-up. Chair, you can take over.
No, thanks to the Chair of Chairs. I just have one follow-up question. I've just quickly gone through this presentation, and it's actually about energy and power and electricity to Sacred Restaurant. I know water has been the focus that we've had, but I was thinking that given the fact that we are pushing for a turnaround strategy and a complete rebirth, so to speak, of the project, perhaps it's worth looking into some element of renewable energy and solar power, because we know that the grid is not stable. We know that we've had many challenges in the past, and this could also be a selling point. So number one, we know it's going to be a pilot project around the public-private partnership. It means we could even produce our own, but also it means that when we look at that eco-tourism thing, it's another element on that green tourism, that when we do advertise, we can say, hey, actually, this is something that's completely off the grid. We're on our own water, we have a borehole system, we have our own electricity, etc. And I just think it could be an opportunity now that we are looking at a revival kind of process. So I just wanted to add that on. Let's hand back to the department then for response.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm going to request Mr. Mkwana to respond to the specific issues. The one issue I would like to deal with is mainly to just clarify what is it that we are doing vis-a-vis the amount that's been spent. So, Honorable Chair of Chairs, so you are correct. A lot of money has been spent on Seigerbosrand water lines. The notorious Northern and Southern water lines, which was a project aimed at providing bulk water
Just on a lighter
services.
note, whenever someone says northern or southern water line, we go into PTSD.
Oh, sorry, let me not say
No,
it.
you have to say it. I just
Yeah.
thought I'll alert
Yes,
you because
because
we have
I-
members of the public who are seeing us shifting around and moving around, and that's because those are trigger words for us now. But that was on a lighter note to try and boost the mood.
Yes, Chair. So, and which is why it's important that I clarify it, because this commercialization process, whilst part of it is going to include ensuring that we've got sufficient water at Seigerbosrand, is not married to the Southern and Northern water line. That issue needs to run its course and be dealt with, and we do acknowledge that it's a huge issue that needs to be sorted. So therefore, I would like to respectfully divorce the amount, for example, we would have spent on a transactional advisory service and whatever else we would spend that Mr. Mkwana will speak to. I would like to divorce it from the money that was spent on those water lines with a Department of Infrastructure. And we were also very clear, even to National Treasury and Provincial Treasury, to say that with the commercialization program, whatever is going to happen, even in the upgrade of the infrastructure, we are not going to follow the same process that we had followed, which we know to have been a challenge. So two different kind of issues. Mr. Mkwana, please deal with the specific issues quickly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. The 3.9, is it too much for advice? Absolutely not. It's actually very cheap. One, we've subjected it to a market price. There were more than 17 bids that we received for the transaction advisory services. What's involved in a transaction advisory service? Legal advice. Matters that pertain to land ownership, the law, what is allowed, what is not allowed, and. due diligence, the risks that are involved in the project, and potential pitfalls that are inherent on the project. As DTG presented here, risk assessment. What are the risks involved in the project, including land claim risk? Value for money assessment. And interestingly, a member was asking, is it worthwhile? So member, 2009, Segepo's Rand was valued at 2.9 billion. No, it's not zero. Let me just give you very quick sums, member. Maybe let me take my phone and do this now. Just for the land claim, DID says we must pay 12 rands per hectare to the land claimants. 12 rands. That will give you an estimate of the value of the land. There are citizens, there are communities. There is a Kopiskral community. And what's the other one, TTG? And Bataung, yes. So there are several claims. Yes, there are 3. But that's not a problem. The majority of Kruger is actually also under land claim. You'll recall the president paid out people 1 billion in 2009 just to settle the claims. So, I mean, because it's land, it was preoccupied before it became a nature reserve. Just to answer that question then, member, I'm just going to do a very quick calculation for you on the value of Segebosrand land. Gives you just the land alone 216 million. The land alone. If you today go on auction for Springbucks and Ellens, and a Springbuck will probably retail between 3,000 up to 7,000. And Elland can retail anything from 20 to about 80 to 100,000 per animal. We've got thousands of these. So it absolutely makes sense. The fact that, as you correctly saying, member, at time it was run in agreement with Protea. It was a well-established, thriving business. It's a fact. You are absolutely correct. This process is to get it back exactly to that prior status. What are the timelines? The commercialization part, we're hoping that by December, we have an agreement with a private investor. What are we looking for? There are 2 amounts that are required at Segebosrand. To sort out the bulk infrastructure is 117 million. To sort out the tourism facilities is 90 M. That adds up to 209 million. Now, we did the same study in 2014. At then, it was 180 million. So we are looking for an investment of 90 M. That's why the 3.9 is actually very cheap, members. Value for money, I think I've answered that question. The facility has huge potential, specifically for nature-based tourism. It's only about 30 minutes from OR Tambo. It's also within 30 minutes to the Val Dam and 15 minutes to the Val River. So it's got a huge tourism potential. Remember, you were asking about the portions. Yes, so all the tourism facilities are going to be refurbished. The Protea camp, the Carrier Kloof, including the swimming pools to the west of the facility, and indeed the camping sites and the camping huts, the overnight huts, will be upgraded. We've received 30 M already from the National Department for this, and also National Tourism are supporting us with about 7 M. Chairperson, absolutely. We're going to look into diverse energy options to operate the facility, because as we found out, it's a risk to rely entirely on HCOM. It's important that you look at alternative resources in this regard. So renewables is going to be our unique selling point, including, of course, running the boreholes on renewables and hopefully, into the future, going off grid altogether in the nature reserves. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. I just see there's one follow-up from Honorable Ngube, which I'll take, and then we'll immediately go to response.
Maybe let me rephrase the question. Honorable Nkosi Malobane did raise the question of how long will it take. Let me rephrase it. For all these things that you are counting, tourism and all those things, how many years will that take? This case was with the portfolio in the previous administration. So in terms of your timing, when will this would end? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. So the commercialization part, which is to woo and attract an investor, until you then have signed on the agreement, you found somebody, they've committed their money, we are aiming for December 2022. Then you then get into another phase called phase 4, which is the development. That's when now you turn money into the sword. You upgrade the infrastructure, you upgrade and refurbish the chalets, and we're hoping that before you exit this term, 2024, Segeposrand will be a thriving tourism facility.
All right. Honorable members, remember we're going to Segeposrand next week. So we're going to see with our eyes this particular matter. But I am glad that there's a renewed energy from the department. I think it became, see these things, listening and tracking all of our data and all those things. Yeah. So next week we are going to be going there. So I know you will be with us as well. And then I'm also glad, as I was saying, there's a little bit more of a renewed energy, I think also from us. And as we said earlier, for us it's very important. The late Honorable Chairperson Lasindwa was very passionate about this project, and we really, really want to turn this around, especially before our term ends. So, view it in that way. When we push, when we shove, when we shout, when we scream, it's also because we're trying to also, as a last project in honor of her memory, we also do want to do it in that way. So honorable members, next week we'll go and see. I'm glad we're talking about boreholes. Yeah, we'll talk next week about some of those crises, but we'll see everybody in that space. And then we must also be prepared to see a worse situation from what we did before. And I think members, we should be prepared for that, because the last time we went there was about a year ago. So we can expect a state of deterioration, and we shouldn't be shocked when we do go there and see exactly that. But with that, I'm going to thank the Department of Agriculture. I think MEC is standing outside, but I'm very comfortable to release the Department of Agriculture because we are finished with you for today, and we'll see you next week. And that then closes off agenda point 5, which is the FIS related to vote 11. I'm now going to move to agenda point 6, which is the Department of Economic Development, and they're going to present to us the first quarter performance report for the 22-23 financial year, as well as entities. HOD, I'm going to give to you. I'm not sure how you want to do this, if you want to do a consolidated one first and then entities, or how you'd like to, or how you've planned your I want to say unit, but there are many units in your department. But I'll give ours straight to you, and then you can guide us about whether it's 111 or we're going to take all of them at once. And don't worry, economic development, next meeting we'll start with you, and then it means we can release you first in the next meeting.
Okay. All right. No thanks, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the members of the committee, honorable members of the committee, both here and those online. And also let me just greet the MEC and colleagues from the department and representatives from the stakeholders, those that are still with us. we'll do a consolidated presentation. The presentation will be shared between myself and Toivo. What I'll do is I'll just do an overall summary, and then Toivo will come up to do the detailed, presentation. And in terms of the executive summary of the presentation, the first point that I would like to make is that...
HOD, sorry to interrupt you. It's like a dead house in here. Can we bring our units forward, our entities forward? Because I feel like, we had economic development right at the back, and agriculture was here with our stakeholders. Now everyone's right at the back. So it's almost as if we are nobody in the meeting. Sorry to interrupt you in that manner, HOD. Also, you're welcome to, if you want, come up if that's easier, or you can stay there. I think it's just us now anyway.
Francis, yeah.
Yeah, no, if the chair will permit me, I would prefer to stand here because my mobility is a bit impaired for the time being. So the first, there's about 7 points that I would like to make, Chair. The first one relates to the performance of the department for the first quarter is fairly encouraging. The department came in at 55%. And that 55% is only a representation of 3 programs. It measures the performance across 3 or 4 of the 5 programs, because the other program, the KPIs, we will only be able to start reporting on at the end of the second quarter. And the performance of the entities is quite encouraging, in the sense that the entities have actually, for the first quarter, performed quite well in comparison, to the same period of the last financial year. So, for instance, you would see that GGDA as a holding company has actually increased its performance for the first quarter by about 13%. GTA, in fact, achieved all their targets, for the first quarter at 100%. Likewise, so too with Cradle. And JEP's performance has also increased phenomenally for the first quarter. So it's quite pleasing. The challenge is that we need to keep up this performance as the entities. And the actual result of this improved performance, we think, is because of the interventions that we've put in place with respect to performance management oversight of the entities. The second point that I would like to make, it relates to the unblocking of capital projects. Now, you would know, Chair, that and honorable members, that there have been key critical projects that have actually been blocked for quite some time. This relates to the Visitors Center at Constitutional Hill. This project was blocked for about, more than 2 years, and it has since been unblocked. The contractor is on site. The contractor is on site, and construction is happening. The second project relates to the Biopark project at TIH. The Biopark project also has been blocked for more than 2 years. It has since been unblocked, and construction is taking place. And if it is that honorable members need details, the details can actually be elaborated upon by the CEOs of those respective entities that are here. Then the third area relates to the JMP precinct. Now, honorable members would know that the JMP precinct, which is based at Ortia, has had problem. The precinct has actually lagged beyond its delivery deadlines, to the extent that some of the investors actually got fed up with us.
Technical team, I know you guys are trying to solve the issue on the other side, but let's also allow the HOD to make his presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, to the extent that some of the investors actually got annoyed with the department, and there had to be some drastic interventions that we actually made in order to save, the investment at Ortia, even if though the beers would not be occupying the precinct, the jewelry manufacturing precinct, as was the original intention. We've still maintained that investment within Gauteng. They would just be located outside of the SEZ zone. but and they would be building their own buildings, and construction has actually happened. So the good thing is that we've managed, through the intervention of the MEC and the Premier, we've managed to retain that investment within, Gauteng, and we are looking at replacing the potential occupants. We are looking for alternative occupants for the buildings that the BS was supposed to have occupied in the JMP precinct. But I also think, Chair and honorable members, it's going to be important to indicate that towards the end of the third quarter, towards the end of the fourth quarter and the beginning of this first quarter, the Township Economic Development Bill was actually enacted, and that has actually unleashed a wave of expectations on the part of the department from the public. And we've actually successfully put in place the building blocks for implementing the act, and that we can have more information about that, within in the discussions that is to ensue later on. And as we know, that the Township Economic Act provides for the overall revitalization and industrialization of the township economy. It's seeking to result into spatial transformation, of the townships as we actually know them. And there are a number of discrete sub-programs underneath, the township economic program that actually seeks to fulfill the ideals, of the Act. And these relate to the retail sub-program that was actually launched a week ago. Or 2 weeks ago in Thokoza, in Thokoza, where the retail program, together with the delivery partners, that is Family Tree, that was actually there, that spoke, about what the township retail program is actually all about, and how it stands to benefit, the retail sectors within the townships. And of course, we've got the installation, repairs, maintenance program, where we have formed a partnership with PERA, with the Peragwanath Hospital, and we want to replicate that model across, 10 other large hospitals, across the province. And then we've got the taxi economy, and then we've got the broadband, and then the infill commercial and residential, which basically refers to backyard upgrading and student, also focusing on student accommodations. Those are just but some, of the township economic sub-programs that we have under the township economy program. And as we indicated, that the retail program is actually the first indication of actual implementation that is happening, and within the townships, and that is actually alongside some of the work that has been done around the installation, repairs and maintenance program that is currently running. But we can have more detailed discussions around the township economy, later on in the discussions. I must indicate, the second last point is that performance around the industrial parks is not entirely pleasing. It worries us. And we need to ensure that the interventions that we're putting in place will actually address the concerns and worries that we have as officials and administrators. The challenge that we're going to have is that we need to deliver the job numbers that we've got. And even if though the job numbers that we actually have is fairly daunting and scary, but it is also at the same time, exciting and releases the adrenaline in the body to ensure that we achieve those targets that we've got. The last point is that from a governance point of view, we've achieved all the audits of all the entities. It's the department together with the entities. 4 of them were clean audits, and the others were unqualified with matters of emphasis. But the mere fact that all of them are actually unqualified indicates that our governance processes are actually in line, and we are dealing with matters of compliance, etc. So that's just a brief overview and an executive summary, you know, of what Toivo is going to present in detail. So let me hand over to Toivo now to take us through the detailed presentation. Thank you.
There should be another roaming mic for you, Toivo. It's like a hectic, it's like going into a different sort of ring fight. Now the jacket's off. You're ready for the next round.
No, thank you, Chair, and afternoon, honorable members, afternoon, MEC. Today we are all happy, honorable members. We are quite impressed with the performance that we've seen from the department in Quota 1, and the HOD has already gave a brief summary of the areas where we've seen performance and areas where we are of concern. Chair, you gave us the option of whether to consolidate everybody or just to do DED. So I think I'll just consolidate the entire family.
Yeah, there's a feeling from members in the department, let's consolidate, and where there are issues, we'll then try and pull out. But I think it's been quite a long day for members with the public hearing this morning as well.
Okay. So maybe I should just say thank you very much and end the presentation because we've performed. How honorable member. You were very happy at yes, you said you were going to be nice because I took videos of you smiling and happy with the work that we're doing. So I'll quickly run through the presentation. This particular slide, members, I don't know if you're able to see the presentation from where you're seated. Oh, there it is. Okay, now we can see it. So this particular slide demonstrates the context in which we're functioning in Quota 1. Members may remember that there was service delivery protest, and we also had an energy crisis, which then also affected the mood in the country. And administratively, we're going through the audit process. This particular slide looks at the economic performance. We use the economic indicators to inform how we plan or the areas that we also need to focus on. So we do the comparison between the country and the province, number one. But number two, we also look at it quarterly because we get the results through the quarterly surveys. So you may notice that for Quota 1, the agriculture still remains the sector that continues to perform. It performed a lot better than Quota 4, and then construction then also moved up. We are concerned about the community service and the social indicators because that's where a lot of activity also takes place at a lower level. Unemployment, we are concerned. We did notice the increase from 36.6 to 37.7 compared to Quota 4. And this basically means that we then need to also intensify our efforts to fight unemployment. So it does remain a concern for us. This is just to remind members the journey that we have been on, and this journey we have been with you. We have been reporting every quarter. So members may recall that the APP for 2020-21 was a paper-driven APP, so it was focused on just laying the foundation, making sure that things are in place so that we can then respond to the desires of the GGT 2030. Number two, 2021 and 2020, the previous year and 2021, as we laid the foundation, we also had to start implementing. So you'll notice that in this particular period, we had the creation of the war room. For example, we spent, last time I told you that we're spending a lot of time in aligning to what is in the GGT 2030. So the entire family had to demonstrate that in their APPs, and that's what we did. So 2021-22 was a very input-driven APP that we put in place. And there were those 4 areas where a lot of focus was paid on, and we used those 4 areas because that's what the issues that we received from the portfolio committees were in these areas. So TIDA was a big issue, and we went through this journey with you in 21-22 to make sure that the act gets done and signed. Jobs, very slow progress, and you may notice that the numbers, no, the previous APP, the numbers were low. In this current APP, we are targeting over 600,000 jobs, just us as a department. And we went through that particular process because we had to make sure that there were business cases in place that would then inform the numbers that we put in place. And also we had to also drive the institution that in everything that you do, so in the industrial hubs that you want to build, in the SEZ program, let's see the jobs as well. So it's not just about the construction and attracting the investment, but we also want to see the jobs numbers. But we also listen to society. If you may recall, members, there was a period where we were engaging with big business. We also had what was known as the CEO roundtables, and the creative industry, which is one of our 10 high growth sector, told us that they are not formally recognized. So their work is not formally recognized. So we went through a process with them as a sector, and we identified what is known as the gig jobs. And those jobs are obviously captured in the 2022-23 APP. The SEZ program remains standard, we're all familiar with it. But also in 2021-22, we said this is not a non-negotiable, the BE Act will be implemented. So we're no longer in the business of just monitoring it and coming back to a portfolio committee and telling you that this department is not complying to BE. We said we must go and find the money, because that money will help us to do developmental programs, but also we must try and help the entire Gauteng province to get to a level 1 status so that we are also BE compliant. And then obviously the focus will then relate to their programs. Now this year, after we had our strategic session with you, our APP is very outcomes driven. So we are on that path, and I think it's a good story that we should tell. So we still remain on the jobs program, the TIDA program, the SEZ program, the SMME support program, and the investment attraction program. But what we're doing differently is that we are more focused on the outcomes, and we've tried to connect everybody together so we all function as a family. So, happy news is about to show up. This is the complete picture of the entire family. Yes, the department has dropped by 1%. In the previous quarter, the previous year in quarter 1, they were sitting at 56%. Now they're sitting at 55%. The reason is very simple, is that the added program, how honorable member, no, I'm demonstrating. So in one program, which is our jobs program, if members may recall, in the previous APP, program 2, we had no indicators for program 2. So when we did the new APP, we've added that particular program, and the program was focused on the sector program. So the jobs, we'll only see them in quarter 3 and quarter 4. So that's why the DED performance is sitting at 55% instead of the 56%. The rest of the agencies were pretty pleased with their performance, including JAP, all of their performance has improved, and we're very proud of that particular improved performance by the, pardon? Yes, sorry, yes, apologies, I needed to update that arrow. At the time, remember, no, I can explain, remember, no, I can explain. Remember, we do monthly performance reporting, honorable members, which is what other departments don't do. Every month, we track performance. We sit with the executive authority and we account. 2 weeks before that, we've got the HOD. So that arrow that you see downwards, it was because of their previous month where JAP was not performing, but we were tracking the performance of the other agencies which we recorded. So are able to demonstrate their performance as we go along. So as a family, we're sitting at 65% performance. This is what makes us proud. Number 1, for the first time, we're now doing a consolidated performance picture to yourselves. And that consolidated picture is what you're seeing in front of you. So as a family, we're sitting at 65% of all our indicators achieved. So we're quite happy with that performance. We are no longer performing in the 40s. We are no longer there compared to where we were previously. Yes, Honorable Member, at some point we're sitting at 33% for one quarter. We closed the year at 45% the previous year. So there is a lot of significant improvement, obviously because of the interventions that we put in place and the type of programs that we are driving. So this one breaks down the performance of the entire family, and I mean our agencies in particular. And you can see where our proud performance, our superstars, I'll ask them to stand so that you can see them. So our number one superstar is GGB. Can the GGB stand up? So you can be seen and we can clap hands for you. So they are at 100% performance for quarter one. We're very proud. Our next performer is the Cradle. Can they stand up? Very proud of the Cradle. Now this next one is really a superstar, honorable members. Their performance was extremely bad last year in this particular quarter one. They were sitting at 27%, which is GTA. And obviously we were very concerned. So we went through a process of trying to stabilize GTA, and we did. We got the board in place. We make sure that they write an APP that is focused. We also employed a new CEO. And now GTA is currently sitting at 100%. Can the CEO please stand up? So we're very, very, very proud of their performance. Honorable Member? Remember, we work with an APP that you monitor us on. So we're based on what you guys are monitoring on us, we are performing. Another good performer that we are also proud of is JAP. So they completed the quota at 65%. Last year they were sitting at 50%. GGDA, which were very concerned, we came to this portfolio and we raised a whole lot of number of issues where there was non-performance. If members may recall, the infrastructure program was behind. The chairperson was on our case about the constitutional visitor centers and the industrial parks and so forth. But we ensured that this particular quarter, no excuses, and we ensured that there's particular performance happening in that particular space. So we are very proud of the performance of GGDA. There's an acting CEO, and I know he hasn't had any sleepless nights. He's also changed his outfits, honorable members. Can the CEO of GGDA stand? So you can see that we take everything that you say seriously. The bucket hat is there. Ish. We're close, honorable members, we're close. The next performer is that we're also extremely proud of is TASIS. TASIS has now become a benchmark for the country. And it's a living example of how you can implement the DDM model. So TASIS, because the APP was written by engineers last year, we had to train them and take them through a process of how they can write APPs that are focused on outcomes. So you may notice that TASIS is sitting at 63%, and can the acting CEO and the current CEO please stand up? Current CEO, he's just started yesterday. When did you start? Oh, last week Wednesday. Welcome to our world. And welcome to the family. So their performance is sitting at 63%. So we're extremely proud of them. Honorable members, like I indicated, this particular APP is our outcome-based APP. So everything that we do is out there. So the first one that that members may have noticed is the stuff that we're doing with yourselves, which is the TIDA. We're currently in the business of implementing the TIDA. The first launch was last week when we had the family tree. They were the first ones to be allocated the funds. And honorable members were present at that particular event. The idea here is that to demonstrate that every week or so, every second week, we're in the communities to ensure the implementation of the TIDA Act. Inwards, we continue to capacitate the department so that our staff remain skilled, they're able to access those bursaries, and also it also demonstrates the implementation of the BE Act. Now, with regards to the department, like I said, the department is performing at 55%. in quarter one. This particular slide just reminds members of the journey that we've traveled. Why do we put this particular slide? Is also to demonstrate that we had to put in place monitoring interventions so that we don't lose our eye on the ball. And you can see in every particular quarter, improvement has taken place. So this year, we'll continue to monitor the performance. So our base for quarter one is 55%. At a program level, program one, which is our administrative program, where performance is sitting at 67%. Why is it sitting at 60%? Because over and above their normal day-to-day functions, we also ask them to go and leverage money from the private sector, especially those that do business with the state. And that money would also then use to do development programs. So you'll notice that we're deliberately targeting Standard Bank, we're deliberately targeting Nedbank, and the CFO has added Old Mutual to the cards. So unfortunately, that particular indicator is not yet achieved because we're measuring the money in the bank and not the meetings that take place, honorable members. Our enterprise program is sitting at 33%. Our sector program, which is the one that has the jobs numbers, there was nothing to be reported on this particular quarter because reporting will take place in quarter 3 and 4. Our regulation program, which is also a program that we are very proud of because they've put in place interventions that have ensured that our agencies perform. Our inclusive economy, they're also sitting at 71%, which is where a lot of the TIDA work is happening. Honorable members, I was told to get rid of the Abo Mama Besdudla, who are dancing to express our happiness. So now this particular slide demonstrates all the indicators where we have performed. It's a fact. These indicators we have achieved. Some of them, you are very familiar with them. We'll continue to pay our suppliers within 15 days. We continue to procure women-owned businesses. We're sitting at 42%. The case prosecuted by Consumer Affairs, we still maintain the 100%. Unfair business practices, we've achieved our targets. These particular indicators, honorable members, you are familiar with them, but I think the last two bottom ones, we should note the particular progress. So township broadband coverage in townships, we're sitting at 18%, honorable members. Can you see the 18%? And the target was 5%. Can you see it? Thank you. Can you see the progress? It's a good achievement. With regards to BE spent on infrastructure development, we're sitting at 80%. We're also very proud of that particular performance level. Budget spent on skills development, we're sitting at 5%. Budget spent on enterprise development, we're sitting at 0.10%. The indicator was the expected performance was at 0.3%. Budget spent on socioeconomic development, we're supposed to be at, where the target was 0.025, we're at 0.10, which is great performance. I know, honorable members, you're very tired and you're not going to clap your hands, but I can see the smiles on your face and we're very happy too. Now this is where performance has not happened against the indicator itself, but work has currently taken place. But we do record it as non-achievement in that sense of ensuring compliance. Like I said, the CFO has had the responsibility of ensuring that he secures 50 million rands from the private sector so that we can do developmental programs. Unfortunately, this particular indicator was not achieved because we started in quarter one to try and get those partners, honorable members. So it's very simple. It's like, you know, when you want to be in a relationship and you've identified a beautiful woman like myself, yes, the idea is we measuring you on the relationship, on her saying, yes, I'll marry you, but you are now in the process of trying to court her. So we are in the process of trying to get Nedbank and Standard Bank to commit. Unfortunately, we didn't get them to commit in the end of the quarter, and we are working to ensure that that particular commitment happens in the second quarter. So this indicator, we're pretty confident that we will see performance in this particular area. Budget spent on supplier development, we are concerned. So our BE targets, we are concerned about them, but not because that work is not taking place. It is the evidence that is creating the non-performance. So we rely on province to give us that data that demonstrates that particular performance. But that data comes at a delayed point, which then makes it very difficult for us to demonstrate the performance. So what we have decided to do, or the mitigation measure that we've put in place, is that we will go directly to the supply chain or the budget officers and source the data ourselves to then see that particular information. We're very proud of the governance unit. Like I said, they've now focused on agencies themselves. Yes, the target for agencies to perform is at 95%, but overall they're sitting at 68%, which is a great improvement from the previous years. But we welcome the intervention that has been put in place by the unit. Also, honorable members, what we did this time round is that we tried to ensure that with regards to the finance unit, all tender documents are done in quarter one, so that we don't see the hockey stick mentality happening at a later stage. So there was a dedicated process that we put in place to ensure that the CFOs make sure that the procurement plans are there, the tender documents are there, and spending does take place, expenditure does take a place. And that's why you are seeing this 89% performance. I don't think you'll see this type of performance in any other department in the province. It is a great performance, and we are very proud. No, we should be proud, colleagues. Why? Because we tested an intervention that worked in the end. And I think that's a very good thing that we should be proud of. The shareholder compact, in the past, the shareholder compact was not monitored in its entirety. Now we are monitoring it in its entirety, and we are seeing the performance there. So the shareholder compact, we are at 95%, which is 5% away from achieving this particular target. The Consumer Protection Act, it has not been passed because we are now going through those particular legalities of the process. But thank God we've got the lessons learned from the TIDA, and we hope that we will see them in this particular space. Honorable members, I won't get into the details of this particular slide because I've talked to the issues of where there's non-performance, so I will skip them. But it just to demonstrate where there's corrective measures and what we are going to do about them. Consumer affairs, honorable members, let me state this. The stakeholder engagements, we did have them in quarter 4. So there was an anticipation that if we didn't complete the process, they would have rolled over, but because of our good performance, we've achieved that particular expectation, which was to ensure that the stakeholder engagements take place. So right now, what we're going through is the legal process, so that it can then move to the legislature. So this implies that we'll have to revise this particular indicator during the mid-year adjustment process. Our agencies, their budget allocation. This particular slide, honorable members, it relates to the slow expenditure on the goods and services as indicated when I mentioned, but yes, we are proud of the 85% performance that we are seeing. But a lot of it is linked to the compensation fund, the compensation of employee fund, and the infrastructure program. So when there's a delay in the infrastructure program, it also affects how the expenditure happens. In some areas, the delays in the infrastructure program is not just caused by us, it's caused by third parties. So if you look at the city of Johannesburg, with their rezoning process, it takes time. In AIDC and other areas, the roads were delayed by the municipality of Tshwane. We are not standing back. We are continuing to fight to ensure that the indicator gets achieved. Compensation of employees, we continue to, people resign, and we continue to employ. Yes, there was the issue about the tender with the marketing tender GTA. We have now revised that particular tender, and we are looking at it differently to ensure that the money gets spent and it actually takes place. Conhill, the industrial parks, the HOD did talk to the issues of the industrial parks that we are concerned about, but I think the main story here is to focus on our solutions, our mitigations. So we've appointed DBSA to try and assist us to fast track our infrastructure program, and hopefully then we're able to see a great improvement in this particular area. The proclamation, yes. Cross-border, those are IGR related matters that we are trying to deal with them, and also coupled with some funding challenges. I think because of our focused approach, we have reached out to both the government in the Northwest and the government in Mpumalanga to try and deal with our cross-border issues. JAP was just purely affected by the Concord ruling, which they have now improved on. Agency oversight, part of the area where the shareholder compact was not achieved was in relation to issues related to the governance matter. The governance matter relates to the vacancies. Yes, we've had resignations. I think GGDA CEO will correct me. We had 11 resignations, but if you look at the plus side, there's 30. Yes, so yes. There we go. So that's happiness. So once by the time the next report comes, you will then be able to see that particular performance. GTA, as you may have recalled, members, they had 15 posts, but those posts were not funded, so they had to go through a process to engage the shareholder so that they can see how they address their capacity issues, and they've requested support in secondments. So we will see an improved performance there by GTA. GGB is currently recruiting, and the adverts have done, closed, and the process has now started. And we do have litigation matters. Litigation matters do take time because it is a court process that guides that particular process. Like I said, with our B indicators, which we are concerned about them because that data is important to us. But what we then realize that performance will improve as we go along because of TIDA. So TIDA, and once we have done we've declared the township economic zones, we will be able to see a better performance because then it forces the province to then focus and everybody to procure and ensure that those particular things goods come from the township areas. So there is slow progress that is currently taking place in the BE space, but it's an area that we continue to zoom in. With regards to the budget, I don't know, CFO, you want me to continue or should I hand over to you? I'm the pretty one. If I say wrong things, you'll correct me. But honorable members, 400,000 has got us the 55 performance for the DED family. This particular slide talks to the issues that I was talking about of how do we then prevent the hockey stick approach. And as you can see that in each program, there is expenditure that was currently taking place because of that particular intervention that was put in place. This one. Okay, we good? We can continue? Okay. So what we try to do, honorable members, in this particular slide, we do two things. We show you the Quota 1 performance, and then we also demonstrate the year to date, which is we try and track the performance against the entire year, so that you get a clearer picture as well, but also to understand where there's particular performance. I think the most important story here is to see that performance is happening in our core business. Or let me say money is spent in our core business, which is also pleasing. So you can see the performance by business and regulation and governance. Remember, we do transfer a lot of money to our agencies. So we are tracking how the agencies spend their money. And also on the integrated economic development program, we are also seeing a performance taking place there. With regards to our trade and sector, because the jobs are also going to come from third parties, so there's contractual issues that have to take place. Like I said, the difference is we're making sure that this takes place in Quota 1 instead of Quota 3. This particular slide, honorable members, looks at the specific economic classifications. Yes, goods and service is particularly low in this particular area, and that links to the Lanseria PMO. And that goes with what I was saying with the contracting of DBSA. It's a bit slow, but we're trying to ensure that the Lanseria PMO is operationalized, so then we'll be able to then see expenditure. We believe that this picture will change because of the interventions that are currently taking place. The year to date, the numbers do look low because obviously we're in Q1. Yeah. Okay. So just to say, honorable member, look at both of them. So remember, look at the Q1. So at Q1, our capital payments is sitting at 75%. But if you had to look at it for the entire year, we are sitting at the 14%. With regards to GGB's revenue collection, these are the revenue streams that GGG, lots of G's in our lives, GGB is focusing on. The Q1 performance is sitting at 99%, which is a good performance, and they still continue to improve their revenue strategy so that this particular revenue collection can improve. We need GGB to collect more so that the province can get more money. CEO is laughing at me. With regards to liquor, also, the performance is sitting at 103%. We've also noted the collection rate of 19 million in Q1. Human resource. We've also noticed the improvement in this particular space. Why do we say the improvement is we are currently recruiting and stabilizing the department. Yes, disability, we still need to put a proper intervention plan to ensure that we excel in this particular area. Yes, young people, we need to employ more young people into the department, especially into senior management level. But the DDG is focused on ensuring that we address this particular issue. Part of the challenge is the actual requirements of certain adverts, which makes it difficult for us to attract young people as well. Women, we are sitting at 48%, which exceeds our targets into senior management positions. We've had interns, and the interns have been working. They've been very supportive. We've got 84 of them, and they've also contributed to how we have particularly performed in this particular quarter. So the department had about 14 new appointments, and 12 appointments are in acting positions. They've also taken out adverts, and hopefully those will then be filled and then concluded. This particular slide looks at the agencies and their expenditure. I won't get into too much detail, but just to say that the intervention that we put in place is particularly working. So you look at the performance of GGDA, they are sitting at 89%. Expenditure, 89%. And then the next star performer is TASAS. These are our big infrastructure agencies, and the reason this good performance translates in the jobs targets that will then be demonstrated in the later detail. So overall, expenditure of all our agencies is sitting at 89%. With regards to the audit outcomes, let me put this right at first. The Auditor General has stated that they want to redesign their work and how they function to join this path of becoming outcomes. So currently, the Auditor General, the audit process, focuses on this tick box type approach, which makes it difficult to then determine whether society impact has been made onto society. That's point number one. Point number two, Our agencies, with regards to the financial information, we pass the audit process. So financially, we are stable, we are sound, we've got no tsotsis, we've got no criminals, there's even a decrease in whistleblowers and all those scary things. So financially, we are very proud with the audit process. With regards to IOPO, which is the performance information, the audited performance information, this is the area where it's quite a subjective process. So that's where we see a regression in the department or the agency is purely based on the performance information. So financially, we are a sound institution. We're a financially sound institution. So now with DED, DED's audit has regressed. 2020-21, we received a clean audit. 21-22, we received an unqualified audit opinion. Why did you receive an unqualified audit opinion? There were two major indicators. The one indicator, the Auditor General wanted us to trace the money which did not come from the department, and therefore that raised a couple of challenges for us. GTA, the audit opinion regressed. 2020-21, they were clean. 21-22, they were unqualified. Why? Because we're having a technical dispute about the formula of calculating the numbers. This also goes to the cradle. Unfortunately, the Auditor General wants us to use Stats SA, and Stats SA does not drill down to the level of a region. So they want us to audit visitors in the cradle and to use evidence from Stats SA. But Stats SA doesn't have that capacity. So, but we continue to use the formulas that we have put in place. JAP, we're very proud of them. They've maintained their status. GGDA, we're also very proud of them. They've maintained their status. Cradle and Dunekeng, I've talked to them. GGB, happiness, and TAS's happiness. The next couple of slides, honorable members, talk to the details. I won't get into the details because I did touch on them. So the main issue is the infrastructure program where there was a delay. It then affected the jobs numbers. The other lack of performance relates to third parties, in this case, in City of Tshwane, and not paying us, so we could not accelerate AIDC with the incubation program. So it causes those particular non-performance in those particular areas. So I think, honorable members, let me pause here, and where there is 100% performers, we don't have to talk about them because they've achieved everything that they said they will do. So I think we are fine. Thank you very much, honorable members. I hope you're very proud of us.
Thank you very much to the Department of Economic Development and also to Toivo. I'm going to open up for honorable members to ask questions. I'm noting Member Chitano, Member Ngube. Okay. And then I've also got a few, and then I know we have a few stakeholders in the room, so I'll come to you after that. Over to you, Member Chitangano.
Thank you, Chair. What else will I say after she has to talk to us? It becomes a very difficult one. On the entities, the performance there, the 68%, is that not a mistake? Unless if my calculations are not up to scratch. I thought you have performed much higher than the 68. When I was trying to calculate, it was about 84%. You can check. Huh? No, I'm just saying. I mean, are you serious? Yeah, no, I'm serious because it's the total there of the entities is there are 7 entities. It's supposed to be 700, and they have 4 which are 100%, and the 3 which are 60 something. You average that, you get 580 something divided by 700, which will give you about 84%, not the 68. I could not get where the 68 was coming from. I think you can just rework there. But generally, yeah, no, I mean, they can check their numbers. That is how, I mean, 360s and 400s. the average will never be below 80%. Even if there were 63 which are 60 and the rest 4 which are 100, it will never be less than 80%. Generally, yes, indeed, we are happy. I think the department and the entities are moving towards the right direction. I think there is more of a stability there. Safe to say, the issue of acting positions and the vacancy rate is still really a worrying phenomenon. I think this really ought to be addressed and addressed soon, because there was a time when we were having a plethora of acting, now is coming back. We are now having 12 acting positions, and the acting positions, we know that we are not talking about a junior management, which it's also something which is worrisome. And the vacancy rate of 18% as well, I think it's huge. I will pause there. I think generally things are moving nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Expecting the Chairperson. Can the presenter be slow in clarifying this to me? You talked about the 600,000 jobs. Is it in the financial year?
This current year.
Okay, this current year.
This current year, yes.
Sure, which ends in March next year. So what then means is that at least per month it should be 60,000. At least. I'm okay. And then where are you then now? Because you see, we fight against the SEPA 1 million. How far are we from SEPA 1 million? Now, when you put that 600,000, you're saying at the end of the financial year. So where are you now? To avoid taking anyone in February or January next year for fiscal dumping. The last one, Honorable MEC, maybe it's because how they are seated. You talked about 46% of women in senior position, or 48? 48. But as you are seated, because when we are leader, we're supposed to expecting you to sit up front. But I see men. So I don't know where are those women that amounts to 48%. So tell us the truth. Thank you. Oh, before, the last, very, very, very last one, is this 18% of positions that are unfilled. 18% according to the PFMA. It's big. What is your time frame? And the absence of those positions, what are the implications in the service delivery? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ncube. I've got a few questions I just want to ask. The first is around Chamdo and its it's been a long day. Yeah, I'm not going to try again because normally English is fine. We were there last week. I know the Premier made some commitments in MEC as well, and we also heard from the Mayor. But given that there is a bit more attention on it now, I just want to get a bit of a feel and feedback. Also, we do have some scheduled site visits to Chamdo as well. So just to get an update on that. In terms of De Beers and the IDZ, it's one of those things where we know what's happened, but when you look back retrospectively, what kind of consequence management was there? And I say that because when you understand the De Beers matter at the IDZ, a number of different stakeholders will tell you that De Beers took issue with how long it took for things to happen, etc., etc. And we've now lost them, not lost them, we don't know, we've mostly lost them. But it is something that gives us a major concern that we need to look at, because I'm more concerned about consequence management that may or may not have happened in terms of basically the loss of a very big investment project. I also want to understand some of the details around how you're going to be dealing with the cross-border issue for industrial hubs, because this has been an ongoing issue and it seems quite complex because it's involving 2 provinces. So I want to put that forward. And then also myself and Chair of Chairs were just looking at some of the numbers. So if you look at that 55% performance, I know it's a year-to-date and it's a collective one, but it is something for us to zero in on. It is something for us to think about because we're working with what's in front of us at the moment, and that's the current quarter. And we're seeing underspending in economic planning. I think also if you look at slide 28, I'm just going there myself on my laptop. Slide 28, goods and services are sitting at 8%, still quite low. And I know it's 35% in the Q1, but as a year-to-date spend as 8% is a little low. So if you look at that, it means that we need to watch that particular category for the upcoming quarters. So it's something that we need to look at. I think a similar matter on capital payments. Capital payments in the actual quarter was fine, but again, the year-to-date spend is at 14. So obviously, this is not a perfect science, but when you look at it, you want around 25%, depending on obviously the particular category. A compensation of employees, for example, would be a closer one to 25. Goods and services, I understand, might be less, but it is something for us to think about and to look at, because I don't want us to get to Q3 and realize, okay, now we have an underspending problem, and we see fiscal dumping again, as we saw in agriculture. So I think it's just something for us to look at and think about. I've mentioned this before, where we have entities that are doing well, we applaud them, yes, but now we must raise the bar. So if we are in competition with the best among us, i.e. ourselves as Gauteng, we must have higher targets. So if we see GGBs continuously performing well, excellent, let's raise the target. Let's push ourselves to be better. And it's not because I don't want to see us in the green, it's because we're doing so well. It means we've gotten to a point now where we can grow, where we can expand. So even if you want to add on targets, so let's say we've reached a threshold on the current targets, then let's look at expanding in a different way. The online gambling matter, the gambling licenses, the compliance issues linked to informal gambling, for example. Let's challenge ourselves, because also the problem becomes when we become a little complacent. Oh, we're doing very well. Pat on the back, now we're done. It's good to do well, and we fully support it into what we want. But now let's move it to that next level, move from an A to an A+, so to speak. The vacancy rate, I think, Trevor, you must maybe take us through the funded versus unfunded. Because it's so easy to look at these vacancy rates without having read the report, and you realize actually a lot of them are unfunded. So what does that mean? Does that mean we now need to move them out so we're not counting our vacancy rate with unfunded positions? Because there's nothing we can do with an unfunded position. We can't hire for it. So why are we counting that in the vacancy rate? Can we not look at ways? I know the Auditor General has its own thing, but maybe we need to relook at how we do our targets, because if you look at the report, even the annual report's just been sent to us, I think earlier today or yesterday, a lot of them are unfunded. So we need to think about that, because it makes it look like there's a huge vacancy rate. There is a problem, there is, but it's not one that we can just solve by hiring people, because there isn't the funding for it necessarily. So I just wanted to add those 2 or 3 points. And maybe just on a lighter note, whoever does your presentations, whoever, there should be an extra award for, interactive slideshows. I like interactive slideshows. People are enjoying it. It's a pity. Today you presented second. Next meeting with stakeholders, we'll say that you present first, just to swap around so stakeholders can see all of your interactive slideshows that make it exciting for everyone, because I think our poor stakeholders, the guys who are still with us, are dying out. But the other people earlier today would have maybe appreciated that. But that's on a light note. Before I hand over to you, Because today's meeting is open to the public, all of them are, but today we have stakeholders in the room. I'm just going to see if they have any hands. And like I said earlier, there's no stupid question, not at all. Today we want to hear from you. You have the department, you have the MEC, you have a number of CEOs sitting here, CEO of JEP, CEO of tourism, you've got gambling board, you've got them all here. So ask whatever question you want. It can be related, a little unrelated, but I'm going to note hands.
Sure. Just on two boards.
Let me give over to Member Nkosi Maliwane, and then I'll come to you, sir.
It's just one question. Gauteng Gambling Board and Gauteng Liquor Board. This is the potential. These two are supposed to be potential bread baskets. Are supposed to be bringing us a lot of money, and they are performing at the moment. How much are they bringing in? Is it helping us to? Are they helping us with our budget? Because to really, maybe sometimes we only rely, the plates department must raise its own money, and we should not give them money from I mean, if you have these two boards, the sharp was new, so they will just bring in as much as possible. But I just want to have a clue in terms of the budget. What is their input percentage-wise?
Member Ncube just had a follow-up to one of the matters I mentioned on the industrial park, just so we can close on that.
MEC, this matter of the industrial parks that involves Mpumalanga Northwest, it has been a very long matter. 2009-14, and the NCOP 2018 did a pre-visit for taking Parliament to the people. We went to Mpumalanga to that industrial. We interviewed the people. They were also part of the public hearings. And then both that side. And we came in November 2018 as the NCOP. People raised the same thing, and the decision was that the NCOP working together with Mpumalanga, Northwest, and Gauteng, NCOP must be the coordinator. And the chairperson of the NCOP that time became a coordinator of Mpumalanga, of the three. This matter has been coming over and over. I know in town, in Tshwane, I don't know where it's Tshwane or Pretoria, there are firms in town which belong to Northwest. Bobabelehi, like it's Gauteng Northwest. That matter is dragging, and it's affecting either the economy of Northwest or it's affecting our economy. People that are workers there in the part of Pretoria, in town or whatever, raised serious challenges in terms of this not knowing who is in charge. So if I'm counting 2009-14, 2014-19, 2019-2024, something has to be done. MEC, this is similar to the increase of the seats. The problem is within the ruling party, because this question of releasing when already those people are in Gauteng, but the matter remains unresolved. Thank you.
All right, I'm now going to take some of our stakeholders. I only saw one hand. Is there anybody else who is a stakeholder or member of the public who might want to make comment or ask a question? Okay, so over to you. Just remember you'll introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and then you can ask your question or make your comment. Can we get a roaming mic to the gentleman over there?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tato Mutuping. I come from an organization called Soweto Tourism. I'm the chairperson of Soweto Tourism. I'm also the national coordinator of the South African Township and Village Tourism Association, SATOVITO. I have my national coordinator here from PE, and I represent Gauteng in terms of the of SATOVITO. Now, I would like to, firstly, I don't know, man, apparently my name is quite synonymous in these corridors. So I'm one of those people, apparently I poke holes. But I do this with the intention of assisting the country move forward. And I'm a bit concerned, especially when the HOD and our fellow colleague here was presenting and saying that the two major entities within the tourism space are performing at peak. For me, I'm sorry, sir, but that's a bit misleading. And why I say this, I will maybe start back and rephrase and go back to 2020. And remember, I'm the chairperson of Soweto Tourism. I have over 200 businesses that I represent in Soweto. And there are more businesses that I represent in terms of the provincial landscape and even at a national level. I am part of the Interprovincial Task Team on Red Tape Reduction that reports to the Presidency's office, and it's led by the Department of Small Business Development. I'm just saying this so that you get to understand the kind of inputs and level that we are participating in. Now, we've got businesses that haven't been funded from 2020 or assisted in 2020 to date in the tourism space. And we all know that the tourism space is a huge contributor to the economy. It's one of the best economies that attracts foreign investment and collects foreign capital. But as you look at the tourism space right now, it's really untransformed. And when we now go back to GTA, and I would like to congratulate the CEO because she's been open. And she's tried to engage with us, but we know that there's an institutional challenge within CEO, within the department, GTA, because I know GTA now is now a marketing and a developmental agency for the province. We have an MOU as SATOVITO with GTA, right? To date, there is no, we requested a meeting to discuss APPs of the office. We haven't received a correspondence with regards to that so that we can align, so that we can know how to advise our business members and product owners on where to go, how to go, and how to move, so that they properly participate in the space. When you talk of GEP, ma'am, now, I really appreciate it if ever we got stats of who has been assisted, where, and how much. Because for us, I'm sitting here, we've engaged with GEP, we've engaged, I remember, I think Mr. Jack is also part of our communication. We've even said, let's have a sector approach. Let's now discuss tourism, because for us, tourism is a huge enabler. We create a lot of jobs with that, but we haven't received any support. Now, I don't have a lot of facts or a lot of discussions because of this. We really haven't had proper engagement with both GEP and GTA in terms of their APPs. But we are concerned that it seems as if people do not know really what they are doing in the tourism space. We are concerned about that. We are also concerned in terms of GEP, in terms of applications for people, more especially disadvantaged people from townships and villages, which is the subsector that we represent. The red tape that is there, which is really locking a lot of opportunities for our people. I'll make you a typical example, Chair of Chair. In November, the MEC came and he was promoting, I think it was a fund that was focusing on rehabilitating the looted and the COVID whatsoevers. Personally, I submitted documents to GEP just to test the system. can I tell you that I submitted in November, when I think you were in Soweto in October, something like that.
Just
Submitted-
1 year, November of 2021?
2021. We only got a response around February saying that my ID is not there. I submitted the ID. I'm just making an example, and I'm not the only person, by the way. Submitted back an ID. Took 3 months to come back to say, now, no, Nishotanga 1, 2, 3. Then later on, and remember, I was compliant because I'm a business person. I've been in business from 2006. You must understand that. I've employed a lot of people. You'll understand. And I've worked with GTA and with DED before when it was still run by Mr. The guy Hotman. He was there. Who's at Cradle now? We've worked with them very productively when they were still an economic development unit running development within GTA. So I'm saying that it seems as if we really need to now go into deeper and really now unlock and check what are the problems and also have a sector approach. This is a proposal that I would like to put to you, colleagues. We need to have a sector approach, whether to, especially to GEP, where we now talk to what kind of sectors do they support, how do they support them, do they understand these sectors? One problem at GEP, you'll see that they will say they don't fund cars or tour operators. But tour operators are people that unlock the tourism space because they will take the tourists from the airport to Soweto, to whatever, to whatever, to whatever. So I'm just giving you this overview to say, colleagues, I think to some extent, sister, to some extent, yeah, man, bengicela man sizameni ukuthi siphakamiseni amasokisi kancane. You understand? And it's okay sometimes to come here and be grilled. Singafiki sithi we are operating at 100%. When I represent the townships and villages, we invited the MEC to the Soweto Investment Conference in May. We submitted a proposal to GTA Soweto Tourism in July of 2021. We didn't get support. Yet, in fact, we got support from a municipality, a new government in the municipality that supported this initiative that was taking place in May. So, to some extent, I'm just raising these red flags to say, be aware, Ogote, we really need to work. And we have a lot of work that we need to do because of the looting didn't take place just because of people who were bored or politics. No, people were hungry. We were hungry when we started to loot. I'm including myself because I was part of them. We were hungry. And now we've got businesses that haven't been rehabilitated, they haven't received support or any whatsoever. And they are expected to operate just like that. And we are talking economic development in this space. We are talking employment in this place. And when you look at the budgets normally, these monies, they are only used to pay salaries. 70% it goes to salaries, the rest comes back and it's taken back to treasury so that you get a clean audit or I don't know how these audits work. So we are concerned, colleagues, because of if you are not aware, you are going to lose in the future. And I'm just saying this so that you know the reality. I'm not saying this maybe to buy face with you or anything. I'm not getting anything from this collective. But I'm saying this because of we've got people in the townships and villages that are not supported. Soweto Tourism currently, through Satovito and the support of Satovito, will be opening its VIC, its Visitor Information Center. We've been talking about this for the past, since 2017 of having a VIC. We end up funding our own VIC. So it clearly shows that there's a misalignment to some extent with what you want to achieve and what is happening down there. So colleagues, I don't want to take too much time, but I'm saying this is a wake-up call. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's not play around to get salaries, increments, and so forth. We are talking about the future of the country here. So we would really appreciate it if next time when we do your reports, do proper reports. Show us the stats. Show us how many people you've employed, where the money went, and so forth. So that we don't go back and say, Tugabo Prapax Lapaya, Sisitaba Sebins, Bastimbi Samang. I'm just saying this so that you guys can reflect. I did say, my name is Tato Motoping. I'm the chairperson of Soweto Tourism. Some of you have seen us on the news. You're still going to see us, you see. But we are tired of fighting with government and fighting with you guys to do the right thing. Because most of you guys are here paid to do your jobs and you're not doing them. So I will stop there, colleagues, and that will be my input for today. I did say that I'm synonymous with rattling a couple of rattling cages, but this is a serious matter. And we hope that the salaries that you are all receiving, when you sleep at night, you feel that you deserve it. Because some of us, we deserve the money. When we work and we sell a plate, we know that we've worked hard for it. I will stop there, Chair of Chairs, MEC, Chairman. Yeah, but just my input is that please, for the tourism sector, can we have a sector approach where we discuss the tourism space entirely? And then we go through GTA, we go through GEP. We look at the funds that are there, we allocate properly, and then we say, this is how much we want to do for the funds, or with the funds, this is what we want to achieve, and how do we achieve them? Stakeholder participation is very important. And lastly, Chair, we haven't had so many engagements with GTA, nah? But it was said that yesterday, my PA receives a call without an agenda, without whatsoever, and we are summoned. We say, we're good to know today there's a meeting at GTA. So to some extent, Nati, it looked a bit funny and fishy because we were invited in this platform. So I decided to say, no, let the others go everywhere else. I will stay in this platform so that we can raise our concerns. And to let you know, Gote, there's really no transformation currently. And there's a lot of work that needs to happen. And we hope for the best. We wish you guys the best, most especially the provincial office. We know that we are left with 2 years. And I don't know what the plans are. But I just thought that I should place this here so that you guys get to understand the reality. Now, we've invested a lot of money. We've got a lot of businesses, guys. People that have invested a lot of money, no support to date. So without wasting any of your time, colleagues, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tato. In fact, when you said your name, I recognized it. I didn't know where from, but I knew it was a name I had read about or seen. Let me also, just before we give to the department, say 2 or 3 things. This is exactly why it's good that we have stakeholders in our meetings, and we were just discussing here that we want to do that more often. Because Gauteng, in as much as it's a small province, is actually a very big province because of the kind of urbanization, because of the economic element, etc. And we're not always able to stick to all these different areas. And the benefit of having you here today is also, in many ways, you could see us nodding. We feel very vindicated as members because it's something that we keep raising. And often or we think rather, we sound a bit like a broken record in every portfolio committee meeting, but it coming from our community really just does validate some of the concerns and issues that we've been raising. In terms of your proposal about having different sector sessions, even before you said it, we actually spoke very offline quickly about it, that's something we want to do. So if we say we're going to do a day for tourism, and in fact, I think Member Ghana, who has now resigned, also suggested it. That we have a day, we bring GTA, we bring ourselves, we bring yourselves. That day is dedicated, or that half day is dedicated only to tourism. And then we do a similar thing for JEP, we do a similar thing for GGDA, we do another thing for Innovation Hub, so that we have a very targeted approach. And that means also we plan well, and I'm looking at the research team, we get the right stakeholders in the room. And then we dedicate those 6 hours to say, right, this is what we've got, this is what we can do, and this is also the role of the portfolio committee. because you can see we want to be very hands-on, we want to be a more proactive committee, and part of that involves that process. So maybe even if it's coupled with a meeting like this, but we have a focused intervention, I don't want to say study because we have those things, but that focus element, like how we had the breakaway session I think last, and that really helped us because it moved us away just from annual and quarterly reporting and us saying there's an issue of a landfill crisis and the fact that we're running out of space. That doesn't come up in a Q1 report, but is an issue. So I think in the same way that we had a breakaway session, let's do that. In fact, we want to do that. And also just to acknowledge to the teams who brought the stakeholders today. You may not have been here for the first session, but we had some really excellent stakeholders also from the agriculture side, and we've had so many different, I think everyone had to leave, but we had from an Alex Tourism Association, we had so many different people in the room, and this is exactly what we want. So we really do appreciate you taking the time and staying until this particular time, because we know not everybody could, but we do appreciate that. I also just want to render 2 apologies that came through. The first is for Tandi from the AIDC, she's not well, as well as Dawn, who's the Conley Hill CEO. She's in a meeting with the creative sector in Pretoria, and I just needed to note those apologies as well. Okay, let me give over, I don't know if MEC wants to start or HOD starts and then we move down, or if you want to do it the other way around, that's also fine, but you can decide which order you want to do it in. Okay, we'll start with you, HOD, and then it might also be good after you speak, we want to hear specifically a little bit from GTA and JEP, and also no, it's fine. Let's allow a response, and then we've made a note of that as well. Thank you, HOD, over to you. If it's easier for you to sit and respond with your knee injury, that's also fine.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the offer also, but it's okay. I think let's start with the issues that Tatu has raised, and thanks for the input. Let's first kick off with the issues where there's agreement. I think that the meeting with GTA should happen ASAP, that goes without saying. So we hope, Ste, that you and Tato can actually talk after this meeting just to ensure that the doors of communications are actually opened. No. We're not Honorable Pinky, you are legislature, you're not the executive. Okay, so there's the first point where there's agreement. I think it's rather unfortunate that that meeting has not happened as yet, but anyhow, better late than never, the meeting should happen. Then the second point is that we agree with the suggestions made around adopting a sectoral approach. And in some areas of our work, that is what we are doing. You know, we are focused on 10 sectors, you know, within the province where we get stakeholders, you know, for the respective sectors actually together. So we are in agreement with you. It's just a matter of actually implementing it. And also I think that we acknowledge the inefficiencies that are there. I think that as a department, we can actually work. As a department, together with the entities, we can actually work on our customer relationship management issues. There's no reason why it is that, you know, an acceptable reason why it is that, you know, we take 3 months, you know, to respond. So that's taken, and it's something that JEP will have to speak, you know, on the issue for themselves and explain themselves, you know, as to why is it that it's happening. But I'm also a person who says that it's unacceptable that we continue to have this unacceptable, you know, non-responsive attitude on the part of government, because all that it does, it paints us in a bad picture. And if it is that we would want to ensure that there's actually delivery, there's responsiveness, there's good working relationship with the external stakeholders that we need to serve, it's something that we actually need to change. So there's agreement also in relation to that. And I think that the ask for the information around whom are we actually serving and who are the beneficiaries is a legitimate ask. You know, that information is there and it can be presented. There's nothing wrong with it. We're not hiding anything. And also so that you can actually see and make your own, you know, analysis as to of the 5 corridors that are there in Gauteng, where is the bulk of the money actually going to, who are benefiting, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's fine, you know. JEP and GTA will take that into consideration together with ourselves. The reason why we were saying that GTA is actually performing well is because in a particular quarter, there are indicators that we've got, which is in the APP. And we are obliged to report what is in the APP. So last year, for instance, GTA achieved 1 out of what? Quite a number of targets, and we had to report that one, which was a bad performance. This year, they've achieved 4 out of their 4 key performance indicators that they had. So we need to report that there's nothing that we can do. And it is in that context that we were saying that GTA has actually improved in terms of what they are reporting on, what is in their indicators. As to the integrity, the impact, and the quality of those indicators, that's another story, which I agree with, because in the end, what we need to do is we need to assess what is the relationship of the indicators and how it impacts, on society as a whole, which I suspect is the issue that you are raising. But also we can't come here and distort, the actual facts as they are in terms of what the performance are with respect, to the indicators. But I think the point that you are raising and the general spirit of your input, we can't agree more with what you are saying. We're on the same wavelength, in relation to that, because the joblessness that we are facing within the province is real. We're sitting on a powder keg, and it is our responsibility to ensure that we address, these challenges of joblessness and create jobs. We don't want to be part of the problem. We want to be part of the solution, because that's the mandate, of government, and that is what we are trying to do. So I hope that, it addresses the comments that have been made, and the input that you have been made. So you do have partners in us in terms of dealing with the challenges that you have actually raised. So there's the first response. Let me deal with some of the others, and then I'll ask Toivo and other relevant people to deal with some of the questions that have been raised. The cross-border industrial parks, as I indicated early on, Honorable Ncube, is that we're not entirely happy with performance with respect to the industrial parks. We think that we can actually achieve more. But let's share with you some of the strides that we are making. The cross-border industrial parks, we have been interacting with for Eka Industria, which is Mpumalanga. There's a negotiating forum that consists of ourselves, MEGA, the Mpumalanga Economic Development Agency, the Mpumalanga Provincial Government, City of Tshwane, Gauteng Provincial Government, GGDA, and DTIC. What we've agreed up until now is that there's an agreement that we actually need to work together to address the revitalization of that particular industrial park. We've also agreed to establish what is called a special purpose vehicle. A special purpose vehicle whose sole responsibility would be the revitalization of that and management of that particular industrial park, the Eka Industrial Park. There's a draft agreement that is currently with the Mpumalanga provincial government for signature. And as we are sorting out the governance issues, we are also busy working on the investment and service delivery and economic issues. For instance, right now as I'm speaking, we've got a company by the name of Clearwater, an investor that has actually expressed interest and who's actually sitting and negotiating with us to set up store in Eka Industria and also to mobilize additional investors, to come back. So that's just in brief what is happening with the Eka Industria cross-border, industrial park. And if need be, we can share some information, detailed information, with the portfolio committee. We can have a session where we just focus on the industrial parks, but that's just a brief response. The same process is being followed with the Babelegi Industrial Park and the Garankuwa one. In fact, with the Garankuwa one, because of the collaboration that we've had after the looting and the riots that happened in Garankuwa and the stripping of the industrial park, because of that particular challenge, which happened last year in October, we had to accelerate the interaction with the Northwest Provincial Government, and in particular the Northwest Development Corporation. And because of that particular intervention, we've at least managed to resolve the problem that was there, which was a problem of security and the problem, of fencing. What is actually sitting on our table right now is to say, how do we actually accelerate the revitalization of that particular industrial park, which is the same with, with Babelegi. We're not happy at the pace at which we are moving. We need to accelerate the pace, but that's the work that we are currently doing there. And as I said, that we can present, detailed presentations on all three, cross-border industrial parks that we actually have. I'll ask GGB and GLB to talk about their revenue. But I think that it's important just to agree with the comment and the advice, rather the advice that the Honorable Fasia is actually giving us, to say that, guys, where you actually do well, try and do a bit better. So, and I'm sure that message, where are the colleagues from GGP? Because the Tiran and Sandy, this is what we've been raising with yourselves. And we have had these discussions to say, guys, let's give ourselves stretch targets. So we are in agreement with that advice and the council that the chairperson is actually, giving us, that we need to continuously raise the bar. In relation to the goods and services spent and the capital spent, I can comment on this, but Ronald, I would want you to come in. The goods and services spent for the first quarter is not that great, we agree. In fact, we've had a separate detailed discussion as management to look as to what were the reasons, for this. Part and parcel of the reasons were the erroneous instruction that National Treasury actually gave around preferential procurement, policy, which actually impacted, on procurement. And we've actually put plans in place and have had discussions, amongst ourselves, that in the second quarter, come the end of the second quarter, our performance on goods and services should actually be much, better than what it currently is. And I think that, Ronald, you may want to comment on that and also on the capital spent. The BS and the IDZ and consequence management. We as the family, GDED family, are there to attract investment, not to lose investment. Any actions or non-action on our part which results in the loss of investors is not okay. And will actually be, dealt with. And the whole issue around consequence management is something that we've stepped up, within the department. And in particular, with respect to the De Beers matter, the consequence management there was that an investigation, the MEC actually took up the matter with the relevant chairpersons of both the GIDZ board and also the GGDA, board. And the GGDA board has actually acted on the manner, the form of consequence management that they've instituted, resulted in an investigation actually be done and responsible officials actually facing the music for the role that they've actually played, with respect to that. So there has been consequence management in that regard. The vacancy rate, we agree, is something that we actually need to, eradicate. We have been, what this report does not indicate, it does not indicate the adverts that have actually gone out. Where are we in the recruitment, processes, and when the appointments are going to be made. And that information can actually be provided. But as we are talking, in this meeting, there are processes underway to fill, critical, vacancies. There are processes underway to fill the AIDC CEO vacancy. The GIDZ CEO position has actually been filled. The GGDA CEO GGDA CEO vacancy is also in the process, of being filled. The GGB and the other top positions within, the GGB are also being filled in the process, of addressing it. And as I'm saying that we haven't really shared with you the number of positions that we are actually, interviewing for and when they are likely to be filled, we can provide that information. It is there, and I'm definitely sure that when we get together again, for the second quarter report, 3 months from now, there will be a huge change, in relation to the vacancies. Our view is that we can't use the absence of vacancies for lack of performance. So, and colleagues all here know that they can't come and report non-performance because we don't have capacity. That's not on our job is to ensure that we basically do what what we are actually contracted for. So we can't use the issue of vacancies as a reason for for non-performance. Toivo, let me leave the difficult one for you, but I can come back if you could strike the jobs. Yeah, but we can talk to that. I think that maybe you may want to comment, but very simply, should I go or should I leave it for you? But very simply put, Honorable Ngube, is that we can actually demonstrate as to how the 680,000 jobs, 610. Sorry, Honorable Malubana.
We want to see the warm bodies of those people.
Oh, okay. No, well, let me answer, and then you can have a follow-up. We can demonstrate how we arrive at that particular figure. We can demonstrate where those jobs are going to come from. As I said in my introductory remarks, we can demonstrate where those jobs are going to come from across the different programs and across the different projects. But as I said in my opening remarks, it is daunting, the figure is daunting, it's scary, but it's also excitable. The issue, the challenge that we've got as a department, which is, and to be frank and brutal, is that you can't have a huge unemployment rate. You can't have a huge unemployment rate and then your plans is like, and then your plan is like a teacup in a storm. Your efforts is like a teacup, in a storm. So you need to have a certain level of ambition in order to impact, to have a meaningful impact in terms of, fighting unemployment. And that is the perspective that is guiding us. All that we need to do is to ensure that our planning and execution capability lives up to the targets, that we've actually set ourselves. And that is what we actually need to grapple with. But, Toevo and Jacques may want to give more, details, to that. So I think let me stop there. And then, Toevo, let me hand over to you to deal with questions that I haven't dealt with. And then maybe, Jacques, you may want to deal in detail with, the jobs to be delivered through the Township Economy Program, just as an example, and the action labs that we've got. And then GLB and GGB on the revenue issues, and then Ronald on the finances. But, yeah, Toivo, please proceed.
There are very few questions that are left. Maybe let me start here, and this one will go directly to HOD. Please give me a bonus. You heard about the presentation. So at least that one is recorded. So thank you very much, Chair. I welcome that. Thank you. Then let me go to the top. Honorable Member, I wish I could hug you, because I really welcome the 84%. And yeah, and I think we should use your formula. I think your formula is very good. Our formula, it was because we break it down. Remember, we've got TASs, and then we've got GGDA, and then we've got the subsidiaries. So when you add all of them, that's how we got to that percentage. But I think I don't like our formula. So I welcome your formula, and going forward, we'll be using your formula. Thank you very much. So we can record it as 84% a member of the community. Please record that. We welcome the comment that we are moving in the right direction. And I think we're moving in that right direction because of the efforts of the portfolio committee. You guys have pushed us into this direction. And that links up to the jobs numbers. You're very hard on us about the jobs numbers. So maybe let me start here. The jobs numbers, 610,777. That's the number. The budget allocated is 688 million. DED is going to give us 572,000 jobs around there. I'm rounding it off. The entities are going to give us 37,000 jobs. Now, some of these jobs, we can count for them quarterly, and they are accounted for in the reports. So the agencies will say that TASs or GGDA, there are 200 quarterly targets, how far they've performed against those. But the bulk of these jobs, which come from the department, they are only counted in quarter 3 and 4. Why are they counted in quarter 3 and 4? Because quarter 1, we're spending a lot of time in putting the systems in place. Yes, so it's contractual issues that are happening in quarter 1 and 2. So the actual job, we only count it at the end. And we're using this approach because of the AG methodology. We found that in the past, where we demonstrated those particular jobs in that quarter, we couldn't demonstrate, that job could not be achieved because of contractual issue, the third party contracting late and so forth. And then lastly, with regards to the jobs, which is different from what everyone else is doing, is that we listened to society. The creative industry told us that they wanted to be recognized. So the Department of Labor has not recognized them. They're still trying to figure out how are they going to recognize Somizi going up and doing a program directing job and being paid 100,000. So they're still going through that process. Unfortunately, in South Africa, the definition of a job was very much like a 8 to 4 type of a situation. But the industries are different. So we are the first department to recognize gig jobs. They come from the creative industry. Those are the jobs, like I said, Somizi going up on stage, graphics, animators. You know, I'm sure you use animators. You go to them and you pay them 2,000, and then you've got yourself a poster or whatever it is that you want to do. So we are recognizing those particular jobs. Those particular jobs amount to about 200 and something thousand jobs. And so that makes up a lot of the bulk of the jobs from the DD. We also, Jack will talk to the ones in the township that are going to be then created. But Honorable Member, just to say, we do have a business plan. This number has not been done yet. I think we're in this year. So end of this financial year, we'll talk about the stadium. But the idea is we're driving to becoming more ambitious so that we do things that really have an impact instead of the 2,000 jobs that we were counting in the previous, years. There was an issue about the women. I think the HOD touched on it. But it's a pity you haven't seen the entire department. So the department is performing quite well because we're at 48. DDG now will also respond. But let me start here so that I give you context. Yes, our MEC is a man. Yes, our HOD is a man. But our board chairs, all of them are women, except for TASs. All our entities. So GGDA, the chairperson is a woman. GTA, the chairperson is a woman. GGB, the chairperson is a woman. JAP, the chairperson is a young woman. So at that level, at a leadership level, we've got women. At the department, we do have women. They're occupying, no, it's just that here, we've got, GTA, please stand up so we can see a woman. That's one. She's a CEO, so let me get to CEOs. CEOs, we've got Conhill, she sent an apology. We've just appointed GIDZ, she's a woman. We've appointed her. So there are women that we appoint. And then in the department, in management, we've got them. And I think the agencies, it also applies to them. So a lot of these men, they're actually managed by women that you are seeing here as well. So I think that one is okay. The performance, we agree, and Honorable Chair, that's why we're doing this monthly performance reporting, so that we don't lose our eye on the ball. And CFO will talk to the, to making sure that the expenditure, the CFO will talk to, the acting CFO will talk to the expenditure issues, but our monthly performance reporting, we do touch on these issues so that we don't miss the ball. And we agree with your comment about the jobs. I think that's it, but maybe just also to say to the community member, we went through a process of spending a whole year of consulting society. The development of APPs, it runs through a consultative process, including having a strat session with the portfolio committee. I think, yes, we need to communicate more so that you can also start getting involved. So a lot of our plans that we have written, actually, they don't come from us. They actually come from society. So when you talk about that specific fund, the coup of JAP is here, and maybe you can have a side conversation about why you were not 3 months and why you didn't get the funds. But it's in a response to what society needed. So that particular fund in particular, we even reduced the criteria for qualifying so that Ugogwa Matamatis can also get the funds. And there are some stories that, good stories that we can also demonstrate. I think what we need to do differently with you is that, and through the CEO of GTA, is that when we start the planning cycle, you are there. And you are invited and you're informed. But also, we've also established what is called the war room. Nothing stops you from walking into our war room. And in the war room, we brainstorm, we test ideas, not with ourselves, by the way. It's external people. We even have churches who come there and they talk their ideas. And we don't just do ideas, we talk implementation. So we try and we move people to just coming and giving us policy proposals and stuff. We want them to talk, how best do we implement them? So family tree is the one that is a good example. We've just recently given them, is it 50 million, and in total is 100 million leveraged. So that is a practical example of the stuff that is coming from the war room. I think HOD, I've answered all the questions from my side. I'll just keep reminding you about my bonus. There's jobs, and then we'll have JAP or
Okay, all right. So I think it's probably worth a deeper dive with the members, but let me give everyone kind of a headline flavor of this. So let's start with the township economy jobs, which are the first big set of numbers that you're looking at. So you've got a 80,000 job target that's linked to what's called infill residential development. So that's the backyard shack upgrade program. You've already got, from the 2 sets of commitments we know of, there's already 100 million rand worth of financing, and we already have 2,000 applicants ready to upgrade their backyards in order to create a combination of homes and businesses, where historically there were mkukus. Now, each of those historically can create up to about 40 contracting opportunities for individuals. What we've done is we've worked out how many individuals across 2,000 to 5,000 households, which is the number that we're looking to support and upgrade, et cetera, in the course of this financial year, how many contracting and other support opportunities can be created through that program. And that's people from townships working on the upgrade of the backyard shacks into township high streets and precincts in their areas. Tato knows my view on this. There's a strong link to tourism on that one as well, but we'll come back to that separately. Then let's go to township retail. Target 20,000. We already have 15,000 stores. Indication is that every store funded through the Kazi Mnoto program, the township retail program, produces at least 2 full-time jobs, additional to what it had before. So we could get to 30,000. If each of those 15,000 stores gets assisted, we overachieve our target by 50%. Just as an example. Okay, the taxi economy jobs, just under 5,000 targeted. That's based on a combination of people working in commercial operations and in aftermarket kind of automotive, repairing taxis. We already have the 10 taxi associations in Hammanskraal and Shoshingove, the northeastern Swani cluster. They're our pathfinder. Why? Because they needed 60 million to run their upgrade of their 10 sites into fuel depots and commercial rings around their ranks. We have basically already got a commitment from the Taxi Economy Fund of Transport that they will provide them with a credit guarantee for 10% of that. And the War Room is working with them to apply for the funding, and we've got 3 or 4 banks who are interested. Apologies, just a bit of the room's a bit dry. Apologies, members. So in those, there's a clear link between the mechanisms we have and the jobs we're going to create. For the taxis, we've already got 10 other associations that want to do the same thing. So the mechanisms are there. The one that is more worrying, because it relies more, ironically, on government. So you would think that the ones that rely on the private sector are more difficult. The one that relies on government is our most worrying, which is the IRM program, because it relies on government spending being directed in a way that creates artisanal opportunities and apprenticeship opportunities for young graduates from technical high schools. That's the way we've designed the program. But the government spenders are fighting us. But it's fine, we're not here to lament, we're fighting back. But we're just saying that these are the kind of programmatic things that we have to do to get it right. In terms of the jobs that come from the sector-based initiatives, Toivo's explained that there's a huge program with the creatives to bring all the hubs together to sell creative services to the world. It's because there is a lot of talent and ability in the province to provide all kinds of services, but there's a problem with allocating funding, and there's a problem with getting markets to pay attention. So what the creative sector guys are doing is creating that marketplace. How successfully you'll track us over the year, you'll see how well we do in terms of generating those creative economy gig opportunities. The toughest climb, and one of the more interesting ones, is global business services, especially next generation global business services, because call centers are actually already a thing of the past. They'll still be around for 10, 20 years. But increasingly, where young people can get an opportunity, if you can put them in front of a laptop or a desktop and they can do something for someone on the other side of the world, this is the reality of jobs in the 21st century. This is how India, this is how Kenya, this is how Indonesia, this is how Latin America, this is how our fellow emerging markets are absorbing their young workforces. And that's, to get that right, we are changing the way we look at global business services. So when you look at our township cloud zones, the stuff we'll be launching in Jabalani, in Nasrec, in Tembisa, in Ivory, in Diepsloot, and remember Sizikele in Alex, if I may be honest. The Alex Chamber of Commerce is one of our sites, as well as a couple of other properties. That is around that. So there's those mechanisms in the GBS sector and the digital job sector. These are not easy targets. The whole idea is that we are looking at something that will actually move the needle. And with 2.5 million formerly unemployed people in the country, we achieve our targets. We should be sitting here with Stats SA in the room saying you've made a dent in unemployment. And that is our aspiration. A lot of this requires mobilizing a wide universe of partnerships. So what we've done with GEP, for example, I think accepts Tato's criticism. Government is lousy at retail banking. We have to get much better at it, There's no excuse to stay lousy. But for the meantime, we can't impose the burden of our learning curve on the populace. So the fair thing to do, and what JEP has done, is put itself in a position where it can fund intermediaries that are better than it at extending credit to businesses. That's how we got to Family Tree. That's how we're sorting out the Backyard Shack program. That's how we're sorting out the taxis. And we've got to think of it that way, more and more members. And I think as you track us over this year, as you challenge us, as you grill us, as you must do, I think it's important to engage with how well we're doing that, because that is what's going to make the difference in our delivery. Thanks, boss. Anything else? Or money bags? Go. Ah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members, and good afternoon, Edward. Oh, sorry, evening. Sorry. Sorry, apologies. Yeah, with regard to the expenditure under goods and services, we take note of the committee's comments and observation, and indeed we want to indicate that as a department, we in Quota 2, we've got accelerated plans in the form of ensuring that all the tender awards in our procurement plans, most of them basically are being
Maybe bring it closer to you. Let's see.
Can you hear me? I've got a radio voice. Sorry. So we are busy accelerating our procurement, all the projects in our procurement plan, just to ensure that all our tenders are fast-tracked and to ensure that now we've awarded those. And then furthermore, we had accruals emanating from the first quarter, amounting to 7.9 million. So those will then go and be paid in the current quarter as well. So with regard to the capital payments, we just received desktop and laptops, and there's an invoice of about 6.5 million, which we still need to pay, and then it will go through the second quarter, which obviously it will reduce the available balance, which is the 12 million under capital equipment. And then there's also a procurement of furnitures. As we are busy with our recruitment processes, there's a need obviously of in acquiring furniture there. So that part it will also be taken care of as well. And then members, I think there was that observation whereby it was indicated that GGB and GLB, in terms of revenue, obviously they are our cash cows. But just to make sure that now, in terms of numbers, we out of the appropriated budget of 1.9 billion, 1.1 billion. It's a combined, revenue collection between GLB and GGB. But the amount for GGB, that's net of, the commission. Obviously, we pay them their commission, and then whatever remains goes to the fiscus. So in short, the department only get 118 million from the fiscus, if you look at that. So about 55% of that budget is coming from our own revenue collections. I think members, those were the two questions coming from your side from finance. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members of the committee. Just to amplify what the HOD, I was saying thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to underscore what the HOD has made, the point he made. Just to indicate that on gender equity, the department, or perhaps let me break first that the 18% that does not necessarily reflect on the DD. 10% is with liquor board, and then 8% with DD. So there's a special attention that the department is moving forward to close all vacancies, in particular the SMS, that senior management will fill all the positions. Also to respond to the fact of gender equity, that level 1 to 10, the department has 63% of women. And level 13 to 16 were 48, and I'm certain that when we come back to this committee to report, women will be actually 50%, and the numbers would increase. Recently, we've had an interview of the chief legal, and all people who were interviewed were women. So it's unavoidable that we will have women to fill that position. So I would say in 470 people who are employed by the department, 63% of them are women. So if you take the totality of the department, you would then pick up that women are more than men in the department, I'm sure, in all levels, and we can give that breakdown to honorable members. Chair, if you allow me, I would even indicate to you what positions are funded. So far, when we advertise, we can only advertise funded positions, and the rest that are not, we have subjected the department to organizational review, and as you would know, that we are at advanced stage to approve it, and we are also discussing with the next provincial treasury, and at the core of it is to see to it whether we will be able to fund the structure. And those will be the issues that we thought we should amplify. That 281 of the department employees, which represent 63%, are women. And Edwin, at the senior management level, we also are looking forward to certain that we employ more than 50%. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. We're going to get, I think, GTA now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Let me just start by saying Tato and I, he has me on his speed dial. Yeah. So I personally, Honorable Chair, met with Tato as the chair of Soweto Tourism Association, together with his secretary, Ayanda, where we discussed several matters in terms of how we're going to work together. So I thought, let me just clarify that, because this is a recorded session and we needed to put it on record. But secondly, our own tourism development team did attend the Soweto Tourism AGM, which Tato himself extended the invite to us, and I ensured that all the senior managers are at that AGM, so that we can begin to understand what are the things that we need to do on the ground to support small businesses, particularly in the township. I also thought, let me just clarify that, so that it doesn't seem as if we haven't met at all. On the implementation of the MOU of Sato Vito, he also knows that one of the things that we cannot do as the GTA is funding, which I have extensively explained, hence my interaction with JEP to ensure that we start a funding that is specifically earmarked for tourism, and that I have communicated. However, in the implementation of the Sato Vito MOU, there are a couple of things that we have done. We've worked with, I think we had about 3 sessions which were virtual. One was in September 2021, before my time. And I think when I started, there was another one which was held with the trade to begin to train the trade on how to package particularly township products as well as rural products. The only issue that we are unable to do as a GTA because of our mandate is the issues of funding. And I think it's important, Honorable Chair, to also place it on record that the issue of tourism development, like Tato has articulated very well, came back to the GTA in April 2021. When Doibo was presenting, she did mention that we've got an issue of resources, which we are discussing indeed with the HOD and DDG now, and we're hoping that we'll sort out the issues around human capacity to enable us to deliver this very important mandate, which is development. What do we do within development? We ensure that we work with all the 5 regions to ensure that we have routes, we develop routes, but also there are a couple of things that we can do as a GTA, which is skills development. Why is skills development important, Honorable Chair? Is that we've got to ensure that tourism businesses understand how to play within the tourism sector. I need to also place it on record that a large portion of our funding as a GTA is directed mainly to SMEs, but also to township products, because that's how, as tourism, we're going to support the implementation of the tourism of the Township Economic Development Act. But we also, as the GTA, had a session with all the associations. When I say all the associations, mainly the ones that are in the townships. We had a session at Cornhill where we articulated our annual performance plan. I think in all the associations, they know that there is what we call an MEC delivery agreement that keeps me awake at night, where we've undertaken that as a province, we will deliver about 11 billion on foreign direct spend, 10 billion on domestic, and we're going to load to the tourism jobs base load about 20,000, which I track on a monthly basis, working with the department, the economic planning, colleagues. And following that session, Chair, we did agree that it's not enough to have just that one session. Let's have individual sessions with regions. So the meeting that Tato is talking about, where his association was represented, was today. We've already met about 14 associations, largely from townships. Why are we doing this? The output for us doing this is to ensure that we understand where we've got to support the associations, particularly the upcoming one. But secondly, is how do we then craft together with JEP, a fund that would be able to assist the small businesses, particularly in townships. So that part has been done. I'm not talking on behalf of the CEO of JEP, but definitely it's something that the CEO has given me feedback that he is engaging his colleagues within JEP so that we can ring fence a certain funding for tourism, and that I have communicated to Tato as well. And I think it's important, as my last point, Honorable Chair, to say that within all the 5 regions, we've got most of the associations, and I think what needs to be clarified is the role of the GTA in terms of assisting and ensuring that we can do skills development, we can give market access, but also we can facilitate for these businesses to get funding where, from agencies that are mandated to actually fund small businesses. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I thought let me just place it on record because this is a recorded meeting. Thank you very much.
Jeb?
So just on the points regarding the inefficiencies and the sector-based approach. So look, we do acknowledge at JEP.
Maybe just bring the mic a little closer. We're having some trouble with the mics today.
Oh, okay. Is it better now? Okay, thank you. All right. So in terms of the specifics, so firstly, we do acknowledge that we have had. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. No, so firstly, I mean, we do acknowledge that we have had, inefficiencies at JEP. We currently are working through the process. With specifics regarding the application, I'm happy to engage with you directly with regards to reference numbers so I can look into what caused the delays. I think just to give some indication in terms of what we have done so far or corrective measures that we have taken. So firstly, we are re-looking at our entire online system. All right, we do acknowledge as well that it's not the most user-friendly system in the world. We have created certain indicators as well, whereby we are able to identify, for example, purchase order funding. We're able to identify those applications quicker because they need a far more efficient reactive time than other applications. So we have done that. We're increasing the number of experienced staff at JEP. We are overall looking at implementing a new system. Together with that, as Jacques mentioned, we are leveraging monies via the TPF with IDC. Those incorporate sector mandates as well as capacity mandates. So we would look at the intermediaries from not only from a monetary perspective, but we'd also look at them from a capability perspective. So that's also going to increase the efficiencies within our area Quota. But in terms of the sector-based approach, look, in terms of JEP currently, right, within our approved budget, we don't have a sector-based approach. We have priority sectors, but not a sector-based approach. Where we are looking at a more focused sector-based approach, for example, is via the TPF, the fund that we've partnered with the IDC. We also are internally discussing the launch of specific funds. So for example, youth-based fund, which we intend to launch, those are types of specific funds or ring-phase funds which we intend to launch. But at this current point, we don't have a sector-based approach. However, we are looking at it. As Toivo mentioned as well, in terms of the war room, I do sit on the deal team as well in the war room, where we do look at the sector-based approach. So for example, creative industry, agro-processing industry. So we're more than happy to engage with regards to the tourism industry. I think just to conclude, and one point I'd like to engage you on is the point that you mentioned on the tour operators not being funded. There's really no such thing as we don't fund a specific sector or we don't fund certain categories. I mean, we fund logistics, so there's no reason why we wouldn't look at a tour operator application. So I'm happy to engage Taso on that. Thank you.
I think that covers it in terms of who needed to respond. I just see there's one or two burning follow-ups from Member Ncube. Let's take that very quickly, and then we can move from there.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not sure whether were you there or you are new. In 2020, during hard lockdown, we had a session with small businesses that did apply to JEP. And all of them were telling us that we don't get responses or get a response after a year or none at all. Then there was a new board. The new board promised us that we're going to do things differently, give us space. So having heard from what the horse's mouth, one of the persons that has experienced what you had promised to change. What I can then say is that from 12 months or 18 months, you have just improved of coming back after 6 months or so, which is still not acceptable to us. So whether you look into strengthening your, I mean, just responding, you have received, no, you are not getting, no, what, it can't be, it's not acceptable. People are swearing at us as public reps, not at yourselves. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Ncube. I want to go for a quick response so that I can close on this matter and move to the next one. I don't know, I just want to give over to Jep for that.
Okay, so just on that specific point, all right? I don't, okay, on the point of whether I'm new, I joined last year, but that's really not the point actually, right? The point is just to actually fix the matters and to address the matters, all right? But just, I mean, this is not also, you know, or we looking to blow our own trumpet or anything like that. But the efficiencies that we have created, for example, we have resulted in our loan budget. I mean, just from the beginning of the financial year to date, we've committed at minimum 80% of our budget. So the processes that we are looking at are working, but we do acknowledge that there is further work to be done.
So I think like how we had a follow-up session in the past, where we zeroed in on JEP, we're going to have to do that again. But in the same way we've acknowledged we're going to do it with GTA, Innovation Hub, etc., we're going to have to set aside time over the next few months where we do that. But I do want us to prioritize tourism, and I want us to prioritize JEP because of the SMME element, and then we can go through that because there's a number of entities, and we'll also learn as we go along to see which entities need a little bit more intervention and which less. So I think that will help us moving forward. Honourable members, I'm closing on agenda point 6. This is our last one for the day. We're going to shelf our minutes for the next. Oh yes, of course. That's my apologies, MEC. Let me give to you to comment. It was my omission. And then we can close on this particular point and move to the next one. Apologies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And members, I thought you were being sympathetic to my being voiceless today. So, but I thought it would be important to make a number of overarching comments, possibly on both departments. Starting, of course, with the GEP issue that we have just concluded on. So whilst we have seen significant improvement with regards to the disbursement of funds, the partnerships being entered into, the establishment of the Township Economy Partnership Fund, etc., there are things that keep me awake about GEP. It is this thing called the reference number. The customer relations systems at GEP leave a lot to be desired. So even when somebody queries me, when I send a query to the GEP, they say, please send us the reference number. And that's the last I hear about it until we make a follow-up query to say what happened to the reference number that we sent you because somebody asked me for the reference number. Just on the basis of customer relations management, interfacing with the computer as the basis of engaging with the people that you are serving has significant limitations. And every time somebody wants to apply, we say, okay, go to our website, follow this process, and then you have to click buttons, and it's something that really needs to be sorted out. And I thought, I've raised it with GP, but I'm also acknowledging, of course, the significant improvement in relation to the areas that I've spoken to. But that remains a gap because no amount of saying that we have now dispersed 100% is going to help the fact that it took you 3 months to say, I need an ID number or a copy of your ID. No amount of then saying we've improved on performance and have entered into these partnerships, if it's going to take you another 3 months to come back and say, now that we have your ID, we need some documents, send your tax certificate or something. It's not a particularly good customer relations system. But as I said, it's something that we have raised with the GP as to what needs to be done. And certainly we'll be focusing attention on that going forward. I should say we've placed a lot of emphasis on the establishment of the Township Economy Partnership Fund. It's, allow me to call it subsidiary funds, and the processes that we engaged with in that regard. So a lot of the energy has gone there and on improving output. But certainly this other area requires attention. I thought it's important to make the point that as we talk about the implementation of the Township Economy Development Act, that we see it running parallel or in a complementary way with our implementation of the BBBE strategy of the province. Because one of the slides that was put up there indicated that we're now targeting indicators, both within the department but across the provincial government, around the implementation of broad-based Black economic empowerment, and therefore our obligations collectively to ensure skills development, enterprise and supply development, socio-economic development, and that we set resources aside for that. Of course, the implementation process in a government that has not historically focused its attention on this has its own hurdles, but it's something that we're engaging with our colleagues in Treasury on, to say how do we ensure that the EXCO resolution is now being implemented to its logical conclusion. And what does that mean to business? It means that we have an obligation in terms of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act to ensure that those entities that qualify in terms of the Act receive the necessary supplier development programs and enterprise development process. So it means that not only do we procure from you, we have an obligation to support you in particular ways to meet the requisite standards and. So there are all sorts of obligations being placed on us to be able to do that. Now it's a significant shift to the way in which we've operated because we have historically left the function of business development support to the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. But the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller spends no more than, how much? 30 million on business development support. 20 million on business development support. If you think about the number of businesses that require support, even if it's only those that want to bid, and let's use the Township Economic Development Act, to meet the standard of 40% of our goods and services budget being procured from township-based enterprises. Those companies that are going to need enterprise and supplier development support would far exceed the 20 million that the GEP is allocated in its budget to be able to do that. So there's been a reorientation of the way in which we're approaching economic development, but also our overall obligations to ensure that we build capable enterprises that are competitive and has the necessary skills and capability. So I thought it's important to emphasize that because as we talk implementation, part of progressively what you will see in our reporting would be reporting against BEE standards, and it would be reporting against procurement spent on township enterprises, and it would be reporting against a whole range of other indicators that are linked to the Township Economic Development Act, the establishment of township economy or township enterprise zones, and all sorts of support that we need to provide there. So I thought it's just important to elaborate on that and just possibly indicate that whilst the presentation covered it, as we go forward over the next, certainly the current financial year, but in subsequent financial years, that's likely to receive greater attention in our APPs and the things that we measure. But right now we're working with other departments to ensure that all of us as provincial government are compliant. I think that the issue around performance, we certainly welcome the comments that have been made, particularly to the extent that we have placed emphasis on moving towards outcomes-based indicators. So we don't want to measure the number of meetings people attend. We don't want to measure inputs into a process without measuring what the process produces. But as we move towards that, it requires also a reorientation of the organization itself. So we're spending a lot of energy and time on our strategic planning and APP processes so that we're able to improve performance. But it's very easy, sometimes even in relation to how the Auditor General has historically audited us. So Auditor General wants number of. But sometimes your measurables are much more than the number of things that you do. Because you can measure a number of things, but you're not measuring, if you go back to, you're measuring quantity and not quality, if you like. And we're trying to shift our measurement towards qualitative indicators that enable us to make the impact that we require. So if you go back to some of our historic indicators, we would have measured number of jobs not on the basis of what happens in industry, but on the basis of what happens in government. So we would say, on the basis of these projects, these are the number of jobs that would be created. On the basis of the budget that we are deploying, this is what we'd be able to achieve. But our mandate as a department is to focus on the economy and on enterprise. It's supposed to be what happens in the economy and what impact are we making on the economy, not what impact are we making by creating a number of temporary jobs in a construction site for that financial year. It constitutes part of it, but it's not a fundamental part of it. Our impact must be on what happens in industry overall. Just to confirm that the point that's been raised about the industrial parks is certainly correct, we have also at a political level reached out to our counterparts in Mpumalanga and in the Northwest, so that we have a political discussion. We've designed the model. Mpumalanga has already agreed. The process of implementation is pretty much close to underway. It's an easier one to say we're going to resolve. Northwest has a bit more complications that we need to pursue, but I'm convinced that the political discussion will help us resolve some of it. And part of the problem is also a municipal problem. So the municipality says, yeah, but the industrial parks. In fact, the Northwest Development Corporation owes us so much money. So we're not prepared to talk until they've given us that money. Now we're trying to say to the municipality, but can't we put that in an escrow account, set up the SPV, sort out the industrial parks, whilst we're sorting out who owes who, how much money, how much of it is interest, how much of it is compounded, etc., etc. And we'll have those discussions, but let's open the opportunity for the redevelopment of the sites, and let us create a vehicle where we are not in argument with the Northwest Development Corporation. So just so that I don't complicate the committee's life, the reality is Northwest says, okay, if you want to take it with the Scolot. So I was saying, no, but you can't. Remember, we also have particular obligations. We can't be shifting resources into paying a historic debt. But we need to resolve it with you. And the reason we're saying let's establish an SPV is so that we don't have these disputes impacting on how we're going to resolve growing the economy and developing the industrial parks, particularly in the cross-border industrial parks. But I should say we're already beginning to see some progress in the other industrial parks from the point of view of the GGDA now driving the capital investments into the industrial parks. Not to spend too much time on what was an earlier presentation, it's just to confirm that there has been a process through an RFI of implementing what is the Gauteng Cannabis Master Plan and Strategy. Excuse me. The master plan has been completed. We've gone out on an RFI, we've received proposals, and the proposals are much broader than primary agriculture. So it starts with primary agriculture, people that will plant, but it goes to people that do seed cultivation. It goes to focusing on bioremediation or phytoremediation on the mining land. It goes to industrialization at the back of the cannabis hemp plant. It goes to issues of financing and trading platforms. So it's a very comprehensive approach to our cannabis implementation plan. And one of the things that we have said fundamentally is that you can't, in what is a nascent industry, what is a new industry in our economy, you can't go and talk transformation next week. The industry must be birthed, transformed. You must start on the basis that this is an industry that's reflective of the values of our country, the values of our constitution, and the need for equity and equality in the economy. So, Honorable Stangano, we're saying let's not talk transformation at the end. We must talk transformation up front and say, how do we ensure participation across the entire value chain and not just limit it to the primary agriculture? It must be that when we talk CBD oils, when we talk industrial products, when we talk hemp to energy products, that across the entire value chain, black people, young people, women have an upfront participation in that economy. And the last point I thought just to emphasize, because I know the HOT did comment on it, is on the land release approach. We have taken a decision. We have approached DID, we've audited land, we've agreed that we'll release the land. But we've also said our land release approach should not just be about writing an advert and asking for people to apply. Because those people that will apply are those that have access to the ability to prepare tender document, to buy the tender document, and. They might have a bit of money. So we should design it such that, Honorable Ngosmalwa. No, sikhuluma ngalaba that are already involved. Laba bebakhona earlier. How do we ensure that those people who are involved in agriculture in one way or another, if you are in Merafo and you're running a project under one of the organizations that was there, how do we ensure that we create access for you to participate in a meaningful way? So that we don't just say, well, just apply and you qualify. Certainly those that apply and qualify will also be accommodated, but we must find ways of ensuring that those that are actively involved in agriculture at the most primary level also gain access to the opportunity. And that is what we're taking to EXCO, so that we get approval from EXCO that we design the procurement process in such a way that it enables participation at that level. So I thought just overarching, those would be some of the comments one wanted to emphasize on, and I know colleagues had already covered the bulk of those. Thank you very much.
Thanks, MEC. Sure, okay. I think there's also a lot that we are still processing with that, and we'll obviously continue that conversation moving further. And we appreciate those remarks, and I think we might have to, next time we see you, maybe repeat on a couple of those, but we do acknowledge that. I want to now move to the very last presentation for today, and that is the FIS presentation from the Economic Development Portfolio Committee, and I think that's on the ECASI Labs. So remember, it is an FIS. We are going to go into detail with it, but maybe just to do a high level today, and then we'll shelf those 3 sets of minutes to our next meeting. And then I'm also, I must inform everyone that dinner is catered for everybody. So even if you're going home, please definitely pass by the restaurant when we are done to make sure you do eat. Otherwise, it can easily be considered wasteful expenditure from the AG because it is in fact paid for. But let me hand over to the CEO there, and he'll take us through that FIS presentation. I know members were tired, but we just got to get a high level because we do have to do this before our oversight visits start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, honourable members. Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll do it as per our discussion, high level. MEC, we had the privilege also of the Portfolio Committee doing a site visit at the Innovation Hub, and it was really nice to just show them around, especially with the biopark, the developments there. And I think MEC and members, the proposal that's been tabled that we need to have this engagement, I think it's very important that we have a half-day type of engagement, Chair, through the MEC's office, so that we can take the committee in confidence and also take the committee through all our programs. Chair, there were specific questions posed to the Innovation Hub, which is incorporated in the presentation. So I'm just going to go through the slides. I'm not going to go through the mandate and purpose. The ECASI Lab program started in 2014, and that was mainly with the focus of encouraging entrepreneurship in our townships. We started with Garankuwa and Soweto, and then we've expanded to 10 that we currently have. The value for money, there was a question on the value for money.
CEO, sorry, I just want to check with the technical guys. Our portfolio committee should be seeing the presentation on the screen below, and we're not. So can we just check? There we go, got it. Continue, sorry to interrupt you.
Apologies, Chair. So for the value for money through the ECASI Lab programs is mainly about maximizing the impact to improve people's lives. We know the challenges that we are faced with in the townships, from sanitation to the conditions. So through our ECASI labs, we really try to address those challenges. There's a lot of improvements we can make. I sat with the team also the other day. We had engagements with the MEC also, and the MEC also referred me at some stage to a innovation center in Canada. And we did some research on that as well, MEC, and I think there's a lot that we can learn as the Innovation Hub to improve, especially in the 2 years of this term of government, honorable members. The ICASI Lab value proposition and business incubation service offering is we provide access to infrastructure, and I think Jack alluded to it earlier, the hot desking spaces, free hi-fi. We provide access to advisory services, skills development, access to markets, and access to funding opportunities. I had a discussion with Tatu. We just exchanged details because I think there's opportunity also for the Innovation Hub to assist the tourism industry through maybe apps development, you know, all those kind of things that we discussed now. But also with GEP, through GEP, we will have that conversation. I think there's a lot of opportunity. The strategic objectives, honorable members, I'm not going to go through them in details, but in our ICASI labs, we also have facilities where we provide prototype facilities where possible entrepreneurs and innovators can come and do prototyping, and also the skills development and app development, our Coach Lab and Co-Tribe programs, Fab Lab, which is a schools program. What the committee also asked us to do, Chairperson, honorable members, is what is the presence and the reach of our ICASI labs? And members will see there from the 10 ICASI labs that we have, for instance, Soweto, we also service Noordgesig, Orange Farm, and Kliptown. We also had an Empower Week engagement in Orange Farm a month ago, and I think I was also addressing the community there. And we're also having engagements with the community in Orange Farm to see how we can be more present in a community where there's a desperate need for government services. So those are the ICASI labs that we currently have, the 10. On this slide, I just want to show to the honorable committee also what we do at ICASI labs. We're focusing on green economy, bioeconomy, smart, and then others, your creative industries. The group CEO and the board recently visited the Soweto ICASI labs, and in a visit, there was an entrepreneur who was in the creative industries. And just through that visit, we were able to link him through the group CEO with with Constitutional Hill, and we are now going to market these products also through the Constitutional Hill. So in what I've done also there is on the location and the number of companies. Those are the number of companies currently incubated at the various ICASI labs. Soweto and Mamelodi are obviously the biggest with 44 and 42. What we're focusing on a lot, and that in the ensuing slides, is on the school programs and on robotics. Honorable members, we are present in the 5 corridors of the province, and we are reaching out to 39 townships. We're targeting 35 black communities and 4 colored communities currently. It's not enough. We as a team are in the process to look how can we expand. So as part of our strategic objectives for this financial year, we are establishing 3 more ICASI labs in Sharpeville, Danny van Sail, and in Diepsloot. And I have the GM for ICASI labs also here, Ms. Notile Mpisi, who's responsible to manage the ICASI labs on a daily basis. And she's always on the ground engaging with the communities. We have already launched the branding in Diepsloot and in Danny van Sail. What we're going to do through the MEC, when we have the official launch, we will have the MEC launching the ICASI lab. And through the MEC, I think we will then also have to invite the Honorable Committee also to these launches. Chair, honorable members, hey, Tabu, I am from the Innovation Hub, but sometimes technology. Okay, no, so I was just hoping to have some sound here, which I don't have. So this is the ICASI lab in Soweto. It's just a virtual tour. Unfortunately, we don't have sound. So this is how the traditional ICASI lab looks like. For instance, in Mamelodi, Mabopane and Garankuwa, we really want to improve on every new ICASI lab that we are launching. There's a question that I will get to now. The process of incubation is a 4-year process. We do have incubators that come in, have a brilliant idea, but they don't stay the whole 4 years because of various reasons, and they exit the program. You then have companies like your, and I know I'm going to be killed for this if I mention it again, but your Portia M, she would come in and she would not stay for the whole 4 years. She would only stay for 2 years and she graduates from our incubation program. So it's not necessarily like a degree. You enroll and you need to stay there for 3 years, complete all your courses successfully and be graduated. There's milestones. You can graduate at any stage when you're ready and you have a sustainable business. We've done some analysis in the ICASI lab specifically. Where are the issues? How do we address the problems and how? The major issue that we have is how do we support our startups and our entrepreneurs that we assist through our processes, through enterprise development and through business support. Now you create an enterprise in a township. How do we assist them to also provide a service to government? Government is the biggest type of requester for services. So, and I think through the Township Economic Development Act, we have done huge strides to assist these township entrepreneurs. Chair, this slide, I think, calls for a one-day session with the committee. So there was a question asked to us, and I think this is the most important slide from this whole presentation, where the committee asked us, how much have we spent to date on ICASI labs? How many companies have we incubated? And where are those companies, the addresses? We have all that, member. We have that. I just couldn't email it. It's just too big, the document. So it has all the details, the contact numbers, the email addresses. So from 2014 to date, we have incubated 661 companies. From the 661, 178 innovations were taken to the market, whether it is a product that was developed, whether it was an app. So 178 of them were taken to the market. 25 companies graduated. And the group CEO asked me yesterday, but Peter, if you do a calculation, it's very low. That's why I was saying that the graduation period takes about 4 years to graduate. So members will note from 2014 when we started, the number of companies recruited was 4, but at the column of graduation, there was no graduation for at least 4 years because these companies had to go through the incubation process. So we only started to graduate in the financial year 2018-2019, and that's based on the incubation model that we have introduced. We are trying to see if we can't tweak this to reduce the incubation period, but it all depends on the product readiness, market appetite, and obviously the commercialization of a project or a innovation. Sometimes it costs a lot of money to get a product to a market-ready product. In the instances of cannabis, you need to go to SAPRA to get your necessarily approvals. In the instance of the bioeconomy where it's food-related innovations or products. You need to go to the Department of Agriculture to ensure that the product is fit for human consumption. So there are some interdependencies and dependencies when it comes to product readiness. Sorry, let me just go back to the slide. So, honourable members, we have spent to date 102,718,000 on ICASI labs, and it's mainly on lease agreements. And I must say, MEC, we do get a lot, and members, we do get a lot of support from municipalities. Our offices are mainly municipal offices, so we get it free of charge because we also assist the municipality with service delivery in that community, but we pay utilities, branding, marketing and communication, salary. I think there was one issue that we raised on budget and salary, equipment, mentorship takes a huge chunk of the budget for ICASI labs, exhibition, skills development. So in total, we've spent, honourable members, in the region of 102 million, which for us, it's a huge amount, but I think this amount should double in order for us to make an impact in society where we need to make an impact. The areas that we focus on are linked to the GGT 2030, the 10 priority sectors, and what I've done there is, at the industrial cannabis, for instance, I've included their biopark. We have township entrepreneurs in the cannabis sector who approach us, but we refer them then to the biopark at the Innovation Hub because that's where the facilities are. We don't necessarily have the equipment and the facilities at the ICASI labs for the cannabis industry and especially in the medicinal production. Honourable members, I deliberately included this slide with the ICASI lab GM. This is a pilot, an SAA pilot, who has his own simulator. So we incubated this pilot. So he brought the simulator to the ICASI lab, and we then had school children coming there. And we placed them in the simulator, and also the purpose was to attract township entrepreneurs and to unlock that type of potential for them to become pilots. And Notile, I'm right, this incubatee successfully graduated, the pilot. So this was a very successful story, and we had a lot of positive feedback. Also then, some of the other companies, we have a company in security solution, asset tracking. We all know in government, honourable members, when it comes to audit, there's always an issue with asset verification and lost assets. We do have entrepreneurs from township level who are able to resolve and solve government problems. We just need to unlock and make sure that we procure from them in order to do some and to resolve some of these solutions. This company showed us how they track assets. It's brilliant. I'm not going to go through them. This is also just some of them. In Sebokeng, we recently graduated 60 local entrepreneurs from Sebokeng in the mobile repairers industry. We also gave them repair kits, which was also sponsored through Ceramic Industries, the National Youth Development Agency. So they all now have kits, and they have their own businesses, MEC, to repair cell phones. And we are in discussions with all these cell phone companies, including Samsung, to say, guys, please support our township entrepreneurs. Because what they do is, when you take your cell phone for repair, they repair it very cheap, but the claim that they lodge with your insurance is triple the amount that it costs to repair that cell phone. So we're saying, do it through our township entrepreneurs, you save on your insurance, and we create jobs. So from these entrepreneurs, Notile, the majority, 70% were women or young, vibrant women. Our schools program we do robotics training. Universities are assisting us. So it's also, I think, when we meet Chair and honorable members at the Innovation Hub, we would like to take you through our Fab Lab program, our school program. We have events on Saturdays, Sundays, where we invite school children. We had an event 3-4 Saturdays ago, and I was saying to my wife, I'm just quickly going to the Innovation Hub. Hey, MEC, I almost got divorced for the 7th time. Because I got home late that evening, because it was so interesting what school children can do if you just give them that opportunity and the equipment. So this Fab Lab program is really brilliant. So, honorable members, the future of ICASI labs. It was also one of the questions, and I think also it would be part of the workshop. We're going to launch 5 new ICASI labs. We are partnering with corporate companies for Cosmetic Accelerator program. There's a huge demand from township entrepreneurs in the cosmetic industry. And I remember recently I said to them, synonym to innovation is disrupt. Let's disrupt. You can't have Revlon and all these companies that, you know, Posha M, if you now go to Dischem or you go to any pharmacy, Posha M is there. But we don't even need Posha M. We need Toivo Mohofe. We need everyone that can produce their products and market their products. So, Chair, since inception, 10 ICASI labs servicing 58 townships. Just a reflection, Dani van Zyl, Diepsloot, Sharpeville, under progress. We're going to launch them. The schools program was launched in 2014 in partnership with City of Tshwane and City of Ekurhuleni. Co-Tribe is an app manufacturing program that was launched in 2017, and we are partnering with M-Lab South Africa. The Cosmetic Accelerator program. MEC asked us the other day, guys, but what are you doing apart from incubation? So now we also now implemented the Accelerator program so that we can assist companies to go to the next level. Jack always says to me, Peter, what about the cloud zones, hot desking? That is part of the expansion plan. So your cloud zones, your hot desking is now, and I said to the team also, it's non-negotiable. MEC, my group CEO, said to me it's non-negotiable, so it will be part. Chair, I think the second last slide, we are very much privileged that from a government perspective, GEP, we've got a MOU with GEP. Saki and I had a meeting about 2 weeks ago where we are applying for additional funding for our entrepreneurs, DTI, the Technology Innovation Agency, the testing stations, the National Youth Development Agency, SEDA. They are all assisting us, municipalities. I think we've listed them there. All the municipalities are assisting us. The corporates, Sasol is now one of our big partners that we've roped in through JAC also with the hydrogen sector. So we use that back door to also bring in Sasol to partner with us. Chair, the last slide, the challenges. Budget remains a challenge. But the MEC would always say, guys, you can't come with budget. What other plans do you have? You can't be always reliant or dependent on government funding or government grant. So we are now embarking, we have embarked basically on a revenue generation strategy, which will also benefit the ICASI labs. We're in the process to upgrade our conference facility. We are looking at other revenue streams, and then we ring-fence the budget and we give it to Notile and her team. The majority of the budget, apart from salaries, are the ICASI lab programs. We do have challenges, theft, vandalism, but I was saying to the team, you can't blame it only on townships. We also have theft at our main campus, which is a secured office, and we have theft there. The other day, a car was stolen from the Innovation Hub. Well, not the Innovation Hub, fortunately, unfortunately, but one of the anchor tenants, Biggin. Imagine a person comes in, takes a car and drives out with all the security cameras. So that is a major problem, but we ensure as far as possible when we locate and we open ECASI labs, we look at strategic areas and we then discuss it with ward councillors. For instance, in Alex, remember Nube? I had discussions with the ward councillor there. There were challenges with where we wanted to reopen the ECASI lab, and we are now in discussions and we're negotiating with the TVET College, City of Joburg, the Opportunity Center. So we are liaising with the community. So we just don't go and we say we open a ECASI lab. We have community engagement, we speak to the community, and we then establish where is the need. Lastly, members, honorable members, is the Township Economic Development Act. The Act will really assist us as the innovation hub and the township economy at large, so that we can procure from the companies that we develop, and we also assist financially. So there's always a notion you assist companies financially, and what do you do? So I say to the team also, and they always get upset with me, small issues like catering. If they come to me as the CEO and they say sign off, I always want to know where's this company coming from. So if it's an event in Mamelodi, I would always ask them, is the company from Mamelodi, and is the company compliant? Yes, all those other issues. But we want to avoid a situation where we go to Soweto, but we appoint people from other townships. So we ensure that we also, from a procurement perspective, whether it's toilet paper, whether it's ordinary A4 paper, that we also look at the central supplier database and support, whether it's a TIH incubated company or a SMME, TIH also supports them. Chair, thank you very much, but like I said, I think in a day session we can then go slide by slide and APP and strategy. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members.
No, thanks, CEO. Honourable members, that was a bit of a presentation on our FIS. Remember, we are going to be conducting oversight visits. We are going to be going to a few spots, but there's just a couple things because we have to decide where we are going to be going. So I just want to make sure I get this information correctly. So the first thing I have to do is remind the department to submit your responses, this is DED, to our questions from the research analysis. Those are due today. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, okay, we've gotten the presentation on the FIS. We're going to shelve the minutes. But the other matter is that we need to, as members, decide which areas we're going to go on for the FIS on these ECASI labs. It's scheduled for the 9th of September, and we got a list there of the existing ones. I don't know if maybe CEO Hall, you can just open up. Can we just open up that slide quickly of the existing ECASI labs, and then we can quickly make a decision, and we can also just decide on that one. Anything honourable members might want to add in or make comment about? Yeah, I think our brains are a bit fried, so it's a little difficult. Oh, Member Ngube's got a question. I'll note her first. Let me go over to you until we get that right slide here.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. What I will propose, Honourable Chairperson, is that, remember we had some damning report on ECASI labs. Was it last year or early this year? So what I would propose is maybe to task our officials in terms of, to check, because I remember the reports were not good on that report that we had. And then out of that, then we'll then say, okay, let's zoom into that one and that one. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, what I was going to suggest is we look at a two types of ECASI labs. One that is a successful one that we're trying to aim towards, and I agree we should look at one that isn't functioning well. Initially, I was going to propose that we also go look at one of the new and upcoming ones, but maybe Anthony Mikateko, we can discuss with the department and just give a short list to members, because it's difficult for us to pick out here. We don't know which ones are good examples and which ones are bad examples. Here. Okay, let's hear from you. This is from Dr. Malapane for the record. Perfect, thank you. We'll await that advice, and in the next meeting we'll just make a decision. But on the 9th of September, we will be doing our ECASI lab oversight visits. With that, honorable members, department, stakeholders, our public, everybody, we thank you. We thank the AV team, the hotel team, everybody who helped us get here several hours later. The meeting's officially adjourned. Oh, dinner served in the restaurant. Thank you.